Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
2 days later, early in the morning, in the White Cloud Alley, two outer disciples of the Blood Blade sect arrived at Caize's residence, accompanied by several attendants. They were there to inventory and seize all of Caize's belongings. After more than an hour, they locked up the house, loaded the catalogued items into chests, and hoisted them onto an ox cart out front. Zhou Xiaoxiu and Huang Ye were taken as well, placed on the same cart with the rest of the property. The two women huddled together, trying to maintain a calm facade, but their eyes betrayed how tense and frightened they were. From now on, that house would likely be assigned to a new outer disciple or some Silver Pass resident, while Zhou Xiaoxiu and Huang Ye would be brought back to the Blood Blade sect. If no one chose to buy them, they might be given away as a reward or sold to a brothel for extra silver. Zhou Xiaoxiu knew perfectly well that even if she claimed to be Caize's wife, no one would believe it. Her only hope lay in the promise that young man made. Maybe he really would come and purchase her freedom. If he didn't show up, there was nothing she could do. And if he did buy her, only to treat her as a bedwarmer or even a tool, well, she couldn't stop that either. Bourboan arrow. Meanwhile, at Li Yuan's home, someone was knocking on the door. Li Yuan? Li Yuan, a voice came from outside. Li Yuan opened the door to find Yu Mao standing there, wearing a black robe and his hair tied neatly. He was a lean young man, one Li Yuan knew well. Yu Mao, Li Yuan greeted him with a smile. You asked me to keep an eye on something 2 days ago, Yu Mao said, returning the smile. There's news. This morning, those two maids from Caize's household were taken into the sect. According to the rules, any disciple can purchase them by paying a fee. Li Yuan asked, is that how it always works? No exceptions. Well, Yu Mao replied, if someone dismisses their own servant ahead of time, that servant wouldn't be brought into the sect after the person's death. But since Caize died unexpectedly, he had no chance to settle his affairs. Li Yuan nodded. I see. Yu Mao, could you do me a favor? Of course, Yu Mao said. You and I go way back. After all, I'm the one who helped deliver your uniform before. What's one more errand? So, did you take a shine to those two maids from Caize's place? Li Yuan shook his head with a wry smile. Not exactly. I just want to settle Caize's affairs. I don't think he'd want his maids to end up scattered to someone else's home. With that, he handed over 6 silver ingots, each worth 10 taels, to Yu Mao. Please help me buy them quickly. Yu Mao's eyes widened in surprise. Then he nodded with admiration. I never realized you were such a stand-up guy, Li Yuan. He gave a wry chuckle. But of course, that makes sense. You already have a wife at home. The rest of us, especially those who've reached a certain stage of cultivation, well, marriage is the last thing on our minds. Some pretend they're still single even if they aren't. Others don't want to get married at all. You're a rarity, loyal to your wife and faithful to your friends. Caize didn't pick the wrong person to trust. Taking the silver ingots, Yu Mao continued, right, I'll get going. I'm familiar with the purchase process. I'll buy those two maids and bring them straight to you. Li Yuan smiled. Thank you, don't mention it. Bourboan arrow. After Yu Mao left, Li Yuan stretched his limbs in the courtyard's morning light. The after-effects of fusing his shadow blood had fully subsided by the previous day. It was time to continue training. He had a bow for long-range attacks, but a bow was better suited for sniping than quick reactions. Once someone got close, he'd be at a disadvantage. That left him with the blade or spear. His eyes drifted to the entry for Spring-Autumn Blade, Spring Thunder. This was his first skill that actually had a proper name. The others were simply generic ones like archery, beast taming, tracking, and spearmanship, so having a named skill made it feel more unique. Let's give the blade a try, he thought. I have 244 stat points to allocate right now. If I want to advance my archery twice, I'd need 240 stat points. Sure, that would increase my maximum strength, but I'd still be vulnerable in a surprise attack. He concluded, I'll invest in my blade skill. After all, in a critical moment, I can always fuse my blood again. Even if it only gives me a few seconds of insane power, that might be enough. Making up his mind, Li Yuan called out, Yan Yu, I'm off to the backyard to practice. Please make sure no one bothers me. Got it. Yan Yu's quick reply came from indoors. She was working on the return willow technique herself, though she hadn't progressed enough to really tap into it yet. Li Yuan headed to the backyard, picked up a standard-issue steel blade from the sect, and gave it a few test swings. It felt decent, though not quite as comfortable as a long-handled blade. A quick glance at his status showed his overall combat power was 1223. He murmured, time to allocate some points. He tapped the plus symbol next to Spring-Autumn Blade, Spring Thunder. Basic Spring Thunder, 1/10, new. Intermediate Spring Thunder, 1/20. Li Yuan's overall combat power immediately boosted to 2450. He tapped again, upgrading Spring Thunder to the next level. Intermediate Spring Thunder, 1/20, new. Advanced Spring Thunder, 1/40. His overall power jumped to 3980. Advanced Spring Thunder, 1/40th, new. Expert Spring Thunder, 1/80th. He upgraded it again, pushing his overall power to 54/110. Gritting his teeth, Li Yuan went for another push. Expert Spring Thunder, 1/80th, new. Master Spring Thunder, 1/160. His overall power soared to 69/140. In a matter of seconds, 150 stat points were gone, leaving him with 94 stat points left. A flood of vivid memories rose within Li Yuan's mind and body. Countless hours of arduous practice, moments of sudden insight born of near fanatical repetition, and a stroke of luck in the deep mountains where a mysterious stranger had shared his wisdom. It all felt as if he had personally lived those years of training. Before, the short-handled blade in his hand had seemed unfamiliar, but now it felt like an extension of his arm. And yet, paradoxically, the short hilt no longer felt quite right. I'll make do with this for now. Spring Thunder really shines with a long-handled blade. Using a short one just might help me keep this skill under wraps. Besides, there was only one move at the 9th rank, Spring Thunder, and the boost it granted felt almost identical to his archery. Instead of Spring Thunder, I bet I would have ended up with the same boost to my overall combat power if I'd invested into something like basic bladeemanship. So what's the real difference between Spring Thunder and ordinary bladeemanship? Li Yuan reflected on that question carefully. Although he didn't know standard blade moves, he did know archery, and comparing the two gave him a subtle realization. It's what comes after. Spring Thunder is just the beginning, it feels unfinished, like there's more waiting. Regular archery, however, feels complete, like it has no deeper essence or hidden path. He recalled the Spring Autumn Blade manual, which mentioned exactly this. The Spring Autumn Blade comprises 3 forms. The 9th rank form is Spring Thunder, focused on a fierce downward strike. The 8th rank form is Spring Awakening, a sweeping motion. The 7th rank form is Leaping Abyss, a sudden upward slash from below, unpredictably lethal. The 3 forms created a cohesive system. Without fully mastering the preceding move, the next was like rootless duckweed, impossible to grasp. Moreover, if he mastered all 3, he could unify them, potentially creating his own blade style. That was something no ordinary skill could match. Satisfied, Li Yuan sheathed the blade at his waist. His overall combat power held steady at 69/140. Perfect. Previously, I only showed around 20 in front of my teacher. Now I can comfortably display 30 or so. A regular outer disciple like you Mao sits around 24-25. If I show myself to be just a bit stronger than him, that's right on target. Tucking away his blade, Li Yuan saw it was still early. He picked up the longbow he had snapped the night before and headed to the blacksmith in Silver Creek, paying 1 tael of silver to have it repaired. When he returned home, he found Auntie Wang in the courtyard with 2 young women in delicate attire. She greeted him, "Master, your junior brother dropped by. He said he's brought both the women and their contracts." She held out the slave contracts respectfully. Li Yuan took the contracts and glanced at the 2 women, who appeared nervous and uneasy. Without a word, he tore the contracts to pieces. Then, heading inside, he returned with 2 gold ingots and 4 silver ingots and pressed them into their hands. "This is all I can do for you and Caize," he said quietly. Relief flooded Zoxiuxiu's face. Her eyes turned red, and she could only stammer out, "Thank you so much." Tears spilling over, Huang Ya dropped to her knees beside her, but Li Yuan reached down and helped her stand. Turning to Zoxiuxiu, he asked, "What will the 2 of you do now? Will you stay here in Silver Creek?" Wiping away her tears, Zoxiuxiu shook her head. "Without my husband, I don't have the right to remain here anymore. I plan to move over to Parasol Town. It may not be as safe as Silver Creek, but it's not too bad." Li Yuan nodded with a gentle smile. "Then I won't keep you." "Thank you," she repeated softly. With that, she and Huang Ya offered Li Yuan a final bow, then left in haste. Li Yuan glanced at the darkening sky. It was already late afternoon. The fact that Zoxiuxiu was so decisive in leaving at this hour hinted that she must have at least some connections outside, just not enough to shield her from the Bloodblade sex rules. Well, all I did was lend a hand, he thought. No need to worry about her connections. JL's thoughts. So, the recent comments about the system have gotten me thinking lately. I think the author made the right call here. Like, forget about Li Yuan for a second, think about poor Yan Yu. From day 1 of the story, she has been boning this man. Every single night, up until the most recent chapters. Remember, she's just an ordinary girl with no cheats whatsoever. Girl is an absolute champ. That evening, Li Yuan took a walk with Yan Yu. As they passed by the Brocade and Grace, the sharp-eyed shop owner hurried out to greet them, announcing that their custom-made clothes were ready for a fitting. Yan Yu's new outfit was a cream-colored dress patterned with peach blossoms and slit skirts, seductive and elegant all at once. The moment she slipped it on, any lingering hint of a rustic past vanished, replaced by an alluring languor guaranteed to set a man's heart ablaze. Another set, a cream-colored rukun with a light shawl draped over her shoulders, added a refined grace, so much so that she appeared every bit a noble lady. Li Yuan's new wardrobe consisted of 2 loose-fitting black robes, comfortable yet dignified, immediately marking him as someone of status rather than a country boy. Afterward, the 2 strolled through the night market, sampling street food and, for 12 small copper coins, buying a pair of hooded cloaks for the spring weather. Li Yuan also picked up a few odds and ends, including small toys for children, among them a simple wooden mask. It was a cheap item, the kind any craftsman could make, and cost only 5 small copper coins. When they got home, Li Yuan quietly tucked the wooden mask inside his new cloak. He handed the rest of their purchases to Auntie Wang and then gave the wooden sword, puzzle pieces, and other small trinkets to the 2 children in the household. Their faces lit up with excitement, and they chirped happily, "Thank you, sir." Bore bow and arrow. That night, husband and wife shared the same bed. After their intimacy, they lay nestled close. Yan Yu, buried against Li Yuan's chest, giggled. "That silk robe, did it tempt you? You certainly had some stamina tonight." Li Yuan admitted with a grin, "It definitely got to me." Yan Yu leaned in, voice soft and teasing in his ear. "What if I put it on again? We can see how long it lasts, and I can just wash it tomorrow." A short while later, having indulged themselves, they sprawled in each other's arms once more. Yan Yu asked, "Husband, why did you buy the mask and those cloaks?" "I've got some errands that require covering my face," Li Yuan replied. "Killing and burning," she ventured anxiously. He gave her an exasperated look. "Why would I do that for no reason?" After a pause, he added, "Tomorrow morning, I need to head back to Little Ink Village." "What for?" "I want to check on a few things." Li Yuan's eyes glimmered with a hint of resolve. Yan Yu pressed her cheek to his chest and said softly, "Fine, but be careful. You're the only man I have." Then, as if to lighten the mood, she added, "By the way, the apricot tree in the backyard has sprouted leaves." Li Yuan interrupted, "Come with me." "Huh. I want you to return in style, as my wife." Bore bow and arrow. The next morning, a large group of villagers gathered at the entrance of Little Ink Village, peering out into the distance. They soon spotted a lavish carriage approaching from afar. Must be someone from town, right? Well, obviously. Look at that fancy carriage, it's definitely from the town. Why would a big shot come all the way out here? Who knows? Apart from the occasional bailiff, hardly anyone visits us. Oh, wait, there was that Bloodblade sect fellow before. Yan Yu's one lucky woman. Ever since she went off with Li Yuan, I'll bet she's been living well. Their chatter carried none of the old envy or malice. Li Yuan had risen so far beyond their reach that all they felt now was admiration and a hint of awe. Standing among them was Fenger, her gaze vacant as she stared toward the carriage. Though only 2 months had passed, she'd changed drastically. Her eyes were dull, her expression listless, all stemming from her life here in the village. She'd tried seducing men, hoping to find a secure foothold, but discovered they were only interested in a brief fling. None had any intention of taking her seriously. Sometimes she resented Bear for not being more like Li Yuan. If only he had Li Yuan's abilities, maybe she wouldn't be stuck in this miserable state. Over time, her hurt and bitterness only grew. Eventually, she even stopped grooming herself properly, leaving her disheveled and slightly unhinged. At the sound of the commotion, she drifted out to join the crowd, quietly watching from the sidelines. Her heart surged with envy. She wished, oh, how she wished to arrive like that in a grand carriage. Just then, the carriage came to a halt. The driver hopped down and positioned a small wooden step by the door. As the curtains lifted, a strikingly elegant woman in a pale peach-colored dress alighted, moving with such languid grace that onlookers couldn't help worrying the dirt road might soil her shoes. Beside her stood a tall, powerfully built man in a black robe, hair neatly bound. His eyes flashed like distant lightning, and he carried himself with a commanding presence. Side by side, the two looked every inch the perfect couple, poised and stately, a natural match. The villagers stared, momentarily dumbstruck. Fenger, too, raised her head, silently watching the alluring noblewoman. Then someone in the crowd exclaimed in surprise, "That's Li Yuan, and Yan Yu. It really is them. My goodness, they've changed so much." Yan Yu, still a little uneasy in her new finery, clung to her husband's arm for reassurance. Li Yuan glanced at the driver and asked, "We'll be here until evening. Will that be all right?" The coachman, fully aware of whom he was serving, merely smiled and said, "Take all the time you need. I'll wait right here." Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't linger for any other passenger, but Li Yuan was a future inner disciple of the Bloodblade sect. Though he hadn't yet moved to the inner district, it was only a matter of time. Just then, commotion rippled through the crowd as a disheveled young woman in a yellow dress broke free of the onlookers and stumbled toward Yan Yu. Li Yuan stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of his wife. At that moment, he recognized the woman hurrying over. Fenger. Yan Yu was taken aback. The Fenger she remembered had been youthful and full of life, fond of dressing up and flirting. Now she was unkempt and dirty, a far cry from her old self. Tears streaming down her face, Fenger threw herself at Yan Yu's feet, sobbing, "Yan Yu, I was wrong. I was so wrong. Please, forgive me, please." Yan Yu turned her head slightly, then faced Fenger again. Her gaze was steady as she spoke, "Our friendship ended long ago. I didn't report you to the authorities. I considered that my final favor to you. There's nothing more to say. Yan Yu, I truly regret everything." Fenger choked out, her voice quivering. I just wanted a man to rely on. The world's getting more dangerous every day. I was desperate to survive. Back then, Zhang Shizi was the strongest man in the village, and I thought I'd be safe with him. When he wanted revenge on you, I tried to talk him out of it, but I couldn't. I'm just a weak, lonely woman. There was nothing I could do." A fleeting bitterness flickered in Yan Yu's eyes as she glanced at Li Yuan. Seeing him give her a subtle nod, she reached into her robes, drew out a small pouch of coins, and tossed it in front of Feng'er with an icy look. From this moment on, she said quietly, I'm no longer your sister. The Feng'er I knew is gone. And the sister she once had is gone, too. Come on, she said, turning to Li Yuan. Let's go. With that, she took her husband's arm and walked around Feng'er, leaving her behind in the dust. Feng'er choked on a sob as she clutched the small pouch in her hand, regret flickering in her tear-filled eyes. But what was done could not be undone. She didn't plead any further, only wiped her tears with a sleeve, pushed her way out of the crowd, and headed home alone. Bore bow and arrow. Husband, do you think I went too far? Too far? Everyone has their own way of dealing with things, and I happen to like yours. He paused and gave her shoulder a reassuring pat. Don't dwell on it anymore. She doesn't matter now, and she won't be appearing in our lives again. I suppose you're right. Yan Yu leaned her head gently against Li Yuan's shoulder, eyes still moist. They strolled leisurely down the familiar village paths, drawing curious, odd looks from neighbors who once treated them as peers. Suddenly, Li Yuan's expression sharpened. He focused on a man trying to slip away in a hurry, lips curving into a faint smile. Qian, where do you think you're going? The man stopped in his tracks and turned, forcing a grin. I'm not Qian. You must be mixing me up with someone else. Li Yuan raised an eyebrow. Go on, tell me again how I'm mistaken. Qian immediately went silent, unwilling to argue further. He stared at the imposing figure in black robes, scarcely able to believe this was the same Li Yuan, a mere village hunter with decent skills when he'd last seen him. His own story wasn't especially dramatic. After being conscripted into the county militia, his brothers who had a few connections pooled their resources and bribed an official. They even found someone of similar stature to serve in his place. With the official conveniently turning a blind eye, Qian managed to slip away. Once he fled the militia, he'd stayed out of sight until the search for deserters had tapered off. Only then did he and 3 of his brothers Qianda, Qian Si, and Qian Wu return to Little Ink Village. Yet that whole process had caused delays and disputes in their trading business, and with the roads growing ever more dangerous, the brothers finally chose to quit the fortune trading company altogether. Now the 4 of them were holed up here, wondering what to do next. Upon returning, Qian heard that Li Yuan had become a disciple of the Bloodblade sect. Though the 2 men had never been outright enemies, they hardly got along, especially given that Qian-san had once threatened Li Yuan. Qian had planned to avoid him, but here he was, cornered. Forcing a sheepish smile, he said, Li Yuan, I was ignorant before. You're the bigger man. Could you just overlook my mistakes, please? JL's thoughts. Returning to Little Ink Village like. Li Yuan glanced at Qian, who stood there with his head bowed, rubbing his hands in a clear display of unease. Meanwhile, 3 more figures approached at a brisk pace from not far away. They bore some resemblance to Qian in their facial features, though their heights and builds varied. The man in front was especially striking. Despite the lingering chill of early spring, he wore a fitted outfit and sported short-cropped hair. His eyes shone with a fierce glint, and his posture was ramrod straight. A fine steel blade was strapped to his back, and a hovering 8-9 figure glowed by his side. The 2 men trailing him carried 5-6 and 6-7 over their heads, indicating they were no easy pushovers either. Li Yuan recalled that before he reached entry rank, his strength had been around the same level. Compared to those 3, though, Qian's measly 0-1 looked rather pitiful. Second brother, what's going on here? A booming voice came from a distance. Upon hearing it, Qian lit up as though he'd spotted a lifeline. He quickly turned his head and called, Big brother, this is Li Yuan, surly. Li Yuan. Qianda recognized the name. Ever since he'd returned to his hometown, it was nearly impossible not to hear about Li Yuan. All he knew for certain was that Li Yuan had joined the Bloodblade sect. Qianda had only just come back and hadn't delved deep into the black market circles. He had no clue about the young man's real status, nor that Li Yuan was the direct disciple of Senior Li who oversaw the black market. Qianda stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Qian. He gave Li Yuan a cautious once-over. Then, from the corner of his eye, he spotted the beautiful woman standing beside Li Yuan. She stood out all the more amid the drab surroundings, dressed in silk and brocade, her figure poised with an undeniable elegance. A healthy flush on her cheeks suggested she was doing quite well for herself. The sight of such a beauty in a dusty old place created a striking contrast. Yet Qianda was no fool. He'd been around enough to recognize danger. Standing closer, he felt the subtle yet powerful aura emanating from Li Yuan. It was the kind of pressure only a true martial artist could exude. And someone like that, well, you certainly didn't want to covet his woman. He only spared a single quick glance at the beauty before immediately lowering his gaze. In a respectful tone, Qianda bowed his head and said, If my younger brother ever offended you in the past, please accept our apologies. Every muscle in his body tensed, ready to draw his blade if Li Yuan showed any sign of hostility. Time seemed to slow, Qianda's nerves were on edge, each second an eternity. Yet Li Yuan said nothing. The silence only intensified that crushing sense of pressure. Finally, after a long pause, Li Yuan spoke in a casual tone. He hasn't offended me. Qian just let his worries get the better of him. I came back with my wife today to revisit old places, nothing more. Qianda breathed a sigh of relief and hastily bowed once again. Li Yuan returned the courtesy with a polite nod. Qianda hesitated for a moment, then gave a curt nod of his own before hustling his three brothers away from the scene. Once they were at a safe distance, Qian let out a snicker. Big brother, that kid was scared of us. But Qianda paid him little mind. His gaze flicked back momentarily to where Li Yuan stood, unease and reverence flickering in his eyes. Qian Wu's eyes gleamed. That wife of his is gorgeous. Did you see those legs? He barely finished speaking when Qianda smacked him hard across the face. As Qian Wu stood there, stunned, Qianda leaned in and growled, "Cut it out, you idiot." He's already a ranked martial artist. Grabbing Qian Wu by the collar, Qianda continued fiercely, "Fifth brother, if you keep running your mouth like this, I'll cut your tongue out. Better that than you losing your life and dragging the rest of us down. We've all been around the block. Don't you know the rules by now? Women, 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 you really can't help yourself, can you?" Qian Wu's cheeks stung bright red. He lowered his head and mumbled, "I'm sorry, big brother. I was wrong." Ignoring him, Qianda turned to Qian. "Second brother, how did you get mixed up with a martial artist of that caliber?" Qian looked utterly defeated, his face twisted in distress. I didn't. It was third brother who crossed him. Back then, he wasn't even ranked." Qianda nodded thoughtfully. "Well, he doesn't seem to be here looking for trouble today, but if you ever see him again, steer clear. Though, chances are we won't be running into him much." "Understood, big brother," Qian muttered. Then he ventured, "But we can't keep on like this forever. We need to find ourselves a solid group to side with." Qianda let out a sigh. "You think it's that easy to join a faction? What's so hard about it?" Qian retorted. "We brothers aren't exactly pushovers. Plenty of groups would want us." Qianda snorted. "Yeah, so they can use us as cannon fodder." Qian fell silent. Qianda shook his head. "It's chaos out there right now. Our old connections in the county were wiped out by those Red Lotus rebels. We'll just have to wait and see." Bore bow and arrow. Meanwhile, Li Yuan strolled arm in arm with Yan Yu along the narrow lanes of Little Ink Village. Those who recognized him, close acquaintances or otherwise, either greeted him with anxious smiles or hurriedly slipped into their houses, not daring to meet his eye. "This place feels so different now," Yan Yu murmured softly. "Coming back this time makes me realize I don't really want to return here again. It's not like I have many fond memories of this place to begin with." Li Yuan smiled faintly, scanning their surroundings. He had come here with two main objectives. One was to lay the groundwork for a new source of income. The second was to find a better way to buy demonic beast meat from the black market. If he didn't want to head to the black market himself at night, he'd either need to send someone in his stead or go during the day. After weighing the options, he decided the best approach was to go in disguise under daylight and slip in unnoticed. As for earning money, the simplest plan was hunting and then selling what he caught. He had access to a reliable supply, and the Ginger Tavern was more than happy to purchase quality goods from him. Li Yuan's biggest concern now was finding someone to transport his goods. He needed the money but couldn't afford to personally oversee every run. Whoever he hired had to be able to handle ordinary threats, unlike Tian Bao before, who hadn't survived a run-in with just a couple of bandits. That single loss would have spelled the end for Li Yuan's whole operation. That was why Li Yuan had come back to Little Ink Village. He needed someone reliable, and this was where he knew the people best. But after making the rounds, he found no one suitable. Bear, Xiaohu, and the other able-bodied young men he used to know were likely gone, casualties of war. Unlike Qian, most hadn't had the money or connections to buy someone else to take their place on the battlefield. So Li Yuan circled back to the Qian family's place. Inside, the four Qian brothers were drinking and eating when a sudden knock came at the door. They all paused mid-bite, confused. Naturally, the least capable of the bunch, Qian got up to peer through the crack. At the sight of who was outside, he visibly trembled, looking back at his older brothers like he'd just seen a ghost. Qianda, Qian and Qian Wu immediately reached for their blades. Qianda called out in a low voice, "Who is it?" It's Li Yuan," Qian stammered. Qianda froze in surprise, then shoved Qian aside. "Why haven't you opened the door yet, you fool?" He glared at Qian and Qian Wu, jabbing a finger at their blades in silent command to put them away. Among the brothers, Qianda had always been the anchor. He'd managed whatever connections their family once had in the county. The others respected him enough to do as he said, even if that meant taking a beating now and then. Putting on a broad smile, Qianda opened the door. "Li Yuan," he greeted warmly. Li Yuan returned a polite nod. "Having a drink, I see." Qianda rubbed his head sheepishly. "Just some cheap swill for us to pass the time. If we'd known you were coming, we would have sent fourth and fifth brother to the county for better liquor." Li Yuan waved it off. "No need for that. Besides, if you're near the black market these days, you can find all sorts of good stuff." "You're running things at the black market now?" Qianda ventured. "No, nothing like that," Li Yuan replied. "Huh, I'm still on probation there," Li Yuan explained. Qian Wu, unable to help himself, snickered from the back. "So he's just a trainee?" Qianda whirled on him, eyes burning, and threatened him with a gesture. Then he turned to Li Yuan, bowing his head in embarrassment. "Sorry, Li Yuan. I've already smacked him a few times to teach him manners. I'll give him another one later if you want." "It's fine," Li Yuan said with an easy smile. "He's right. I am just an apprentice." Even so, Qianda was curious. "If you don't mind me asking, Who's your master? Li Yuan looked at him steadily. Have you heard of Senior Li? Qian Da's entire body jolted, his eyes going wide. You mean Senior Li, the one who guards the black market's north gate? Li Yuan nodded. He's my master. The words hung in the air, leaving Qian Da momentarily at a loss. His expression shifted through surprise, awe, and a hint of excitement. After a long pause, he gave a big thumbs up. That's incredible, really incredible. Li Yuan came straight to the point. I'm here today to talk business. Qian Da's eyes flickered with interest. Without missing a beat, he said, if you'd be willing to give the four of us a chance, we'll do the transporting for you. As for payment, whatever you decide. I heard from Qian you used to work for the fortune trading company. Qian Da scratched his head with a sheepish grin. Ah, that's old news. We're not with them anymore. We'd be happy to follow you from now on. Li Yuan explained, I go hunting, and there's a restaurant in town that's ready to buy my catches. But I need someone to transport them. Qian Da nodded eagerly. Understood. If you give us the job, we'll take it, even for just 1 or 2 large coins. From behind him, Qian Si interjected, but, big brother, that's 2. Qian Da turned and barked, shut it. Do you want me to smack you like I did fifth brother? This is none of your business. That shut up Qian Si and Qian Wu at once. Li Yuan added, you'll get 5 large coins per cart. That's not a bad rate. If you happen to have your own haul from hunting, you can add it in with mine and use my channel to sell. Just be sure it doesn't exceed half of my share. Qian Da nodded vigorously. Absolutely, we know better than to push our luck. And, truth be told, that's more than fair. But, Li Yuan, hunting in the mountains isn't easy. I tried once before, and just tracking one animal took a lot of doing. Li Yuan smiled. That's exactly why the meat is worth more. The tougher it is to hunt, the higher the price. Tomorrow morning, I'll come by and find you. He turned to leave, and Qian Da respectfully waved him off. Safe travels, Li Yuan. Safe travels, Yan Yu. Once Li Yuan and Yan Yu were out of earshot, Qian Da looked back at his 3 younger brothers. From now on, Li Yuan's our benefactor. Whether we make anything out of this or not depends on us. If any of you, especially you, 4th and 5th, run your mouths again, I'll deal with you myself. Qian scratched his head, still not fully grasping the gravity of the situation. Big brother, sure he's talented, but is it really that big of a deal? Qian Da snorted. So you think I'm overreacting? No, I didn't mean. Then remember this, Qian Da cut in sharply. After a moment, he continued, 4th brother, tomorrow night you'll go poke around the black market a bit. Just make sure we've got the right story. It's probably true, but I want confirmation. If Li Yuan really is Senior Li's direct disciple, then we're sticking to him from here on out. By early morning the next day, a soft spring breeze swept through Jamil County, stirring the blossoming trees and flowers. Mountain streams trickled musically, and the once dry creek beds were now flowing again. Creatures from deep in the hills crept out to drink at the water's edge. At dawn, the 4 Qian brothers were already up and ready, each holding a valid hunting permit. With so many local men gone, the permits from a few households had become all but useless. Qian Da, knowing better than to just snatch them up, had bought them fairly. His younger brothers couldn't grasp why he went to such trouble, so he explained that if you want to work for a big shot in the long run, you had to keep your hands clean and avoid nicking petty gains here and there. If you want to act without restraint, he'd said, you need to understand the rules first. And if you want to ride the coattails of someone important, you don't drag them down with shady behavior. Qian and the other 2 did not fully understand the reasoning, but they did know that without their eldest brother, the Qian family wouldn't stand a chance. In the past, as long as Qian Da was around, the family thrived. But once he left, Qian San had been killed and Qian was conscripted into the army. Sure enough, that morning when Li Yuan arrived and learned how they'd acquired the 4 permits, he offered Qian Da an approving nod. Good work. Though they'd only interacted a couple of times, Li Yuan could already tell Qian Da was on a different level from his brothers, more clear-headed, with a better grasp of the bigger picture. Of course, real trust would take time. For now, Li Yuan simply planned to have the Qian brothers transport his catches. He'd know exactly how much those goods sold for, and if they ever tried anything shady, at worst he'd only lose a bit of money. The 5 of them headed into the mountains. Li Yuan deliberately walked in front, his back turned to the brothers, but they never gave him cause for concern. Soon after, Li Yuan led Qian Da deeper into the hills, leaving the other 3 brothers at the entrance with 2 hand carts. The scenery felt much the same as before, but the tiger Li Yuan had once named Calico never showed up. That dampened his spirits a bit. Without lingering, he swiftly brought down a wild boar, 2 deer, and some smaller game before deciding to call it a day. To Qian Da, it was an eye-opening display. Even for a skilled martial artist, Li Yuan was downright frightening in how quickly and accurately he hunted, as though he knew precisely where each animal was hiding. It felt less like hunting and more like harvesting well-fed livestock. Afterward, Li Yuan took the 4 Qian brothers to the Ginger Tavern, where he was already on familiar terms with both the proprietress and the manager. The proprietress of the Ginger Tavern had once visited Li Yuan's home, bringing wine and tea. Manager Wu had even shared a round of drinks with him. Combined with the fact that Li Yuan always delivered fresh meat and kept his prices fair, everything naturally fell into place. Manager Wu did let him know, however, that the restaurant would need 4 to 5 days to use up such a large supply of meat. Only then would they be ready for the next delivery. Li Yuan agreed, setting the next drop-off for 4 days later. Like this, his new business venture was officially up and running. When their transaction was finished, Li Yuan tossed a single tael of silver to Qianda and pocketed the remaining 40 taels. Before leaving, he patted Qianda on the shoulder. I'll be back at Little Ink Village in 3 days. We'll hunt at night next time. Just store any game you catch overnight and deliver it the following day. Qianda thumped his own chest and grinned broadly. Don't worry, I've traveled all over, I know exactly how to handle this. Li Yuan simply nodded in response and headed off. After he was gone, Qianda and his brothers pushed their carts toward the fork in the road. There, Qianda gave Qian Si a meaningful look. Qian Si quickly flipped his jacket, pulling up a hood to hide his face, and took off in the direction of the black market. The rest waited at the roadside. It was quite a while before Qian Si returned. He leaned in close and spoke in hushed tones, "Big brother, it's for real. Everyone knows he's Senior Li's direct disciple. They call him Young Master Li. How does he usually act? Apparently, he keeps a low profile, just sticking close to Senior Li and training. Folks say that originally, he was assigned to the central market. But on his very first day, he fell ill and went home to recover. Got sick. While he was resting, the associate who was supposed to handle the central market with him, well, that one turned up dead. They found the body in the water, bloated beyond recognition. It's not the first time this sort of thing has happened. There are rumors the Wei family might be involved." Qianda frowned slightly. His eyes flickered with a shrewd light, weighing and judging the information. Finally, he muttered, "Young Master Li, quite a figure indeed." He glanced at his brothers. "You hear that? From now on, we're sticking with Young Master Li. We do whatever tasks he gives us, and do them right." "Yes, big brother." Fifth brother. Qianda barked, "What's the most important thing when you throw in your lot with someone?" "Loyalty." Qian Wu answered. "That's right. Before you pledge yourself, it's normal to weigh your options. But once you've decided, you stay loyal. From here on, even if the King of Heaven himself shows up, we only take orders from Young Master Li, unless," Qianda paused, "he fails to hold his own." "Yes, big brother," the others chorused. Bore bow and arrow. That evening, Li Yuan lay in bed with Yan Yu, whispering sweet nothings beneath the warm covers. They had already shared a vigorous round of intimacy beforehand. Ever since she began living a life of relative comfort, eating well and dressing in fine clothes, Yan Yu, an educated woman, had blossomed into a more voluptuous and alluring beauty. The most striking thing was how she knew exactly how to captivate him. With light makeup and a silk dress that hugged her curves, she would lower herself into a teasing pose, feigning reluctance yet clearly inviting. A cool glance at the corner of her eye was enough to entice him beyond measure. Yet she never dressed so provocatively for anyone else, refusing to wear that tight, seductive silk dress as soon as they stepped outside. At this point, that silk dress lay discarded on the floor. Wearing only a newly bought half-moon undergarment, she reclined lazily in Li Yuan's arms. A slight concern crept into her voice. "Husband, the Qian family used to be bullies in our village. Are we really safe doing business with them? What's the problem?" "Well, for example," Yan Yu began, then trailed off, finally giving a quiet laugh. "Then again, you are Young Master Li, a 9th-rank martial artist. It's not like they can do anything to you." Leaning close to his wife's ear, Li Yuan boasted playfully, "I'm telling you, there's probably no 9th rank in Jamil County who could beat me in a real fight. His current explosive strength could reach 140, and even his master Senior Li was only at 145. Despite Senior Li's injuries, he still kept the black market in line. With Li Yuan's overall power peaking at 140, who else in the county could stand against him?" Yan Yu giggled. "Really? Guaranteed?" Li Yuan replied with a grin. "But don't go telling anyone else." Bore bow and arrow. The next afternoon, Li Yuan left home with a pouch full of silver, ostensibly heading toward Little Ink Village. Halfway there, he ducked into a small grove and quickly changed into a springtime cloak he'd purchased earlier, complete with a hood and a cheap mask to hide his face. Then he turned back in the direction of Silver Creek. On his way, he passed a blacksmith's shop and spent 6 taels of silver on a quality sleeve dagger. According to the smith, he'd used only his best materials. Its blade was razor sharp, on par with the weapons carried by the sect disciples. This sleeve dagger stayed concealed in its hilt, which was hollow and equipped with a spring mechanism. In normal circumstances, the blade remained hidden. When needed, you pressed a button, and the dagger sprang out, giving you a foot or so of steel to work with. It was compact and easy to stash away, ideal for surprising an enemy or simply keeping a weapon close at hand. Satisfied with his purchase, Li Yuan boarded a boat once more, heading straight for the black market. Li Yuan had already investigated which stalls sold the best demonic beast meat in the black market. He knew exactly where to go, what the surrounding neighborhood was like, the general strength of those around him, the seller temperament of the sellers, and the likelihood of getting robbed afterward. He also knew how much to buy, and how much of his own strength to reveal, so he wouldn't draw unwanted attention. He even had a plan for which route to take on his way out. Once he entered the black market, he headed straight for that familiar stall. He put on a small show, casually squeezing a silver ingot into a silver ball, an impressive trick typical of a 9th-rank martial artist. He then purchased 15 kilograms of 9th rank demonic beast meat for 20 taels of silver. Right after he finished the deal, he hurried off, took a slight detour, and by the time he arrived home, night had already fallen. Under cover of darkness, Li Yuan returned, immediately cutting off 2.5 kilograms of the meat to wash and prepare. He crouched by the stove to light the fire and spent over an hour cooking it. Demonic beast meat was notoriously tough, and it took that long for it to soften. As soon as the meat was tender, he devoured it in quick bites, set his bowl aside, and took only a brief rest before starting to cultivate his shadow blood again. Just as he expected, the process moved noticeably faster after eating demonic beast meat. He could feel the improvement coursing through him. But then came the side effects. After his training, Li Yuan felt a restless heat throughout his body. The heightened power of shadow blood stirred all sorts of distracting impulses he needed to quell. Glancing over, he noticed Yan Yu leaning on the windowsill in a seductive, hip-hugging dress. Despite it being well past midnight, she had waited up for him. He felt a rush of affection. Smiling, he asked, "When did you buy that?" "Earlier today," she replied with a playful giggle. A single, unblossomed apricot tree stood in the courtyard, yet it seemed as if springtime filled every corner. Li Yuan slipped closer, but Yan Yu reached out, pressing a finger to his forehead, pushing him away as she laughed. No coming closer. What's this all about?" Li Yuan teased, raising an eyebrow. With a mischievous smile, Yan Yu said, "I had a drink with the proprietress of the Ginger Tavern this afternoon. She taught me some interesting little tricks. I'm going to test them on you tonight." Li Yuan tried to move in again, but Yan Yu gently resisted, her voice taking on a teasing lilt. "No naughty business now." Too worked up to hold back, Li Yuan pried her hands away. She laughed, continuing to put up a mock fight. "I said no." As the night wore on, the quiet darkness around them began to pulse with warmth and excitement. JL's thoughts. "I actually had no idea what a sleeve dagger was when I first translated this chapter. It literally means dagger in sleeve, but after a little digging, I finally figured it out. After DBZ with the Kyokan blood fusion, we're going Assassin's Creed now, boys." With both his money-making plan and his demonic beast meat supply route securely established, Li Yuan no longer encountered anyone foolish enough to rob him. In part, the Chien brothers looked fierce enough to scare off most opportunists. Even pushing carts through the woods, no one dared mess with them. As for Li Yuan, his inside knowledge in the black market allowed him to buy demonic beast meat without a hint of trouble. He knew exactly where to get the best cuts, how to gauge his surroundings, and how much of his own combat power to reveal so nobody would dare target him. His routine soon settled into a comfortable rhythm. Every few days, he went hunting to earn money. By day, he either purchased demonic beast meat in the black market or trained at Senior Li's residence. By night, he strolled with Yan Yu or simply went to bed with her. It was a rather unconventional three-point routine, but it worked. Sometimes, the Ginger Tavern wouldn't buy as much game due to changes in the market. Fortunately, its proprietress was keen on maintaining a strong relationship with Li Yuan, often introducing him to other restaurants looking for reliable suppliers. Of course, the proprietress' eagerness wasn't just about Li Yuan's connection to Senior Li. It also stemmed from her friendship with Yan Yu. Yan Yu had been struggling with her return willow technique and wanted someone to chat with, so she often joined the proprietress for drinks and snacks. They hit it off, chatting freely about their lives, and gradually became close friends or besties, one might say. Bourboan Arrow. Meanwhile, news from Parasol Town about Zhou Xiaoxiu and Huang Ya did catch Li Yuan off guard, though he only heard about it from Yu Mao. According to Yu Mao, soon after arriving at Parasol Town, Zhou Xiaoxiu ended up marrying the young master of the Lion-style martial hall. The Lion-style martial hall was a respectable school. Their head, an 8th-rank martial artist, commanded a decent amount of influence in the area. There was quite a stir when the young master decided to marry Zhou Xiaoxiu, enough that the head nearly disowned his son over it. The son, however, refused to abandon Zhou Xiaoxiu. He loved her too deeply, past history notwithstanding. Evidently, they'd shared some connection before her first marriage, though only they knew the real story. Whether it was childhood sweethearts, love at first sight, or some complicated entanglement, none of that mattered now. They were together at last. As for the case of the bodies found in the lake at the black market, the Bloodblade sect officially declared the Wei family responsible. Apparently, the Wei family had planted numerous spies throughout the black market with the intention of killing Bloodblade sect members. The casualties, former associate disciples, Wen Xiaoqiao, Caize, and even some ranked disciples, were all linked back to them. Eventually, the Dark Visage Elder and Senior Li tracked down these spies and took them out, sparking a wave of Bloodblade sect retaliation against the Wei family. It helped little that, historically, the Bloodblade sect, Wei family, and Sun family were the three main powers in Jamil County. Moreover, the Bloodblade sect and Wei family had a long-standing blood feud. They'd only cooperated briefly when the Red Lotus rebels wreaked havoc. But now that the rebels had disappeared, allegedly heading north toward the Jade capital, their mutual hatred flared up once more. The floating corpse scandal merely poured fuel on the fire. Clashes between the two sides, ambushes, killings, and brawls in the wild became the new norm, escalating with each passing day. Bourboan Arrow. 3 full months had passed since Li Yuan first purchased demonic beast meat. Early one morning, he stood in the backyard of the shanty area and tossed the last chunk of the most recent batch into his mouth. Then, planting his toes firmly on the ground, he settled into a frog-like squat, silently activating the 8th rank stage of the spirit release technique to stir up his shadow blood and guide it toward the surface of his body. Suddenly, his entire frame shuddered. The surging shadow blood in his veins seemed to come alive, moving according to a unique, deliberate pattern. At his mental command, it coursed to his skin like soldiers obeying orders, suffusing his flesh with warmth. Under this nourishment, his skin visibly grew denser and tougher. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough shadow blood yet. It only formed the barest film across his body. Still, that was enough to mark the beginning of true progress. For Li Yuan, that first step was all he needed. He exhaled slowly, excitement flashing in his eyes as he glanced at the familiar display of his stat window. He had 724 stat points saved up, and in his technique list, an entry had appeared for the 8th rank spirit release technique. All right, let's max it out, he murmured. Without hesitation, he hammered the plus symbol. A torrent of memories flooded his mind. He knew in reality he had only spent 3 months refining shadow blood and eating demonic beast meat. Yet in these visions, he lived as though several years had passed. Over and over, he repeated those same 3 months, accumulating shadow blood, harnessing it through the 8th rank spirit release technique, letting it flow like a great river through every limb, until finally it coalesced beneath his skin as a genuine blood veil. When the surge of recollections subsided, Li Yuan checked his updated information. After spending 299 stat points, his 8th rank spirit release technique was maxed out at 300 points. Now, fighting barehanded, his overall combat power stood at 1930. With his sleeve dagger in hand, it instantly jumped to 69-160. Huh, that's a smaller boost than I expected. He remembered that prior to breaking through, his range had been 49-140. Surpassing an entire rank should have raised his combat ability more dramatically. Still, after a moment's thought, he understood the reason. All my skills are still 9th rank, which can't fully tap into 8th rank potential. Plus, although the sleeve dagger is decent for 9th rank, it's a bit lacking for 8th rank. He smiled wryly. It seemed he still had a long road ahead. Now that I've reached 8th rank, I should start training in the second form of Spring Autumn Blade, Spring Awakening. With that thought settled, Li Yuan drew his sleeve dagger once more, pressing the button so the blade snapped out. Gently pressing it against his forearm, he slid it across his skin. Shiik! He didn't even leave a white mark. He gradually increased the pressure until he put a moderate amount of strength into it, and only then did a faint line appear on his skin. That level of force was roughly on par with a typical person's peak effort when wielding a decent weapon, somewhere around 8-9. In other words, unless his health dropped drastically, someone at that level could no longer even break his skin. Next, Li Yuan channeled his shadow blood more deliberately. A faint flush spread beneath his skin, forming a light blood veil. This time, he tried a power of 20, which only managed to leave a very light scratch. He remembered 20 was the approximate maximum that plainclothes escort he had once encountered could achieve. Back then, he found that man's prowess startling. Now, it wouldn't even faze him. Becoming 8th rank really is a leap forward, Li Yuan mused. In high spirits, he seized his fine steel blade and began practicing Spring Awakening. Bore bow and arrow. 7 days flew by in a blink. Li Yuan continued his routine of training, occasional hunts, and daily life. One evening, just as he was putting his blade away, a sudden sense of breakthrough filled his mind. Checking his skill status window, he finally saw a new entry. New, Basic Spring Awakening, 1/10. Below that was some small red subtext. Requirements, Advanced Spring Thunder. There were also a plus button beside the skill. Li Yuan glanced at the 474 stat points he had available, then decisively began adding points to the skill. Basic Spring Awakening, 1/10, New. Intermediate Spring Awakening, 1/20th. New. Advanced, 1/40th. New. Expert, 1/80th. He kept going until he reached New. Master Spring Awakening, 1/160. Still have 324 stat points left. Li Yuan gritted his teeth and funneled 160 more stat points in, leaving him at 164. Master Spring Awakening, 160/160. A flood of images raced through his mind, an illusion of countless hours spent striving to improve. He experienced one combat session after another, bouts of inspiration in secluded cultivation, and wise mentors offering insight. Then finally he achieved a perfect unity of man and blade. It was only a few heartbeats later in the real world, yet it felt like he had lived through several years of diligent cultivation. The reason it took only a few years in that accelerated flash, rather than a decade or more, was because the progress was seamless and unbroken in his vision. He would train hard, then test in real battle, which led to new insights, which led to meeting experts, and their guidance led him toward mastery, step by step. Returning to reality, Li Yuan now stood with his blade in hand, checking his updated overall combat power 119-190. Now that Li Yuan had reached this level, he could finally attempt merging the two flows of shadow blood. Closing his eyes, he guided the separate currents toward one another, careful and deliberate. Unlike before, when they clashed like two colliding stars, this time felt more like a shooting star falling into a vast lake. The impact still unleashed tremendous force, but now his shadow blood veil protected him from the kind of explosive backlash he'd experienced before. In an instant, his face reddened, his gaze crackled with electric brilliance, and his black hair rose around him as though whipped by a fierce wind. A suffocating aura rippled out in waves, like crashing tides. The blade in his hand began to hum with a strange, bell-like resonance, carrying a chilling thirst for blood. Li Yuan silently counted the seconds. This time, the intensity was holding steady. With a single thought, he separated the two flows again, withdrawing his power. The flush left his cheeks as quickly as it had come, and his appearance returned to normal. He let out a long breath. Finally, I can maintain that state without losing control. He glanced at his hands, pondering, how much strength should I reveal now? From past observation, other 8th rank disciples in the Blood Blade sect typically peaked at around 60-80. Meanwhile, Senior Li's peak strength was around 200-210. That gave Li Yuan a general sense of his own place in the pecking order. With a small nod, he stood up. It's best if I just pass myself off as an exceptionally gifted 9th rank. If I compete too aggressively, I could die in the chaos. If I don't push hard enough, I'll never gain access to higher rank martial arts. So Li Yuan decided to keep 7 parts hidden and show only 3, all the while saving up his stat points, and, of course, his trump card of merging shadow blood flows. That should be enough. He glanced at the sky, which was still bright. Changing into a fresh set of clothes, he surveyed the ramshackle huts around him. I need to head over to Senior Li's place. There's a matter that needs sorting out. Author's note. Figuring out these power levels can be a real headache, so here's my basic logic. The protagonist's 2 streams of shadow blood are calculated separately. A weapon rated as 3 for a 9th rank fighter gets downgraded to 2 for 8th rank, and similarly, a 9th rank skill used by an 8th rank fighter sees its effectiveness adjusted downward. Despite all the recalculations and downgrades, there's one hard rule. After a breakthrough, you can't end up weaker than before. If an equation ever yields a lower figure than the pre-breakthrough level, a split-tier formula is used instead, basically adding the newly gained power at a reduced rate to the original strength, then taking whichever result is higher. In short, the system ensures that any breakthrough still results in a net gain. A long boat drifted smoothly along the gentle current, its hull cutting through the water with a soft whoosh. Beneath the canopy, a young man dressed in black robes sat quietly, blade strapped at his side. His posture was calm and composed, sleeves resting neatly at his sides, and a measured serenity showed in his gaze. Morning, young Master Li, the boatman greeted him obsequiously, dipping his head as he worked the bamboo pole to steer them forward. Hidden in his tone, however, was the faintest hint of condescension. Everyone knew Li Yuan was the direct disciple of the famed Senior Li, rumored to be chosen because of his extreme caution. On his very first day at the black market, he'd supposedly taken ill and returned home, dodging an assassination attempt by the Wei family. Meanwhile, his unfortunate partner, Wen Xiaoqiao, had not been so lucky. Word on the street was that Senior Li, feeling the weight of old age, had been eager to pass down his legacy. And so, thanks to Li Yuan's caution or perhaps just sheer luck, this young man had earned the title of Young Master Li. According to many in the Blood Blade sect, though, he was just a rather average 9th rank martial artist who preferred the bow. After some time, people got wind that, despite his status as a direct disciple, Li Yuan didn't actually possess the official tokens for either inner disciple rank or a gold residency pass. In fact, he was still living in the shabby outskirts along Silver Creek. Even outer disciples didn't usually stay there. As 1 month stretched into another, it became a running joke. Li Yuan, stuck in the slums, lacked any real authority. Further rumors alleged that he'd lost his seat in the prime residential district to a newer, more gifted arrival pushed down the pecking order. This was the same story Yu Mao had quietly told Li Yuan. But after sharing the news, Yu Mao began to distance himself. He'd befriended Li Yuan initially because he believed him to be a future inner disciple. However, when it became clear that Li Yuan couldn't even fend off the sex power plays, he became hesitant to stay close. Li Yuan was well aware of all this. Just then, a soft bump disturbed his thoughts. The boatman had guided the vessel against the shoreline, using the flow of the water to help nudge them ashore. We've arrived, the boatman announced. MHM, Li Yuan replied tersely. He rose to his feet and hopped onto land, heading toward the North Market. At once, the passers-by began greeting him. Good morning, young Master Li. Hey, young Master Li? Back in the black market again, I see. Looking well today, young Master Li, haha. Everyone called out, regardless of whether they truly knew him or not. No matter how the Blood Blade sect members might look down on Li Yuan in private, or how they might secretly scorn him, none of that stopped them from treating him politely in person. But that politeness was purely out of respect for Senior Li. Everyone knew they were only honoring him, not Li Yuan himself. As Li Yuan walked along, he kept a watchful eye on his surroundings, just as he always did. Suddenly, a clamor arose in the distance, a cacophony of wails and shouts drawing closer. A large crowd of people trailed behind a procession of ox-drawn carts. Each cart carried an iron cage draped in black cloth. Some carts returned empty, presumably heading back for another load. When a gust of wind caught the cloth, Li Yuan saw people huddled inside the cages, limbs limp and expressions numb. The boisterous crowd following behind them were potential buyers. They knew this kind of upheaval often revealed hidden stock that the merchants usually kept tucked away. If they stuck around at the right moment, they could snap up what they wanted right on the spot. Li Yuan frowned slightly and grabbed a nearby menial worker who was helping maintain order. Why are they moving everything? The man looked irritated at first, but on recognizing Li Yuan, he quickly grew respectful. The central market is gone for good. All these live goods are being shifted to the north market. It's more convenient that way, since they come in via Silver Creek's northern docks. Now, when they land, the selling point will be right there. Less hassle all around. Why shut down the central market? Li Yuan asked. I'm not sure, the menial worker admitted. They say the Wei family hid a bunch of poison and traps there. One mishap could cause major casualties, so the alley leading to the central market is completely sealed now. Li Yuan let go of the man's sleeve and hurried on toward the north market. Along the way, he passed those slow-moving ox carts, all headed in the same direction, and even through the black cloth, he could feel the despair radiating from those inside. After about the time it took to burn a stick of incense, Li Yuan reached the unnamed little pavilion where Senior Li usually stayed. As always, Senior Li lay on his rocking chair, leisurely swaying, though his injuries didn't seem much improved from 3 months earlier. He looked only marginally healthier. You're here, Senior Li greeted, his tone as calm as ever. Li Yuan went straight to the point. Master, everyone from the central market has been moved here. Senior Li simply responded, then so be it. It's better than leaving them there. Yes, but, Li Yuan hesitated. Is the central market really sealed off just because the Wei family supposedly planted poisons and hidden weapons? Silence weighed on the air. Finally, Senior Li said, the sect master came out of seclusion. That order came from him. Why, though? Li Yuan pressed. By now, he felt he had every right to ask. The situation was getting stranger by the day. Senior Li said, since you're my student, I can share the sect master's exact words with you. But if this gets out and causes upheaval in the black market, the Blood Blade sect won't let you off. You understand? Li Yuan nodded. I won't say a thing. Senior Li continued, the sect master said that we can't allow it to keep killing it. Li Yuan felt his heart lurch, goosebumps prickled all over him, as if his blood had turned half to ice. So in the end, everything pointed back to his earliest suspicions. The idea that the Wei family's spies were solely responsible was just a story for public consumption, or perhaps the Wei family truly had spies, but they were taking the blame for something larger. After all, the black market couldn't afford chaos, nor could they simply relocate it. This island in the middle of the lake had a uniquely advantageous position, funneling in goods from all around and fueling the black market's prosperity, which in turn benefited the Blood Blade sect immensely. Suppressing the chill in his veins, Li Yuan asked, Master, then how can we deal with whatever it is? Senior Li's expression grew grim. He gulped his throat slightly before he spoke again. The sect master merely said that if we keep the central market abandoned, it won't come out. As for dealing with it, he gave no further instructions. If we're sealing off that place, it likely means we can't deal with it. And that's all I'll say. Just keep your distance from the central market. Li Yuan nodded. I understand. But do we really have no idea what it is? No one knows, Senior Li replied. Think of it as a ghost, a spirit, or something else entirely. It doesn't matter. That's enough on the subject. He paused, then shifted tone. My student, keep up your training. By early spring next year, you should be ready to replace your shadow blood. I want to see you through that process before I rest easy. Li Yuan gathered the manuals he'd come to collect and was about to take his leave when Senior Li called him back. About the inner disciple residence, space is limited, so there aren't any vacancies at the moment. That's why your token hasn't been issued yet. Don't read too much into it. Li Yuan stopped in his tracks. He couldn't just brush the matter aside anymore. Master, is it because the sect thinks I'm just a bow-wielding 9th rank martial artist, nothing special? So the place I was supposed to have was snatched by someone more highly regarded. Senior Li didn't seem surprised that Li Yuan knew. He merely gave a faint smile. Are you that impatient? I suppose I am, Li Yuan admitted. If you feel wronged, then train harder. Improve your skills. There'll be opportunities later. Li Yuan took a steadying breath. Speaking of training, I've been practicing my blade lately. I've made a bit of progress and would like your assessment. Aha, so you still have some fight in you. Senior Li chuckled. Well, that's normal. Without a bit of fiery spirit, you'd never make it as a martial artist. You want to show me a move, right? Is it Spring Thunder? Let me see how far you've come. Yes, master. Li Yuan gave a respectful bow, then stepped back to reach for his blade. But Senior Li lifted a hand. Wait. Use the long-handled blade instead. Li Yuan walked over to the weapon rack and picked up a long-handled blade nearly 2 meters in length. The moment he gripped it, the blade felt perfectly balanced, almost like an extension of his own arm. In one swift motion, the young man tightened his grip on the hilt. For an instant, time seemed to freeze. The long blade, secured in his iron-like grasp, let out a low, resonant hum that echoed through the air, a sound like a distant bell, murmuring its own mystic tune. Senior Li abruptly opened his eyes, gaze riveted. Resonance. In the next heartbeat, Li Yuan swung the blade with a force that tore the air, the ferocious arc of the slash howling endlessly. Like snow flung in a storm, the flash of steel descended from the heavens, aimed at the ground. Before it could land, clouds of dust kicked up, swirling into a rolling haze. But the blade never struck earth. Li Yuan's fingers held the hilt fast. The savage downward swing cleaved only empty space, but the air exploded in a deafening boom like thunder on a clear day roaring through the unnamed pavilion. The shockwave rippled in every direction, pushing the dust back in a violent surge. People nearby, laborers loading goods and passers-by alike, stopped and stared. A long blade really does feel best, Li Yuan remarked with satisfaction. Pulling back the blade, he bowed respectfully toward Senior Li. Master, what do you think of this strike? Senior Li needed a few beats before he found his voice. Spring thunder giving rise to Buddha's resonance, spring awakening sparking a dragon's roar, leaping abyss stirring a ghostly wail, that's a sign you've nearly perfected the form. Such mastery can only be reached through genuine insight. This spring thunder of yours, you actually drew out the resonance. Li Yuan lowered his head. Your student has not betrayed your faith in him. Through good fortune, I managed to grasp this slash. Senior Li's breathing grew unsteady. His eyes shone with excitement as he locked onto the young man before him. Good, very good. Excellent, he said repeatedly, then broke into a hearty laugh. That old fool Wu might have a genius disciple, but does that mean I, Li Yu, can't have one too? He calmed himself enough to continue. I'd been willing to step back for the time being over something as small as a single residence. Whether it came a few months earlier or later didn't matter. But if you managed this level of mastery in just over 3 months, then that room is yours by right. You must understand, caution and modesty are virtues. But that doesn't mean we must swallow every insult. Li Yuan, if I arrange a duel with one of your fellow disciples, do you dare accept? Li Yuan glanced inwardly at the numbers he had in his mind 119-190. Then he glanced at Senior Li's combat power of 140-145. In an even tone, he replied, I don't seek conflict. But if someone snatches what's rightfully mine, and in doing so embarrasses my teacher, I won't stand idle. He closed his eyes briefly and placed his fists together in a formal salute. I won't disappoint you, Master. JL's thoughts. While you all were talking smack, I put stat points into the blade. Rumors had begun to spread through every street and alley in Silver Creek. 2 disciples of the Blood Blade sect's top enforcers were set to face off on the stage in front of Moon Creek Heights. One enforcer was Senior Li, who oversaw the black market, and the other was Senior Wu, who ran the public market. Both wielded considerable influence, and neither was seen as weaker than the other. As soon as the dueling platform went up, word got out about why this fight was happening in the first place. So that's why Li Yuan has been following Senior Li for over 3 months but still hasn't received his inner disciple token. It was snatched away by someone else. You only just found out? I've known for a while. Li Yuan's no fool. He waited more than a month for a chance to challenge this person. But isn't he being a bit reckless? Li Yuan's a 9th rank archer, while Senior Wu's disciple uses a blade. That's a tough match. Ah, you mean Zhao Zima, the blade prodigy from the Everblue Martial Hall in Violet Haven, right? His father's 9th rank, and he himself reached the 9th rank as well. He joined the Blood Blade sect at the same time as Li Yuan, but Zhao Zima immediately became an outer disciple, while Li Yuan stayed as an associate. Later, Senior Wu picked Zhao Zima, and Senior Li picked Li Yuan. But here's the issue. There's only one inner disciple residence available, and there are 2 of them competing for it. Normally you'd never say them bump into each other, but now that both have appeared at once, a duel was bound to happen. Still, I don't like Li Yuan's odds. He had to switch up his entire cultivation technique because he started off on the wrong track, whereas Zhao Zima's training lines up nicely with the Blood Blade sect's style, not to mention he's learned proper moves at a real martial school. And let's be honest, on a stage, a longbow is hard to manage. If you miss that first shot, you probably won't get another chance. Add it all up, and I'd say Li Yuan's being impulsive. Bore bow and arrow. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Scent Pavilion, Madame Yuan had just come out of a guest room when she overheard a few people chatting. Curiosity got the better of her, and she drifted over to listen. A duel? Li Yuan versus Zhao Zima. Li Yuan, Madame Yuan suddenly recalled that chatty young man who'd spent a whole evening talking with her. She giggled, and one of the other women teased her. Hey, Madame Yuan, didn't Li Yuan come looking for you before? That was ages ago, she replied, waving a scented handkerchief. He was new in town back then. Don't start any rumors. Another woman called out, let's go watch. Watch? We can't just walk away from work. Still, Madame Yuan couldn't help but ask, so, who do you think will win? The Heavenly Scent Pavilion was like a little gossip hub in its own right, with the women there hearing all sorts of news from all sorts of guests. One of them piped up immediately, of course Senior Wu's disciple is going to win. After all, Senior Wu controlled the local entertainment scene, including the brothels. Naturally, the women of the Heavenly Scent Pavilion would root for Zhao Zima, bore bow and arrow. Meanwhile, over in the black market, the regular laborers and traders didn't have much choice either. Most sided with Li Yuan, as he essentially stood for the black market's reputation. Had they not witnessed the slash he unleashed at the nameless pavilion, they would have assumed he was sure to lose. But now that they'd seen him in action, they had a sense this duel might be something special. Many went ahead and booked seats at Moon Creek Heights early, eager to watch the showdown when the time came. Bore bow and arrow. Within the Blood Blade sect, a routine weekly meeting was underway that morning. Sunlight filtered through the grand buildings of the sect, illuminating the central hall in a towering complex. In the main hall, seated at a secondary position was a pale, handsome middle-aged man with a somewhat delicate air. This was none other than Yu Kaijin, the deputy sect master of the Blood Blade sect. At the center, presiding over the gathering, was a brawny, bearded man Tai She, the sect master himself. He tilted his head slightly, propping his chin on one hand. His half-lidded eyes, reminiscent of a sick tiger, scanned the people assembled below him. A commanding aura radiated from his very presence. The youngsters seem full of fight lately. We haven't had a duel on our stage for a while. What's the story? Taisha's question revealed he didn't know much of the details. Indeed, in the Blood Blade sect, duels between fellow disciples were fairly uncommon. Once he finished speaking, a refined-looking middle-aged man with long, slender hands rose and bowed. Reporting, Sect Master, it started because Senior Lee didn't want to see my disciple's smooth path to promotion, so he provoked his own disciple to challenge mine. Oh, is that the real story? This man was Wu Lian, known as Senior Wu, and he proceeded to explain the situation, though rather slanted in his favor. He could get away with it because Senior Lee was often stuck overseeing the black market and couldn't attend the morning meeting in person. Taisha, however, was no fool. After hearing Wu Lian out, he simply declared, "Let them fight. Whoever wins gets priority for inner disciple status." Then he turned to Yukaijin. "Deputy Sect Master Yu, any objections?" Yukaijin shook his head calmly. "The Sect Master's decision stands. I have no objections." Taisha scratched the inside of his nose with a finger and flicked away whatever he found, then asked, "So, who do you think will win?" Avoiding the sight of the Sect Master's uncouth gesture, Yukaijin answered matter-of-factly, "From what everyone says, Zhao Zimo is an exceptionally gifted young man. He trained in martial arts from the Everblue Martial Hall that aligns with our Blood Blade sects, and even more so with Senior Wu's style. That's why Senior Wu chose him as a direct disciple. As for Li Yuan, he comes from Little Ink Village and only reached the 9th rank with a bout, though I hear he's recently taken up the blade. Apparently, he's been at it for 3 or so months and feels ready to test himself." Oh, Taisha narrowed his gaze. "So from the sound of it, you figure Zhao Zimo has this in the bag." Everyone in the sect knew there was no love lost between Taisha and Yukaijin. With tension mounting, the elders and enforcers kept quiet. Yukaijin lifted his gaze to the bristly-bearded sect master, his tone cool. "That's right," he said. Then, touching his clean-shaven chin, a faint smile played at his lips. "Sect Master, you don't really believe Li Yuan can win, do you?" "I do." Taisha's eyes flared wide as he towered over Yukaijin, pausing pointedly between each word. "I believe he will win." Yukaijin narrowed his eyes, his stare sharp as a drawn blade. "Then, shall we make a wager?" "Sure." Loser downs 3 cups of wine in front of everyone. Taisha laid down the terms in a single breath. Yukaijin merely chuckled. 3 public cups were embarrassing enough. Done. Taisha turned his attention to Wu Lian. "When's this duel taking place?" Wu Lian stepped forward. "Sect Master, in 3 days. Push it to 7. Spread the news. Let the whole of Jamil County know that 2 of our Blood Blade sect's rising talents will face off at Moon Creek Heights. Tell them about the bet between me and Deputy Sect Master Yu. We'll all go watch," Taisha ordered. He then threw a mocking glance Yukaijin's way. Yukaijin closed his eyes and inclined his head, his face clouded over. Bore bow and arrow. After the meeting, Taisha stood alone by the window, chin slightly raised as though waiting. Before long, an old man with snowy hair but a youthful complexion stepped over the threshold. "Sect Master." Taisha turned. "Old Ding. I've brought you out of retirement because I need you to handle something for me." "No need for formality," the old man said with a gentle smile. "You provide me with a peaceful retirement, I'm only returning the favor by getting rid of a little trouble for you." A cold glint flickered in Taisha's eyes as he leaned closer and spoke in a hushed tone. Afterwards, the old man nodded. "I've long known you had greater ambitions. You've been gathering strength in secret, waiting for the right moment. Now's your chance to act swiftly and decisively. Catch them off guard, and unify Jamil County in one stroke." Just then, footsteps approached from the distance 5 figures, each with a distinct build. The one in the center even looked a bit like Taisha. "Greetings, Sect Master," they said in unison, before turning to the old man. "Greetings, Old Ding." Taisha laughed. "Perfect, you're all here. Let's talk about how to handle things once these 7 days are up. If we're going to do this, we do it right. And if we're killing," he gave a grim chuckle, "we don't leave a single one alive." "Ha, JL's thoughts. You know, in hindsight, I should have named this novel An Eternal Life Begins with Hunting instead. But I wasn't really thinking much about the name at the time, nor was I really thinking much about it until recently either. Oh well, too late now. No use crying over spilled milk. Maybe I can request a name change in the ebook or something. And no, this isn't an okay signal to suggest titles like An Eternal Life Begins with, Segs, Dual Cultivating, or Training in Bed. The night was as serene as water, no longer cold. It was the 5th month, and spring was in full bloom. Yenyu clung to her husband's arm as they strolled aimlessly along the streets of Silver Creek. The bustling market was alive with the scent of smoke and fire, the rich aromas of meat and wine wafting through the air in waves of white mist. Everywhere they looked, open-air food stalls lined the streets, mostly selling noodles, dumplings, and soaked flatbreads. The air was filled with the lively calls of vendor. "Boji water powder, don't miss it as you pass by. Fine brocade, the latest patterns from the Jade Capital, come take a look. Fatty Wong's new specialty, fruitwood smoked roast goose, paired with a small jar of rice wine guaranteed to satisfy and delight." Yenyu giggled. "It's so lively here, not like our Little Ink Village, where everyone closes their doors as soon as it gets dark." Li Yuan affectionately ruffled her hair. "What would you like to eat? Or should we get you a new dress? It's getting warmer, and you'll need a lighter skirt." Yenyu smiled. I'll treat you to a drink, a new cherry beverage. You'll never guess where we're going. All right, I'll wait for your surprise, Li Yuan replied with a grin. Soon, they arrived at an elegant pavilion. A sign above the entrance read Full Moon Tea House. Inside, young girls gracefully maneuvered through the room, balancing tea trays as if dancing, serving the guests. At the front desk stood a strikingly beautiful girl who clearly recognized Yan Yu. Her eyes lit up when she saw her, and she called out, "Yan Yu, the proprietress is waiting for you upstairs." Yan Yu acknowledged her with a smile and led Li Yuan upstairs. In the private room, a tall, elegant woman with long legs, dressed in a snow-white outer robe and a crimson underdress, was delicately arranging tea bowls. She rose gracefully and greeted them with a bow, which Li Yuan returned. This woman was the proprietress of the Ginger Tavern, an old acquaintance. It was unusual for women to venture out alone at night, but widows were an exception, and the proprietress of the Ginger Tavern was indeed a widow. "Big sis," Yan Yu called out, running over to link arms with the proprietress. Yan Yu was petite and delicate, while the proprietress was tall and statuesque. If one were to compare them to flowers, they were two distinct blossoms. The proprietress glanced at Li Yuan with a smile. "Oh, I wouldn't dare." Li Yuan waved it off. "You two go ahead." Yan Yu returned to Li Yuan's side, pulling him down to sit. The proprietress prepared 3 drinks and called for some fruit and preserves to be served. The window was open, and the moonlight streamed in, casting a serene glow over the night, as if the stars had melted into the water below. Li Yuan took a sip of his drink and chuckled. "You said you'd surprise me, and this drink is indeed a surprise." Yan Yu grinned. "That's not all. This full moon tea house, Big Sis and I opened it together." Li Yuan was taken aback. The proprietress smiled. "Young Master Li, you're quite the figure. It's easier to rest under the shade of a great tree, and I simply wanted to run my business peacefully under your protection. Besides, Yan Yu and I get along so well. We're always chatting and laughing. So, we decided to open this place together. We split the profits equally." Li Yuan smiled. "Where are you from, madam?" "I'm from Beam Dragon Mountain. After sea raiders attacked, I fled here with my husband. He was frail and passed away not long after, leaving me with some money and loyal servants. So, I opened a tavern. Here, I've been paying my dues to Senior Wu, and I'll continue to do so. If someone new takes over, I'll pay them instead. But as for personal connections, I've never had any with Senior Wu, nor do I expect to with any new officials. I'm a woman, and I know what it takes to build such relationships, but that's not something I want." The proprietress lowered her lashes and smiled self-deprecatingly. "I may appear somewhat successful, but in the end, I'm just a lone woman. The bitterness in my heart, it's hard to endure. Who could ever understand?" She seemed lost in some memory. "Coincidentally, I happened to know young Master Li before he made his way up in the world. Plus, I've really hit it off with little sister Yan Yu here, so I figured I'd place my bets on you." Propping a hand under her chin, she tipped her head back. "They say you're only 18 this year, while I'm already 23. If you end up wanting me, I wouldn't really be on the losing end, now would I?" She shot a glance at Yan Yu, and the two women burst into laughter. They were clearly very close. This wasn't the first time they'd joked about such things, and it didn't bother them in the slightest. Li Yuan let out a sigh. "But soon I'll be dueling Zhao Zimu at the ring near Moon Creek Heights. He's the blade prodigy from the Everblue Martial Hall. I've only learned the blade for barely 3 months, and I'm really an archer at heart." The proprietress nodded gently. "If I don't stay by your side through your hardships, how could I share in the good times?" Yan Yu pouted. "Big sis, are you that sure my husband will lose?" "It's not that I'm sure," the proprietress replied. "Everyone else seems certain of it. That's exactly why I'm making my position clear now, to show how serious I am." In other words, she was investing in him when his prospects were at their lowest, fully aware of the risks, but also proving her sincerity by doing so. Bore bow and arrow. Later that day, Li Yuan was back home, lying in bed with Yan Yu in his arms, whispering in each other's ears. "Husband, see how I didn't even tell Big Sis how strong you really are? Hey, am I not a good, dutiful wife? In that case, let's keep the reward coming." "Ah, stop it, you rascal. We can't. Laughter echoed from under the thin covers. Outside the window, the apricot blossoms had already bloomed and fallen, but the peonies, irises, and lilacs that Yan Yu had planted were now in full, vibrant flower. Bore bow and arrow. 7 days later. By the time morning arrived at Moon Creek Heights, the place was already packed. A gently flowing stream by the building caught the sunlight, shimmering like waves of gold. Thanks to the proprietress's connections, Yan Yu managed to get a decent spot on the 3rd floor, though off to one side. It still gave a clear view of the duel. For her, it would be the first time watching her man fight. But the stage was still empty. The proprietress, seated beside her, pushed over some melon seeds and a couple of drinks, and the two of them chatted away as they snacked. 2 sturdy guards, armed with blades, stood behind them, her personal bodyguards. Silver Creek's public security was generally good, especially at an event this large and with such distinguished figures in attendance. The proprietress gave a quick glance at the special seating area on the high platform across from Moon Creek Heights. There, seated in the center, was the real local overlord of Silver Creek, Parasol Town, and Violet Haven, Taisha, sect master of the Bloodblade sect. With Taisha there, what could possibly happen? Of course, the proprietress still brought bodyguards because of the sheer size of the crowd. Better safe than sorry. On the ring itself, a man with sharp brows and a clear gaze was already seated, legs crossed. A gentle breeze blew at his sideburns, highlighting his handsome features. A long blade rested across his knees. Though still sheathed, it radiated unmistakable intent. This man was Zhao Zimu. Cracking open a melon seed, the proprietress asked softly, "So, Zhao Zimu's here already. Where's Li Yuan?" Yan Yu cupped a hand around her mouth and whispered back, "I have no idea." Down below, the crowd started buzzing. Some voices mockingly called out, "Maybe he chickened out. He knows he's doomed to lose, so he bailed." Yan Yu huffed. "As if my man would run away from a match like this." The proprietress answered in a low voice, "They're not really that stupid. They're just kissing up to Zhao Zimu." "Hey, so who's better looking, Zhao Zimu or Li Yuan?" Yan Yu put her hands on her hips with a proud smile. "Obviously my husband is way more handsome. Don't even need to ask." They were still in the middle of their friendly banter when a stir rose in the distance. The crowd parted, forming a path for a youth dragging a long blade behind him, the blade scraping the ground with a grating clang. It was Li Yuan. He stopped at the edge of the ring, then vaulted effortlessly onto it. He glanced at the floating numerals around Zhao Zimu, an odd read of 3840, and clasped his hands in greeting. "Apologies for being late." "It's fine," Zhao Zimu replied calmly. "You came from afar and must be tired, while I've been resting here, so I'm at full strength. You want a moment to catch your breath?" Li Yuan nodded. "Good point. All right, I'll rest for a bit, then." Zhao Zimu fell speechless. The audience was equally dumbfounded. A short while later, Li Yuan gripped his blade, and Zhao Zimu drew his own. In a flash, both fighters lunged, clashing at close range. Steel rang out again and again, each collision reverberating like thunder, each strike heavy with power. The watching crowd could barely keep track of their movements before a deafening crash forced them apart. They now stood several steps away, eyeing each other warily. Zhao Zimu spoke first. "You're not bad at all. Just 3 months training with the blade, and you've already got real skill. Especially since you're from a remote place like Little Ink Village, that's impressive. I acknowledge your talent. But it's too soon for you to be fighting me. After this, I won't hold back." Li Yuan, breathing hard, bowed slightly. "I look forward to learning from you." Then, letting out a loud shout, he charged once more, and the two exchanged another 100 fierce blows. In the final moment, Zhao Zimu made a crucial misstep. Li Yuan brought the back of his blade crashing against Zhao Zimu's back, knocking him off balance and sending him tumbling right off the stage. Stunned, Zhao Zimu tried to stab his blade into the ground and use it to rebound upward, anything to get back in the ring. After all, once you hit the ground below, it was over. But Li Yuan was a hair faster, swinging his blade overhead to pin Zhao Zimu down, making it impossible for him to leap back. Crash! Zhao Zimu hit the dirt hard and rolled a couple of times. As he stared up, bitterness crept across his face. On stage, Li Yuan clasped his hands politely and, still breathing raggedly, said, "You were an incredible opponent. Victory is mine, but just barely." Zhao Zimu, unable to stay angry at such courtesy, returned the bow. "Yes, you've won. I admit my defeat." But a bitter frustration gnawed at him. He'd been so close to victory. If only I hadn't let him rest. If only his blade hadn't been longer. Damn it all. Damn it. JL's thoughts. He won? Li Yuan actually won. The proprietress beamed with delight, trembling with excitement as she gripped Yan Yu's hand. Her eyes glistened like shimmering pools as she gazed at the victorious youth on the stage. She'd chosen to back Li Yuan when his prospects looked bleak, hoping for a future protector. And now, she wouldn't have to wait long at all. Li Yuan was about to move into the heart of Silver Creek and become a true inner disciple, a higher status that would grant him far greater influence. He won, he really won, she murmured, overjoyed. Down below, the crowd from the black market cheered and applauded. "Nice one. Well done, young Master Li. You see that? Senior Li's disciple is something else. I told you he'd pull it off, but you wouldn't believe me." Meanwhile, those from the taverns and brothels, who were keen to save face for Senior Wu, kept silent. Still, this was a satisfying outcome. The duel had been settled amicably, without any real bad blood on display. Bore bow and arrow. "Ah, the younger generation is truly formidable," the dark-visaged elder remarked from the VIP seats by the stage. Wu Lian, who had hoped his disciple Zhao Zimu would win, looked decidedly unhappy. Deputy Sect Master Yu Keijin's expression was equally sour, but he said nothing at first. Instead, he eyed the sect master, Tai Sha seated in the middle, and admitted quietly, "I've lost?" At that, Yu Keijin suddenly frowned, his eyes sharp and watchful as he stared intently at Tai Sha, or whoever was pretending to be him. Yu Keijin knew Tai Sha well. The man sitting there felt off. A suspicion began to take root in his mind. The impostor made no effort to hide it. He smiled and said, "You might have lost the bet, but the sect as a whole has won big." Those words nearly blew Yu Keijin out of his seat. The dark-visaged elder, Wu Lian, and the others all turned serious. Only then did they notice many elders and top disciples weren't here at all. Yu Keijin fixed his gaze on Tai Sha. "Who are you?" The impostor scooted closer and pulled a sealed letter from his robes, handing it to Yu Keijin. Frowning, he tore it open. The first line read, "Old Yu, we're from the same sect. Don't hold a grudge. Sure, be angry, but don't let it get in the way. I'll punish myself with 3 cups of wine once this is over." Yu Keijin immediately recognized Tai Sha's handwriting and tone. Reading on, his face fell, but soon a spark of excitement flickered across it. As much as he hated to admit it, he finally grasped Taisha's plan. Taisha had made a big show of this duel at Moon Creek Heights. He'd also hyped up his rivalry and public wager with Yukaijin, knowing full well the Wei and Sun families would be watching closely. Meanwhile, he had pretended to be in seclusion while secretly gathering forces. This duel was a perfect distraction. Everyone believed Taisha was here, so no one suspected a sudden strike on the Wei family estate. Add to that the assistance of Old Ding, a retired master who'd been hidden away by Taisha. Hardly anyone outside the Blood-Blade sect's upper ranks even knew Old Ding existed. Taisha's letter asked Yukaijin to guard Silver Creek and maintain order. The Wei family was no small force, so there'd surely be retaliation and chaos. Taisha would lead the elite strike force to decapitate the Wei family's leadership, leaving Yukaijin to handle defense. In its own way, that showed a certain level of trust. Holding the letter, Yukaijin felt deeply aggrieved. He couldn't help recalling Taisha's uncouth habit of picking his nose in public. Yet if the Blood-Blade sect truly destroyed their longtime enemies, they'd seize the Wei family's domain, which meant a bigger pie for everyone. Yukaijin himself stood to gain from that. And at this point, there was no turning back. Boom! All at once, Yukaijin slammed his hand on the armrest beside him, then passed the letter to Wu Lian, the dark visage elder, and several others. Their expressions grew grim as they read. Yukaijin barked, "Everyone, return to your posts and keep a tight grip on your territory. The Wei family surely has spies. Don't let them stir up trouble. I'll lead a team to guard the gates." He began issuing commands in rapid succession. Old Lu, rush to the black market and inform Li Yu about what's happening here. Let him be on guard. Old Wang, monkey, iron sword. Though he and Taisha normally butted heads, Yukaijin was still the deputy sect master. Under pressure, he showed the poise of a seasoned general, dispatching everyone in an orderly manner. Just as Yukaijin stood to leave, a thunderous blast ripped through the air. Far off in the distance, flames leapt skyward, dyeing a patch of the sky blood red. The wind kicked up in the streets and alleyways, swirling dust and debris. Yukaijin's brows knitted together. A demonic beast, he growled. Yukaijin didn't need to think twice to guess that the Wei family, in a desperate bid for revenge, had unleashed the demonic beasts they'd kept in captivity. They've gone mad, really lost their minds, he muttered, quickly directing his people to defend the ward entrance. Around Moon Creek Heights, the crowd had no idea what was happening. All they saw were the high-ranking members of the Blood-Blade sect leaping to their feet and dispersing in every direction, as if mobilizing troops. The explosion in the distance and the crimson glow in the sky rattled onlookers, sparking a creeping sense of panic. People began to flee, prompting others to follow suit, and order swiftly collapsed. Though the Blood-Blade sect's men tried to maintain control, their reassurances did little to stem the rising tide of fear. Bow and arrow. From the dueling platform, Li Yuan had already noticed something unusual in the VIP area. Jumping off the stage, he dashed upstairs to the third floor of Moon Creek Heights, grabbed Yen Yu's hand, and said urgently, "We're going home now." By this time, the crowd was swirling in chaos. Li Yuan, Yen Yu, the proprietress, and her two bodyguards managed to make it downstairs ahead of the worst of it. Looking back, they saw the stairwell jammed with terrified people. "What's going on, husband? Let's just get home," Li Yuan said tersely. Out on the street, piercing screams rang out from somewhere in the distance, shouts of murder, and "There's a killer in the crowd." Li Yuan didn't pause to check. He pulled Yen Yu away, carefully avoiding the swelling masses. A quick survey told him the main road was already blocked by a panicked crowd. So he veered off onto a side path leading away from town, heading into a quieter, more remote area. The proprietress stopped one of her bodyguards from going to investigate and hurried after Li Yuan, lifting the hem of her skirt to keep pace. "Young Master Li, this doesn't lead home," one bodyguard muttered. "If we stick to the main road, we'll end up trampled or get a blade in the back," Li Yuan replied. "But, isn't this Silver Creek? How could everything go to pieces like this? Maybe we should hole up in the tavern," the other bodyguard ventured. "Shut it," the proprietress snapped, shutting the bodyguard down on the spot. Far off, they heard crashing, along with screams of terror. When Li Yuan glanced back, he saw a house in flames, beginning to collapse. Whatever was happening in town, it wasn't good. They made their way into a small forest that separated Silver Creek from Little Ink Village, green and lush with spring growth. Li Yuan climbed a tall tree, carrying Yen Yu on his back. He set her on a wide, sturdy branch before the proprietress, breathless from running, called out, "Can you lift me up, too?" He cast her a quick look. Even now she was tall and shapely, face flushed beneath lightly applied makeup, her thin spring clothes damp with perspiration and clinging to her figure. Still, mindful that she was both his wife's friend and a sort of business partner, he hoisted her up without another word. He settled her beside Yen Yu, then found his own spot on a branch, scanning the distance. The two bodyguards climbed the tree on their own. Together, the five of them waited in tense silence. Bow and arrow. Time crept toward midday when a grumbling stomach, nobody could tell whose, broke the quiet. The proprietress fished out a small makeup compact. Yen Yu produced a little pouch of fruit, just 4 pieces altogether. She kept one, handed another to the proprietress, and passed the remaining 2 to Li Yuan. All the while, shouts and intermittent flashes of fire pulsed from the direction of Silver Creek. Stragglers occasionally appeared, slipping through the woods as they fled. Night eventually fell. By the time it was close to the second watch, the forest had grown eerily still. Li Yuan finally led them down from the tree and motioned to the bodyguards. Together they headed toward Little Ink Village until they reached the Qian family residence. There were enough rooms there that offering space to 5 extra people was no trouble at all. Li Yuan and Yan Yu took one room, the proprietress another, the 2 bodyguards shared a third. After a much-needed meal, they all retired for the night. Li Yuan spent 2 full days in Little Ink Village. On the third day, he finally pieced together what had happened in Silver Creek. On the very day Li Yuan faced Zhao Zimu in their duel, the Blood Blade sect launched a surprise attack on the main Wei family estate. The Wei family head himself was a 7th-rank martial artist. Although he resisted fiercely, he was ultimately beheaded. Once the Wei family understood what was happening, their counterattack proved vicious. In a fit of desperation, they unleashed 2 7th-rank demonic beasts, a pair of flame-blaze leopards they had kept captive, 1 male and 1 female. Originally, the Wei family had intended to breed and tame the demonic beasts, but now they'd thrown caution to the wind, setting them loose in a suicidal attack. Meanwhile, Wei family spies scattered throughout the 3 townships under the Blood Blade sect's control also sprang into action, sowing chaos. But at last, the dust began to settle. The Blood Blade sect lured the 2 demonic beasts outside the county and let them loose in the wilderness, while systematically rooting out each spy. Order was gradually restored to Silver Creek. Having learned what happened, Li Yuan decided it was time to return. The most dangerous days had passed, and as a disciple of the Blood Blade sect, he ought to show his face. Together with Yan Yu, the proprietress, and her 2 bodyguards, Li Yuan said farewell to the Qian brothers at daybreak and rushed back to Silver Creek. Armed with his longbow over his shoulder and a long blade in hand, Li Yuan led Yan Yu straight toward their old neighborhood of rickety shacks. The mood there was grim. People wandered about, faces pale and downcast. Blackened ruins marked places where houses once stood, and on open ground, one could glimpse bodies lying under thin mats of straw, sad evidence of the many casualties. Yan Yu clung anxiously to Li Yuan's arm. "I hope Auntie Wang's all right," she murmured, trembling at the sight of so much destruction. Li Yuan nodded somberly. She should be fine if she stayed inside her house. Before long, they arrived at their own front door. Li Yuan was just about to push it open when a sudden sense of danger prickled at the back of his neck. In a lightning move, he yanked Yan Yu to the side. Thwack! An arrow thudded into the spot where they had just been standing, sinking deep into the wood. The force behind that shot was terrifying. If Li Yuan had been a moment slower, he would have taken it right in the chest. He stared at the arrow, heart pounding. Someone was trying to kill him and Yan Yu was right next to him. If he died, her fate would be unimaginable. A surge of tension, anger, and fear seized him. But he clamped down on his emotions, whipping his head around for a glimpse of the attacker. He saw no one. "Don't panic. Let's go." Forcing himself to stay calm, he grabbed the near-paralyzed Yan Yu and dashed away from the house. Before the 2 reached the end of the alley, a figure stepped out in front of them. Floating above his head was the faint number 3940. Arms folded, the man wore a smug, mocking expression, as though he had everything under control. He opened his mouth, likely to say something, but never got the chance. Li Yuan's heart hammered in his chest. Without a word, he drew upon his shadow blood, fusing its power with another blood-based energy, and in an instant, his face went crimson as though aflame. His dark hair whipped around wildly, and the long blade in his hand hummed ominously. Letting go of Yan Yu's arm, he gripped the blade's hilt with both hands. A fierce, thunderous slash tore through the air, crackling as it descended with terrible force. The man froze, never expecting such a merciless, wordless strike. He reacted quickly enough to draw his sword in defense, but Li Yuan's blade fell too fast, too hard. Clang! The man's sword went spinning away. Slash! The blade cut all the way through his body. He stood there, paralyzed in disbelief, until a horrifying red line split his face like a centipede of blood. Then, he fell apart in 2. Yan Yu screamed and hastily covered her mouth, but there was no time for more than that. Footsteps sounded behind them. Li Yuan nudged Yan Yu into a small recess off to the side, then rushed toward the source of the noise, every muscle braced. His stealth technique was exceptional. In the cramped alley, he slipped along in near silence. Around the corner, another man, sword in hand, crept forward with a cruel sneer. It was clear he intended to trap Li Yuan from behind. He hadn't even stepped fully into view when Li Yuan, face still burning red, hair flying, flashed into sight. Again, Li Yuan swung without a shred of hesitation, his blade splitting the air with lightning speed. Thunder roared in Li Yuan's ears, and the blade's cold sheen raked across his target. The ambusher instinctively raised his sword, but it was blasted aside like straw under a hammer. Li Yuan twisted his wrist, turning the downward slash into a lethal spin. In the space of a breath, another head went flying. Blood sprayed in a crimson arc, drenching the dirt road as the severed head rolled away, wide-eyed in terror. 2 kills in the blink of an eye, and silence descended. Li Yuan's chest heaved, but an unexpected calm settled over him, like a taut bowstring finally released. He'd had his warm-up. If there were more enemies, he was ready. There had to be at least one more, the archer who had fired that first shot. His heart pounded. He honed his senses on any sound or movement, every nerve afire with vigilance. Seconds ticked by. Suddenly he caught a faint tap, perhaps a roof tile shifting. Boom! Li Yuan shot forward like a startled lion. Above him, footsteps clattered urgently across the tiles, someone trying to flee. In a flash, he sprang up, ricocheting off the narrow walls of the alley, and landed on a rooftop. Far ahead, he spotted a figure with the faint number 78 hovering above him. Huh. Li Yuan blinked in confusion, but before he could think more, whoosh! Another arrow sped right at him. Li Yuan slid aside, dodging it easily, then sprang forward in 3 quick strides. As he closed in, he raised his blade for yet another punishing blow. The archer tried to knock a second arrow, but never got the chance. One more slash, one more head rolling to the ground. Li Yuan didn't waste time rummaging through pockets just yet. He dashed back to the alley, dropping down to check on Yanyu. She was still there, shaking all over but otherwise unhurt. He exhaled in relief. She was cold to the touch, almost in shock. When Li Yuan wrapped his arms around her and whispered it's all right, she slumped into him like a rag doll. He stood with her, pressed into a small corner of the alley, long blade in one hand, the blade stained deep red. Drops of blood trickled off the steel edge, leaving vivid crimson streaks. They waited about the time it took to burn 1 stick of incense. No one appeared to claim the bodies strewn at either end of the alley. Finally, Li Yuan tightened his embrace around Yanyu's waist and murmured near her ear, "Stay here. I need to have a look around." "Be careful," her voice wavered close to tears. She could see the gory remains and felt a surge of nausea, but also a flicker of reassurance. Silver Creek might be dangerous, but apparently her man was even more dangerous. Feeling Li Yuan's deadly aura was, in its own way, a relief. Li Yuan moved carefully, crouched low, sweeping the surrounding area to confirm there were no more assailants. Then he doubled back to the bodies to search them. There was no need for a second strike. One was headless, the other cleaved clean through. Heart still thudding, Li Yuan discovered only a few coins, some odd ointments, and 2 worn tokens engraved with the Wei character. No secret manuals, just enough for him to mutter, "Cheap bastards," under his breath. He then jumped onto his rooftop for a quick look. Hearing and seeing nothing out of place, he dropped into his courtyard. If someone had been lying in wait inside, they wouldn't have needed to post assassins in the alley. Even so, he proceeded cautiously. The house was a shambles. He called out, "Auntie Wang? Niu Niu? Xiaosheng?" But only echoes replied. No sign of bodies or blood, which was both a relief and a worry. Damn the Wei family, their estate is destroyed, and yet they still send assassins after me? Are they out of their minds? Li Yuan clenched his fists in fury and rummaged quickly through the wreckage of his home. He managed to find 2 hooded cloaks for spring weather and a hidden sleeve dagger he'd bought previously. He draped one cloak over his shoulders, pulling the hood low, and handed the other to Yanyu. Then he passed her the sleeve dagger. "For protection," he said simply. Yanyu nodded, gratefully accepting it. "Let's go to the Ginger Tavern. The proprietress will have people around, more bodyguards. It'll be safer." "Whatever you think best," she agreed in a trembling voice. JL's thoughts. Footage of Wei assassins taken moments before disaster. Before long, the Ginger Tavern was visited by 2 cloaked figures. Yet the door and windows remained firmly shut, as if the establishment had already closed for the night. Through a narrow gap, however, someone could be seen peering outside. Li Yuan pulled his hood back slightly and called out for the proprietress. Recognizing him immediately, someone inside quickly cracked the door open just enough and quietly beckoned, "Come in, come in." Leading Yanyu inside, Li Yuan found the main hall already teeming with people, men and women alike, clutching makeshift weapons and nervously watching the entrance. Among them were the restaurant's bodyguards, staff, and even tea girls from Full Moon Tea House. "Auntie Wang? Xiaosheng? Niu Niu?" Li Yuan called, spotting a small family huddled in a corner. Relief washed over his face. He had been worried about them and never expected to see them here. "Master, Madam." Auntie Wang hurried over with the 2 little ones. She bowed and quickly added, "Madam told me that if I ever got into trouble, I should head straight to either the Ginger Tavern or Full Moon Tea House. That day, when you both went to Moon Creek Heights, I took the kids out to buy groceries. Suddenly, chaos broke out on the streets, and remembering Madam's words, I rushed here. Later, I overheard that the proprietress was with you both, and since neither had returned, I didn't dare go back home. So I stayed here, waiting safely." That's good, Li Yuan murmured, feeling yet another worry ease away. Across the room, one of the tea girls spotted Yanyu and cheerfully called out, "Yanyu." Yanyu turned toward the voice, dabbed the corner of her eye, and replied, "Xiao Hong? I'm so glad you're all right." Meanwhile, when the bodyguards and staff caught sight of Li Yuan's distinctive long blade, stained with fresh blood, they all felt reassured and saluted him enthusiastically. "Greetings, young Master Li. Young Master Li. With you here, we all feel much safer." Even Manager Wu was present. Gazing at the impressive figure of Li Yuan and recalling events from months ago, he couldn't help but feel moved. Stepping forward, he called out, "Li Yuan." "Ah, it's Manager Wu?" "Haha," Li Yuan replied with a courteous bow. Manager Wu waved his hand repeatedly. "Oh, please, don't be so kind. You're too flattering." Surrounded by familiar faces, the atmosphere lightened noticeably. Just then, footsteps echoed up the stairs. Descending in a flowing white gauze top paired with a red skirt was the proprietress. Spotting the troubled look on Yenyu's face, she rushed over, took her hand, and asked, "What's wrong?" Yenyu explained the situation, and a heavy silence fell over the room. Someone sighed, "It's been ages since Silver Creek has seen trouble like this." Another voice added, "It should all be over by now. I heard that our Bloodblade sect prevailed, and that someone from the Wei family tried to ambush Li Yuan, no doubt in revenge. Unable to stand against our elders, they aimed to cut off our rising talent." Then, in a trembling voice, someone said, Yesterday, I was at the window and heard people say that Zhao Zimo was killed. His head was hung on the gate of Silver Creek." How come I hadn't heard? Wasn't it taken down quickly? I did hear something, but I'm not sure." Li Yuan listened silently to the chatter among the bodyguards, staff, and tea girls. Inside, a mix of fear and anger churned within him. Those rabid dogs of the Wei family, unable to best the elders, had turned on their juniors. What was this mess? Recalling the earlier events, a chill of dread still gnawed at him. If his strength were truly comparable to Zhao Zimo's, that narrow alley would have become the tomb for both him and Yan Yu. Clenching his fist, he steeled himself. Just then, footsteps approached from nearby. A fresh-faced girl appeared, balancing a tray that held a clear crystal teapot filled with pale reddish tea. "Here's your perilla tea," she called out timidly. Yan Yu quickly rose to take the tray. "Thank you. I've got it," she said, then smiled, and added, "Do we have any extra teacups? Let everyone have a sip." The nearby bodyguards and attendants began to chime in. "We've already had ours," one said. Another added, "Madam, you and your husband should drink together." "Madam." Yan Yu blinked in confusion. Li Yuan glanced around, curious to catch who'd said that, but after a brief reminder, everyone quickly switched their terms. Even the tea girls who had just called her now followed suit and said madam. After all, Li Yuan was now young Master Li, so Yan Yu required a suitable title herself. Not far off, the proprietress noticed Yan Yu's bewildered look. Covering her mouth with a playful laugh, she joined Yan Yu on a long bench and said, "Just settle in and embrace your new title as madam. This turmoil has been going on for 3 or 4 days now. It won't last forever. Once it's over, you'll move right into the heart of Silver Creek. Living there, you'll truly be the lady calling the shots around here." Yan Yu protested softly, "Big sis, even you're laughing at me too." The proprietress chuckled, "Let's call each other by our own titles. You can still call me Big Sis, and I'll call you Madam." Their light-hearted banter eased the earlier tension considerably. As the minutes slipped by, evening arrived. The cook prepared a few dishes while the staff rearranged the rooms. Everyone took turns on watch, some guarding the door, others manning the windows, each clutching a weapon, ever alert for intruders. Having reached the 8th rank, Li Yuan wasn't nearly as exhausted. His recovery had been remarkably swift. Instead of sleeping, he rested his long blade against the restaurant's main hall. Anyone moving about could spot him, and even with his eyes closed, his senses seemed to pervade the entire building. Bore bow and arrow. In no time at all, 3 days passed. Throughout this period, Li Yuan and Yan Yu remained at the restaurant, venturing nowhere. During that time, the establishment had to weather a few encounters: robbers, refugees, and opportunistic martial artists looking to take advantage of the chaos. But aside from that, all was quiet. Then, 3 days later, a swift horse galloped from one end of the street to the other, its pounding hooves echoing far and wide. "The Wei family is finished. Order in Silver Creek has been restored. Everyone, feel free to come out and resume your business." Soon after, squads of armored guards began patrolling the streets and alleys. The clashing of their metal plates instilled a reassuring sense of security in everyone. At first, hardly anyone emerged. Most were content to watch from afar. But by the afternoon, the streets slowly filled with people. Even the disciples of the Bloodblade sect began to appear, casually strolling about without incident, a clear sign that the worst of the crisis had passed. Li Yuan patted the 2 Wei family tokens in his pocket and stepped outside. With Yan Yu and the proprietress together, he felt reassured. He had barely stepped out when a guard recognized him from a distance and shouted excitedly, "Li Yuan? Young Master Li is still alive." Li Yuan couldn't help but be puzzled. Before long, several more guards rushed over to explain the situation. It turned out that in the past few days, the die-hard loyalists of the Wei family had staged a ruse in Silver Creek, claiming that all their spies had been eliminated. This trick lured the Bloodblade sect into a false sense of security. Then, without warning, they launched a frenzied counterattack targeting the younger generation of the Bloodblade sect. The more gifted the targets were, the more they were singled out. Their assault was so swift that the Bloodblade sect barely had time to react. After all, the Wei family's spies were deeply embedded, and by the time anyone realized what was happening, many disciples had already been killed. Those same diehards even went so far as to brutally decapitate Zhao Zimo, the prodigy once so proudly touted by the Bloodblade sect. Then under cover of night, they hung his head on the gate of Silver Creek. Fortunately, the Bloodblade sect discovered it in time and removed it. Displaying Zhao Zimo's severed head in such a manner was nothing short of a vicious act of retribution and a stark warning. Soon after, a series of messages arrived in front of the Bloodblade sect, declaring, if the Bloodblade sect does not back off, any one of its rising stars found alone will be killed. If any of the Wei family's experts lay in wait and suddenly ambushed a few disciples of the Bloodblade sect, it would indeed be a shameless act, yet also a powerful deterrent. But Taisha was not one to back down. Under that unyielding pressure, he completely wiped out the Wei family and then meticulously combed through Silver Creek, eliminating several Wei family spies who'd left even the slightest trace. Still, it was clear that the war between the two factions wasn't entirely over. For quite some time afterward, patrols in Silver Creek would be extremely strict. Any remaining way scum would be met with no mercy. Initially, everyone had assumed that with Zhao Zimu dead, Li Yuan was next. After all, he'd caught the eye of the sect master Taisha himself and was a prime target for the Wei family's covert agents. But to everyone's surprise, Li Yuan was very much alive. The guards stared at him with burning eyes and deep respect. Even the most casual observer could tell that Li Yuan was on the verge of a remarkable rise. Li Yuan, however, sighed inwardly. He knew he hadn't been cautious enough. If he had stayed a few more days at Little Ink Village, perhaps he wouldn't have encountered any trouble at all. He resolved that he would be more careful next time. Li Yuan had been standing on the street for a few minutes when a Blood Blade sect disciple rode around the corner on horseback and called out, "Li Yuan, the sect master is in Blood Fury Hall. Please hurry." Before Li Yuan could respond, the disciple leaped off his horse, ready to hand it over. With a dismissive wave, Li Yuan replied, "I'll just walk." The disciple promptly handed the horse to someone nearby, dismounted, and escorted Li Yuan through the busy street toward the heart of Silver Creek. For various reasons, Li Yuan had never ventured into this core area before, and he couldn't help but take in every detail along the way. The inner core of the Blood Blade sect resembled a city within a city. Towering walls and a massive steel gate immediately conveyed its importance, and to his surprise, he noticed soldiers clad in black armor patrolling the walls with spears in hand. At every corner, watchtowers and fortified bastions bustled with troops, clearly indicating a well-established garrison. These soldiers were unlike ordinary people. Their eyes appeared vacant, yet their entire demeanor radiated a cold, unfeeling precision, as if they were programmed solely to obey orders without a hint of fear. At the entrance, security was extremely tight. Without verified credentials, no one could gain entry. Li Yuan stepped up to the gate and looked up at the freshly inscribed words Blood Blade sect emblazoned in the center. The modern style of the lettering, set against the ancient wall, suggested that this inner district might not have been built by the Blood Blade sect at all but was merely a shifting emblem on the township's ramparts. Meanwhile, the disciple had already completed Li Yuan's entry registration. After finishing, he stood outside with a friendly smile and said, "Please proceed inside on your own." "Weren't you coming along?" Li Yuan inquired. The disciple chuckled. For the inner district, ordinary disciples aren't allowed in without an official decree. You may enter by yourself. Glancing up at the numbers 21-23 hovering above the disciple's head, Li Yuan asked, "What's your name?" The young man paused in surprise before replying, "I'm Tianfeng." "Thanks for guiding me," Li Yuan said, to which Tianfeng quickly returned the greeting with a respectful bow. With that, Li Yuan turned and stepped into the Blood Blade sect. The moment he entered, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of astonishment. It wasn't particularly large, he could easily see the corners of its walls from one vantage point. Yet compared to the familiar neighborhoods of his past, where the old, dilapidated districts and ordinary residential blocks barely made an impression, the inner district was akin to an upscale neighborhood of villas. Everywhere he looked were grand houses and spacious courtyards. Even the exterior surroundings were tastefully arranged. In the eastern part of the district, where there was no enclosing wall, the buildings bordered the waters of Silver Creek. Along its banks, elegant pavilions and towers lined the bank, and from a distance he could even glimpse graceful figures playing and boating by the lake. The scene was tranquil and idyllic, a stark contrast to the chaos outside, as if he had stepped into a hidden paradise. On closer inspection, Li Yuan noticed that beyond the lake, protruding rocks were interlinked by iron chains as thick as a child's forearm, forming several layers of barriers. The chains swayed in the breeze, occasionally rising and falling above the water with a soft, muffled clatter, their cold metallic sheen catching the sunlight. One might say that even if the Red Lotus rebels were to overrun Jamil County and seize Silver Creek, this place would remain unscathed. As Li Yuan absorbed the serene beauty of his surroundings, a woman's voice drifted from not far away, "Li Yuan, hurry up. We've been waiting for you." Li Yuan looked up and saw a woman in a dark robe with red trim smiling at him in the sunlight. She was well-built, her face broad and muscular, with a scar along her left cheek near her mouth that appeared to almost merge with her lip, giving her a somewhat fearsome look. Strapped to her back was an executioner's blade, and a floating 7280 glimmered at her side. Unlike the typical dark-robed disciples, her garment boasted an extra white edge, a clear sign that she was no ordinary member of the sect. "May I ask how to address you?" Li Yuan inquired politely. "Inner disciple, Zhao Chengzhen," she replied, clasping her fists in greeting. Her courtesy was evident, she didn't look down on him despite him being a 9th-rank martial artist. "Zhao Chengzhen. Then I suppose I should address you as senior sister Zhao." Li Yuan returned the bow respectfully. With a smile, she replied, "Whatever you'd like. Since we belong to the same sect, let's make sure we stay close in the future." Of course, Li Yuan agreed. Without further ado, the two of them walked side by side, quickly arriving at a pavilion at the very heart of the inner district. Upon entering, Li Yuan's eyes immediately fell on a man in a white robe seated in the center. With a thick beard and a sword at his side, the man exuded an imposing aura, and his blood-edged white robe stood out starkly among the other dark-robed disciples. This was Taisha. A 215-235 floated at his side, the highest among everyone present. To Taisha's left sat a rather delicate yet strikingly handsome young man Yu Kaijin. Floating next to him was 210-225, the second highest in the room. Below them were 3 chairs arranged in a formation. One was empty while the other two were occupied by men and, quite surprisingly, Senior Lee was among those seated. On the opposite side, 4 chairs were arranged, of which one lay empty while the remaining seats were taken by 2 men and a woman. Alongside these, about 20 other disciples stood at attention. Reporting to the sect master, Li Yuan has arrived, Zhao Chengxin announced after finishing her bow. Then she stepped aside to join the ranks of the other disciples. Taisha sniffed thoughtfully as he eyed Li Yuan and suddenly asked, "Kid, did you get caught up in the ambush?" Li Yuan replied, "I encountered 2 ninth-rank opponents and an archer. I managed to kill them all, though I sustained a few injuries myself. I hid away to recuperate until things calmed down before coming out." After saying that, he produced from his pocket 2 tokens with the Wei family insignia and presented them respectfully, proof that his story was true. Turning his gaze toward Yu Kaijin, Taisha remarked, "Old Yu, from now on let this kid reside within the inner district." Yu Kaijin's voice was cool as he replied, "As long as you decree it, that's that." Casting a glance at Li Yuan, Yu Kaijin mused silently. It appeared he had misjudged Li Yuan. This country bumpkin wasn't as unsophisticated nor as inept as everyone had assumed. That much was plain for all present to see. Everyone in the room understood the situation. The Wei family had sent 2 ninth-rank assassins to kill Li Yuan, a plan that, on paper, was foolproof. After all, during Li Yuan's match against Zhao Zimo in the arena, his strength had been thoroughly assessed. The adversaries had calculated that dispatching 2 men of comparable ability to ambush him from the shadows would surely finish him off. The deaths of Zhao Zimo and several other promising young talents of the Blood Blade sect were grim testaments to that very tactic. Yet, Li Yuan was still alive. The ordeal had been so harrowing that his casual recounting of the events hardly did it justice. Everyone could easily imagine the peril he faced. Normally, gaining entry into the inner district of the Blood Blade sect wasn't as simple as just having the right identity. One also had to pass a strict evaluation, and only when deemed fit could one move in. That was why when Zhao Zimo had snatched Li Yuan's opportunity earlier, he couldn't immediately settle in. Even if Li Yuan had distinguished himself, he still wouldn't have been admitted so quickly under normal circumstances. However, the brutal war between the Blood Blade sect and the Wei family had taken a heavy toll. An elder was slain, one of the sect's enforcers fell, and the losses among the younger generation were even more severe. This devastation, in turn, created an opening for Li Yuan. Standing nearby, Senior Li teased, "My silly student, aren't you going to thank the sect master already?" Li Yuan hastily replied, "Thank you, sect master." Taisha, watching him, burst out laughing, "I really like this kid. Old Yu, I told you he'd pull through. You see, not only did he win, but he's still here." Yu Kaijin declared, "I'll subject myself to 3 cups of punishment in front of everyone." Taisha chuckled, getting worked up again, "Huh." Yu Kaijin replied, "Not a chance." "Old Yu," Taisha continued, "our past quarrels were nothing to fuss over. If you want one of your people to be promoted to elder, there's an opening now. It's yours, and if you want someone to serve as an enforcer, there's an extra slot available. When your territory expands, there'll always be room for more elders and enforcers. Keep your eyes on the bigger picture. Don't just fixate on our little Silver Creek." Yu Kaijin responded, "Yes, sect master." Taisha then turned to Li Yuan and said, "Kid, for now, stay here in the inner district and train in peace. Once things settle outside, we'll have missions lined up for you. But this time, no more falling ill on a whim." Li Yuan's face flushed as he replied, "Yes, sect master." Taisha laughed heartily and waved his hand dismissively. After bowing and stepping back, Li Yuan noticed Zhao Chengxin beckoning him over. Meanwhile, inside Blood Fury Hall, Taisha continued discussing the matters at hand. Listening for a moment, Li Yuan discerned that the plans boiled down to 3 points. The first was handling the aftermath with the Wei family. That was rooting out and eradicating the die-hard remnants hiding in the shadows, and recruiting the skilled defectors from the Wei side. The second was expanding the sect by bringing in fresh talent to inject new blood into the Blood Blade sect. The third was keeping a close watch on the Sun family to prevent them from taking advantage of the chaos. For now, however, none of these tasks involved Li Yuan. He was one of the promising talents among the younger generation, and a prime target for the lingering loyalists of the Wei family. Taisha had no intention of sending Li Yuan out on these missions. Instead, he planned to nurture Li Yuan within the safety of the inner district for a while longer. JL's thoughts. Zhao Chengxin. "Then I suppose I should address you as senior sister Zhao." Li Yuan returned the bow respectfully. "I don't expect most of you to know what I did here, but for those that I do, know that I appreciate you." The meeting in Blood Fury Hall wrapped up in about half an hour. Among the inner disciples, nearly every 8th rank disciple was assigned a task. These duties either involved tracking down and eliminating the remaining pockets of the Wei family while keeping the opportunistic Sun family at bay, or serving as instructors to the associate members scouring that group for fresh talent to fill the gaps among the outer ranks. After all, the Wei family's counterattack had covertly wiped out many promising outer disciples of the Blood Blade sect. From the way tasks were allocated, Li Yuan deduced that 7th rank was essentially the pinnacle of strength in Jamil County. These folks rarely made a move on a whim. In other words, someone at the 8th rank was nearly unstoppable. Stepping out of the pavilion, Li Yuan found refuge in the shade of a nearby tree. Soon enough, Zhao Chengxin approached him with an unusually warm greeting. Junior brother, she exclaimed enthusiastically, but her cheer was entirely platonic. Li Yuan returned her greeting, puzzled by the extra effusiveness. It wasn't long, however, before he understood the reason. Inside the pavilion, Senior Li had been conversing with someone and now emerged as well. He strode directly over to Li Yuan and Zhao Chengxin. When he drew near, he smiled broadly, stroked his beard, and nodded in approval. Li Yuan, you did very well this time. Modestly, Li Yuan replied, it's all thanks to your excellent guidance. Senior Li chuckled. Oh, is that so? Do you think so too, Zhao Chengxin? At that, Zhao Chengxin burst into giggles, her rosy cheeks shaking with laughter. She teased, Li Yuan must have been wondering why an ugly girl like me was being so friendly to him. Li Yuan shot back, no, you're mistaken. Real beauty lies in strength. That only made Zhao Chengxin laugh even harder. Senior Li added with a smile, Li Yuan, you and Zhao Chengxin share a similar streak. 6 years ago, I also picked her out from among the associate members and took her in as a student. Back then, she was always by my side with a book, and I also sent her off to train in my residence. Sadly, she just couldn't grasp the spirit release technique nor spring-autumn blade, no matter how hard she tried. Eventually, I recommended her as an outer disciple so she could study the blood blade sex martial arts. And wouldn't you know it, she steadily worked her way up to 8th rank and became an inner disciple. Funny thing is, back in those days she wasn't nearly as plump as she is now. Ever since her promotion, somehow she just kept getting chubbier and chubber. With a respectful bow, Zhao Chengxin said, Master, I owe you a great debt of gratitude for your guidance and encouragement. Without you, I might have given up on cultivation back then. As for why I keep getting fatter, I still don't know what happened. Once, after completing a big mission, I managed to ask the sect master about it. Senior Li leaned in. And what did the sect master say? Zhao Chengxin laughed. He said the change was caused by my shadow blood. It's a good sign, actually. Senior Li paused for a moment before erupting into hearty laughter. The sect master's words were meant as encouragement. The type of technique one practiced shaped one's shadow blood, which in turn would eventually lead to the development of the shadow bones. Through the life chronicle, that would pave the way for an even higher stage of existence. Of course, none of these processes involved gaining fat. Zhao Chengxin simply laughed along with Senior Li. After a moment of chuckling, Senior Li patted both of them on the shoulder and said, you two are now truly senior sister and junior brother. In the future, stick together. Li Yuan, if you ever run into something you can't handle, just go see Zhao Chengxin. She's been doing quite well out there. Then I'll be counting on you, Li Yuan said, turning to Zhao Chengxin. Don't be so formal. We're in the same sect, after all. That's just how it should be. Hearing Senior Li's words, both of them felt a genuine warmth of camaraderie well up inside. Senior Li then reached into his bosom and pulled out a booklet wrapped in an oilcloth, handing it to Li Yuan with a serious tone. For a while you should stay off the black market. Focus on training here in the inner district until the remnants of the Wei family have been mostly dealt with. This manual is a unique copy. Guard it well. Li Yuan accepted the booklet. Zhao Chengxin patted his shoulder again and said, if you need a woman, or anything else for that matter, just let me know and I'll arrange it for you. But as for demonic beast meat, you should be well provided for. Every month, each inner disciple of the Blood Blade sect is allocated 30 kilograms of elephant-nosed rabbit meat. These elephant-nosed rabbits are 9th rank demonic beasts, and their meat is more than enough for a 9th rank martial artist. That should be more than reassuring for you. But wait until you get to 8th rank, and then you'll start having problems like me. Noticing that the two had started chatting, Senior Li added, as my personal disciples, I wish for nothing more than you two to get along. I'm off back to guarding the black market. It's not easy coming out here. Farewell, Master, Li Yuan bowed respectfully. Then he turned to Zhao Chengxin and asked, isn't 30 kilograms of 9th rank demonic beast meat more than enough for you? The truth was, Li Yuan had reached the 8th rank himself, so the very problem that troubled Zhao Chengxin was one he understood all too well. It was the perfect opportunity to ask. Sighing, Zhao Chengxin explained, I need to consume 8th rank demon beast meat. Over 50 kilograms a month, actually. And 30 kilograms of 9th rank meat only roughly equals about 15 kilograms of 8th rank meat. Plus beyond a certain point, eating more of the lower rank meat just doesn't cut it. So you have to figure out a way to procure 8th rank meat. Here in the county, there's a decent supply of 9th rank meat, but 8th rank meat is in extremely short supply. That's why 9th rank martial artists are plentiful, 8th rank ones are somewhat uncommon, and 7th rank ones are extremely rare. Li Yuan recalled wandering through the black market and indeed never seeing any 8th rank demonic beast meat for sale. Does our Blood Blade sect not have a channel for obtaining 8th rank demon beast meat? Or, aren't we allowed to hunt it ourselves? Zhao Chengxin replied, we do have a steady supply channel, but it can barely provide for the sect master, deputy sect master, and a few elders, not even enough for the enforcers. As for hunting, you wouldn't know this, but 8th rank demonic beasts are extremely scarce on our side. Besides, demonic beasts of the same rank are generally stronger than humans, and many of them even possess special abilities. So hunting them is exceedingly difficult. For instance, during the recent incident, those two 7th rank flame blaze leopards couldn't be killed despite 3 different groups trying. They had to be lured into the wasteland so the beasts could escape, and many people ended up dying in the process. Li Yuan pondered for a moment and then asked curiously, so if the Bloodblade sect can supply each disciple with 30 kilograms of 9th rank demonic beast meat every month, how is that even possible? Where is all this meat? Zhao Chengxin didn't offer any explanation, she simply said, it's easier to show you. Just follow me. This wasn't a secret among inner disciples. In fact, the sect even instructed its inner disciples to be extra cautious when exploring outside the walls. Before long, the two reached the western edge of the inner district. This area was noticeably different from the rest. A chill hung in the air, and even the wind rustling through the branches carried an eerie tone. The road grew narrower, shifting from a paved stone path to a dusty country lane, its sides cloaked in dense, shadowy forests that kept the sunlight at bay. After several twists and turns, Li Yuan's view suddenly opened up. In the distance, a vast field stretched out in a deep, blood-red hue. It was as if every inch of the soil had been soaked in fresh blood, radiating an almost otherworldly, piercing brilliance. At the edge of this crimson field stood a small house. In front of it, a man in a dark robe sat quietly, a book cradled in his hands as he nodded absently while reading. This was none other than one of the three elders who had just attended the meeting at Blood Fury Hall. Elder Tian, Zhao Chengxin greeted with a respectful bow. Li Yuan followed suit. Without setting aside his book, the man spoke coolly, do not linger near the meat field. Leave at once. Understood. Immediately, Zhao Chengxin led Li Yuan away. Once they were a good distance from the house, she said, that meat field is the source of our Bloodblade sect's 9th rank demonic beast meat. Meat field. Li Yuan echoed. Yes, she continued. Simply by irrigating the field with blood any kind will do, be it pig's blood, chicken blood, even duck blood. The field produces thousands of kilograms of meat each spring and autumn. In lean years, it yields around 7,000 or 7,500 kilograms, in good years, up to 10,000 kilograms. Some people have identified the meat as coming from juvenile 9th rank elephant-nosed rabbits. That amount of meat is just enough for the inner disciples' monthly allocation. Pausing for a moment, Zhao Chengxin lowered her voice. But, nowadays, we've also discovered and secured the Wei family's meat field, so the total meat available to the sect should increase. And I've even heard a little rumor that our sect's policies might be changing. I can't say more right now, but just know that joining the inner circle at this time is truly a stroke of luck. Li Yuan's expression grew serious as he suddenly understood why the various factions were warring with each other. It wasn't just about boosting their financial resources, expanding their pool of disciples, or increasing their overall power. It was also a fight for the essential resources needed for cultivation, for the meat field. If the Wei family were to lose control of this field, they'd never be able to rise again. JL's thoughts. Immediately after, Zhao Chengxin led Li Yuan on a tour of the inner district to introduce him to its basic layout. The inner district was markedly different from the outer district. It lacked taverns, brothels, marketplaces, and any kind of entertainment venues. Here, compared to the bustling outer district, the atmosphere was quiet and safe, a luxury nearly unheard of in these chaotic times. As for the individual households, their exact conditions were uncertain, but one could assume that beauties, dancing girls, musicians, and cooks were in ample supply, so that residents could enjoy themselves right at home. Moreover, the living spaces here were quite spacious and set far apart. In total, the inner district comprised 42 buildings. Excluding the Blood Fury Hall, the Puppet Pavilion and Demon Enclosure, there were only 39 family residences. Blood Fury Hall served as the primary venue for the Bloodblade sect's major gatherings. Meanwhile, true to their names, the Puppet Pavilion and Demon Enclosure were used to store combat puppets and keep demonic beasts. Although puppets, given the terrain, might lack the agility needed for swift attacks, they provided extremely stable defenses when prearranged. As for the demon beasts, keeping them confined was manageable, but if unleashed, they were like ticking time bombs. It was a dual threat that deterred the weaker forces from launching an attack, knowing the enemy could rely on both puppet defenses and an explosive counterstrike. Among those 39 households were also the residences of the sect master, deputy sect master, 4 elders, and 3 enforcers. Senior Li, who was frequently away, had an empty residence reserved for him. In effect, there were only 30 households available for the inner disciples. Naturally, these 30 residences were on the smaller side, while the 9 residences reserved for the sect master and his immediate circle were considerably larger. Each household's master could accommodate servants and relatives. But if any of them wished to leave the compound, there were only 2 options. Either the master would escort them personally, or they had to present an official travel permit. Outsiders seeking entry were subject to the same rules. As for the permit, it required Elder Liu's signature, the day's secret seal, and the official stamp. As they strolled and chatted, after completing their circuit of the inner district, an inner disciple hurried over from a distance. He handed Li Yuan a long box and 2 tokens before rushing off, clearly in a hurry. Li Yuan examined the items. One was a golden token bearing the number 26, and the other, a token with a black and white ring pattern, also displayed the number 26. Zhao Chengxin explained that black and white token is the identification badge for inner disciples. During our battle with the Wei family, 4 disciples lost their lives, otherwise, your number would have been 30. Is that so? Li Yuan nodded thoughtfully. Zhao Chengxin suddenly asked, I heard you're married. Is that true? Li Yuan replied, don't try to dissuade me. My wife and I share a deep, unwavering bond. I'd never part with her. At a loss for words, Zhao Chengxin could only say, I hope this doesn't interfere with your training. And be sure to bring her into the inner district as soon as possible. You'll also need to register her at Elder Liu's residence. There's so much to handle. Thank you, Li Yuan said gratefully. If you need anything else, just come find me. My house isn't far from yours. Later, I'll have the maids from my family drive a carriage to pick you up, take you out of the outer district, and help you move in. She'll also tell you where my place is, Zhao Chengxin explained with a warm smile. After clasping her fists in farewell, she added, that's all for now. I have some business to attend to. Many thanks. Take care, Li Yuan said as he watched her leave. He then glanced back toward the direction of the meat field. Truthfully, when he broke through from 9th rank to 8th rank, he had come to understand just how vital demonic beast meat was for cultivation. It took him 3 months to break through to 8th rank, while reaching the peak happened in but an instant. For an ordinary martial artist, however, advancing from early to peak 8th rank would normally take 3 years. And during those years, you'd have to continuously use demonic beast meat along with cultivation techniques to accumulate shadow blood. Only then could true advancement be achieved. Li Yuan could only imagine how much 9th rank demonic beast meat a person would have to consume over those 3 years. And the requirements for 8th rank demonic beast meat was even greater. How many people could afford that? Furthermore, 8th rank meat was currently in short supply. While 9th rank meat could serve as a substitute to a degree, its efficacy dropped dramatically. And after a certain point, it would no longer be effective at all. And then there was that astonishing blood-colored meat field. Li Yuan's entire worldview expanded in an instant. Yet he wasn't overly pessimistic. Every challenge in cultivation for him was just a matter of breaking through to the next level. After that, all he had to do was allocate his stat points, and he could achieve greatness in the blink of an eye. He skipped the need for intermediate resources altogether, bouncing from breakthrough to breakthrough. Bore bow and arrow. After a while, 2 women riding a massive ox cart appeared on the road ahead. Young Master Li, we're the maids sent by Zhao Chengxin. I'm Hong Gang, and this is Lan Gang. Are you leaving for the outer district now? One of the women asked. Li Yuan glanced over at the 2 women. Each had 8-9 hovering over their heads, indicating that they were nearly on par with Qianda. He simply nodded and said, yes, I'm leaving right now for the Ginger Tavern. I appreciate the help. The 2 women quickly replied, it's fine, we're only doing our jobs. Bore bow and arrow. Clack, clack, clack. The ox cart's wheels turned steadily as it rolled out of the inner district. One of the maids glanced back and called, young Master Li, we're almost there. Li Yuan answered softly and leaned back against the cart's side, his eyes closed as he rested. Suddenly, an inexplicable clamor arose from ahead. The sound of wheels creaking mingled with the dull thumping of iron chains. Amid the noise, distinct voices began to filter through. That's the 3rd miss of the Wei family locked up in that cage. They're really taking her to the black market to be sold. Indeed, that's her? It's the peerless jade sword. Isn't she one of the Wei family's 9th rank prodigies? You rarely even get a glimpse of her. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Tisk tisk tisk. So gorgeous? How wonderful it must be to have money. Who do you think will pay to buy her? Imagine the delight when she gets home. Look over there. Everyone, check it out. Those Wei scoundrels deserve it. They unleashed those demonic beasts and threw Silver Creek into chaos. Serves them right. Sensing that the ox cart had come to a stop, Li Yuan raised his hand and gently lifted the cart's curtain to peek outside. He saw several other ox carts passing along the street, each laden with cages. The cage bars, corroded with rust and towering over 2 meters, contained some women and a few strapping young men. But the most eye-catching sight was at the very front of the caravan. There, a woman in white sat confined. She had delicate features, a slender waist, and an almost ethereal fox-like presence. Her long hair, tied up with a bejeweled hairpin, cascaded gracefully over her rounded shoulders and across her chest. Yet her eyes were empty, fixed blankly on something far off, as if her future were as bleak and tragic as the look in her gaze. Li Yuan turned his head slightly and sighed inwardly, choosing not to dwell on the scene. He waited quietly in the stillness as the ox cart remained parked. Only after the caravan and the crowd had passed did he murmur, they're taking these people to the black market to be sold, aren't they? Correct, young Master Li. I've heard that some are indeed sold, while others are given different fates. I even heard that the Wei family had a major enemy. Now he's joining our sect as the new 3rd enforcer, and that peerless jade sword might even be awarded to him outright. The Wei family's major enemy? Li Yuan's expression darkened for a moment. Could he be one of Wei family's hidden agents? Then he shook his head, dismissing the thought as either overcautious or simply not his concern. With a casual reply, he let the matter pass, though a subtle feeling of unease stirred in his heart. In this world, when pillars fell, all those under their protection would become easy prey. The Wei family's 3rd miss used to be the picture of high status. She was dressed in finery, riding spirited horses, and living in lavish splendor. But after the Wei family crumbled, she was instantly reduced to a slave. Li Yuan rested his long blade across his knee and stole a glance at his combat power 119-190. Only then did a faint sense of security settle in his heart. Stronger, I have to keep getting stronger. Only then can I protect what I hold dear. Li Yuan lost himself in his thoughts when a dull thud and a chorus of shouts came from the distant caravan. What's going on? Li Yuan asked. From atop the ox cart, Hong Gang leaped down and ran ahead to scout. Then she hurried back and reported, "Young Master Li, a woman just committed suicide." She smashed her head open. Li Yuan fell silent for a moment before saying, "Let's head to the Ginger Tavern." Yes. The ox cart set off again. As they passed by the scene, Li Yuan slightly lifted the cart curtain. Not far off, he caught sight of a contorted, resentful face wedged between the iron bars of a railing, slowly sliding down. Meanwhile, the driver of that hastily unloaded the woman from the cart and tossed her aside onto the roadside as if he were discarding trash. A shiver ran inexplicably through Li Yuan, and he urged, "Hurry up. Let's go." The rest of the journey passed without incident. When the ox cart finally pulled up at the Ginger Tavern, Li Yuan disembarked to find Yan Yu joyfully running over, throwing herself into his embrace. In front of the gathered crowd, the two shared a warm, heartfelt hug. Feeling the familiar warmth, the strange chill that had gripped his heart just moments before began to fade away. Cradling his beloved's face in his hands, Li Yuan smiled and said, "Yan Yu, I'm taking you into the inner district. From now on, we won't live in a shanty. We'll have a proper home." Author's note. At present, there are three main factors that influence one's combat power: the base value provided by one's cultivation realm, the weapon one wields, and one's skills. Later on, other elements will come into play, such as demonic beasts, divine weapons, and more. Think of these figures simply as a way to gauge relative strength. Rest assured, you won't see outrageously inflated numbers like a billion popping up anywhere. Moving house might be a huge hassle for most people, but not for Li Yuan. Yan Yu insisted on taking the flowers from the backyard and even that lone apricot tree, barely enough to make the ox cart's cargo hold feel even slightly cramped. Hong Gang and Lan Gang had eagerly volunteered to help with the move, but now they dared not linger, afraid that any extra attention might give Li Yuan the impression they perceived him as being poor and miserly. "That's all there is," Li Yuan said with a clap of his hands. "Thank you both for your help." Nearby, Yan Yu strolled along arm in arm with her close friend, the proprietress. Leaning in to whisper in Yan Yu's ear, the proprietress said, "Please let young Master Li know that tomorrow I'll arrange for an ox cart to deliver some essential items to your new home." Yan Yu cast a sidelong glance at her friend. Slight in stature, delicate, and quietly intelligent, she was in stark contrast to the proprietress, who was tall, curvaceous, and ever so understanding. In simple terms, the proprietress had more to offer. She was bigger in frame, had longer legs, and a presence that couldn't be ignored. "What are you looking at?" the proprietress teased softly. Yan Yu laughed. "Just admiring my beautiful sister." A smile instantly spread across the proprietress's face as she waved a dismissive hand. "Oh please, who's more beautiful? You're famous for your looks." "Really? I'm famous. They say around town that you're as fair as a goddess and a model wife, so devoted that the maid is an old widowed mother." Hearing this, Yan Yu burst into giggles. "What's so funny?" the proprietress asked curiously. Yan Yu tiptoed closer, leaning in to murmur something in her friend's ear. Somewhere nearby, Li Yuan caught snippets of their hushed words, something about tonight and him being a brute. He called out, "Yan Yu, we should get going. It's getting dark." Yan Yu waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, don't rush. Big Sis and I have agreed to deliver some more furniture to our new home tomorrow." Li Yuan turned his head toward the proprietress. She met his gaze openly, nodding slightly, her flushed, smiling face betraying a hint of bashfulness. Li Yuan smiled back and said, "Great, then I'll leave it in your capable hands, Big Sis." "Ah, young Master Li," the proprietress paused, looking a bit stunned. But then she simply shook her head with a wry smile, deciding not to fuss over things like differences in status and forms of address. "I'll arrange for the ox cart to be at the gate of the Blood Blade sect by tomorrow afternoon. Please confirm with your people inside the inner district so that it can gain entry." "Sure, no problem," Li Yuan replied, and a brief silence fell over the group. The proprietress lowered her gaze, revealing only the gentle rise and fall of her bosom. Meanwhile, with a swift flick of her hand, Yan Yu said, "See you tomorrow." The proprietress looked up then and replied, "See you tomorrow." Li Yuan hauled Yan Yu onto the ox cart while Hong Gang and Lan Gang steered their cart back. Once inside the inner district, Li Yuan flashed his identification token. The indifferent guards glanced at it, then at him, before letting them through. Hong Gang and Lan Gang drove through the south gate, turned east, and soon arrived at a luxurious estate. The keys and other essentials had already been laid out on a table inside. The two maids from Zhao Chengzhen's household unloaded the belongings, while Auntie Wang took her two small children to tidy up the place. The house, already spotless upon handover, boasted brand new wooden beds, cupboards, tables, and chairs. After a flurry of activity that lasted nearly until midnight, everything was in place. Even the apricot tree had been replanted in fresh soil. Once Hong Gang and Lan Gang took their leave, Li Yuan, accompanied by Yan Yu, Auntie Wang, and the two little ones, toured the new residence. The estate, labeled 38, was situated in the southeast part of the inner district. To the east, it bordered Silver Creek, and just a few steps from the door, one could reach the lakeside. As night fell, the lake breeze, laden with mist, carried a uniquely soothing quality. Not far to the south, by passing between the vacant houses numbered 41 and 42, one could exit through the south gate and easily reach the commercial center in the outer district. The estate was divided into three courtyards: the outer yard, the inner hall, and a women's quarter. The outer yard featured a spacious reception hall, a dining hall, a training ground, and a row of side rooms along the gate, which appeared to be for the guards. The inner hall was styled like a garden, complete with flower beds, rockeries, a study, and 2 vacant rooms that the owner could put to use as desired. The women's quarter was elegantly designed, with a central pavilion for the matriarch, flanked on both sides by rows of rooms similar to those in the outer yard, intended for maids and close relatives. This estate is enormous? With just the 2 of us here, it feels so empty, Yan Yu sighed, her bright eyes scanning the vacant rooms. A chill wind swept through the gaps in the rockeries, door cracks, window frames, and branches, producing eerie, whistling sounds. Moonlight streamed through the openings, spilling in through the open doors and casting shifting shadows across the space, making the grandeur seem both stark and haunted. At that point, it wasn't just a matter of whether to hire maids. It was almost non-negotiable. Without them, the place would feel uncomfortably deserted, even turning this luxurious estate into a ghostly shell. Before Li Yuan could comment, Yan Yu declared, "Husband, we really need to hire some maids." Li Yuan didn't object but replied, "You choose them." "No, you choose them," Yan Yu protested. Auntie Wang interrupted, "Master, madam, I'll go boil some water first." Li Yuan said, "All right, Auntie Wang. Once the water's ready, please take Xiaosheng and Niu Niu over to the west wing of the women's quarter and pick whichever room they like." "Yes," Auntie Wang answered. Noticing her hesitation, Li Yuan teased, "Auntie Wang, this place is quite large, so you might find grocery shopping a bit inconvenient. Just try to get used to it, okay?" Auntie Wang hurriedly protested, "No, it's not that at all. It's just, to be honest, I feel like I'm dreaming. I never imagined I'd live in a house like this, in a place like this." Li Yuan laughed. "You've been with Yan Yu and me for a long time. In the future, if any new maids are a bit reserved, that's normal. Why should you be? Make yourself at home." Immediately, Auntie Wang dropped to her knees with the 2 little ones, saying, "Thank you, thank you." In the old shanty quarters, her gratitude and sense of duty had kept her in a servant's role. But now, seeing Li Yuan's rise in status in this grand estate, she felt wholeheartedly determined to serve loyally. Helping them up, Li Yuan asked, "And what about you, Xiaosheng and Niu Niu? What are Auntie Wang's plans for you two?" "They'll naturally follow me and serve you both for life," Auntie Wang replied. After a moment's thought, Li Yuan said, "I'd like them to learn some martial arts. Yan Yu, whenever you're free, teach them that skill, and give them a bit more meat to help them train." Auntie Wang gathered the 2 children close, thanking him once more. Moments later, only Li Yuan and Yan Yu remained. They sat together in the vast, empty courtyard of the estate. The rooms were dark and eerie, almost unsettling. Yan Yu shifted her hips onto Li Yuan's lap and snuggled into his embrace like a little bird. Gazing up at the moon, she teased, "Husband, why not take another woman? Why bring that up all of a sudden?" Li Yuan asked. "I worry one woman won't be enough to keep you satisfied. Besides, your young Master Li shouldn't a great man like you have more than just one." "Yan Yu, I told you not to get upset," he replied. "You really do treat your wife so well," she murmured. "If I really wanted another woman, couldn't I just get a maid?" he quipped. "Oh," Yan Yu rolled her eyes, a hint of irritation in her tone. "Are you planning to pack the west wing full of maids so they can keep you company every night?" "Not exactly." Yan Yu fell silent for a moment, as if mulling over her thoughts. Li Yuan held her close, whispering sweet nothings in her ear until she giggled again. Then, turning around to wrap her arms around his neck, she softly asked, "What about my best friend? The proprietress?" Li Yuan questioned. "Yes. If you take her, it's like acquiring her entire family's business. Then, whether you're aiming to earn money, procure goods, or even scout new channels beyond the county, you'd have your own power base. Big Sis has known you since before you made your fortune, and she's been on her own all these years. If you take her, given your talents, how could she ever be unhappy? She'd be utterly devoted to you. And most importantly, Yan Yu's voice trailed off. Before long, the courtyard was filled with the sound of moans and giggles, and even the breeze seemed too shy to eavesdrop on such an intimate moment. The next morning, Li Yuan woke in the large bed, his wife in his arms, gazing out at the vast, empty mansion. For a moment, the quiet space felt strangely unfamiliar. He hurried through his morning routine, grabbed a simple breakfast, and set off into the inner district. At Elder Liu's, everything went smoothly as he obtained a travel permit and registered his details. Clearly, Elder Liu harbored no objections to this rising star. Besides, getting a permit was standard procedure. After all, one had to venture outside the inner district for supplies or even daily necessities. Normally, Elder Liu wouldn't handle these matters herself, leaving them to a steward in her courtyard. But today, she happened to be there and took care of it for him. A long-term permit wasn't available just yet. It would have to wait until conditions outside became more peaceful. With the permit in hand, Li Yuan made his way back. The inner district was spacious and nearly deserted. Most disciples were either at home cultivating their skills or out on errands training, socializing, or carrying out assignments. Few wandered the streets aimlessly. Clutching his permit, Li Yuan strolled along the lake of Silver Creek. As he looked around, he noted how the towering walls to the north, south, and west enclosed the area, lending a comforting sense of security. Just as he neared his home, a uniformed guard dashed over. Young Master Li, the sect master has ordered you to report to the Blood Fury Hall at noon 7 days from now. Thank you. I'll be there on time, Li Yuan replied with a respectful bow, not pressing for further details. After all, this guard was sent by the sect master, and every word he uttered would be reported back. Besides, those 7 days were likely meant for Li Yuan to settle in before any serious matters were discussed. As a Blood Blade sect disciple, he couldn't simply enjoy the perks without shouldering responsibilities. Bow and arrow. That same afternoon, an ox cart pulled up just outside the gate of the inner district, where Li Yuan had been waiting. When the cart's curtain was lifted, the proprietress's charming face appeared. Big sis, Li Yuan greeted. Young Master Li, she returned. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Li Yuan showed his permit to the gate guards, and the ox cart slowly rolled into the inner district. Trailing behind were 3 fine horses and a carriage, another gift from the proprietress. Inside the cart, everything was provided: pots, bowls, and plates, pillows, quilts, and decorative flower pots, even finer items like brushes, ink, and calligraphy supplies. Upon arriving at Li Yuan's estate, the proprietress immediately set her staff to work tidying up the place. By dusk, the once empty home had begun to feel warm and inviting. Just as she was about to take her leave, Yan Yu tugged gently at her sleeve. Big sis, please stay for dinner. The proprietress paused, glancing at the darkening sky. She began to say, well, these days, the district is fine by day but can be dangerous at night. It might not be wise to have young Master Li see me off. But suddenly, her heart skipped a beat, and the rest of the words caught in her throat. Her eyes sparkled as she stole a glance toward Li Yuan, who was not far away. The young man was quite the specimen. He had long legs and muscular arms, a back as straight as a spear, radiating raw strength. His features weren't conventionally handsome, yet they were pleasing to the eye. His expression, which was far from arrogant, exuded a calm, mature restraint that belied his youth. The more the proprietress looked, the more approachable he seemed, perhaps because she'd already known him for so long. She recalled how Li Yuan had managed to dodge danger time and again. He'd survived that grim case of the disappearing people and later became Senior Li's personal disciple. She thought of the war that broke out between the Blood Blade sect and Wei family. Li Yuan had remained unscathed while Zhao Zima had died. Not only that, but he had also risen further in rank and even moved into the inner district. To think, when the two first met, Li Yuan had only been a simple mountain hunter, a good-natured young man who had been introduced as a meat source by one of her workers at the Ginger Tavern. The proprietress felt a surge of wonder and reassurance. Seeing her lost in thought, Yan Yu gently nudged her and said with a smile, "Big sis, why not stay over?" Biting her lip, the proprietress suddenly felt a delightful tingle of anticipation. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded softly. "All right, I'll stay then." Before long, Auntie Wang bustled about in the kitchen, preparing a meal for the dining hall. She took her children to the back to eat, and afterward, she resumed boiling water. In the dining hall, Li Yuan sat at the head of the table, flanked by 2 women who chatted and dined amiably. "Yan Yu, this estate is enormous. I've never seen a house this big even back in Beam Dragon Mountain," the proprietress remarked excitedly. Her cheeks flushed. Yan Yu sighed. "Well, you know, it's such a pity that a house this grand is so empty, with only the 5 of us living here." Her eyes sparkling, the proprietress suggested, "With young Master Li's status, you could hire some maids and guards to liven things up. And if he finds it inconvenient, you can always leave it to me." Yan Yu replied, "I even mentioned it to him. I suggested he pick up a few from the black market, but he wouldn't agree." "Why is that?" the proprietress asked. "Who knows what's going through his mind?" Yan Yu shrugged. The 2 women giggled and bantered back and forth, seemingly forgetting all about Li Yuan sitting nearby. Yet, as they continued their meal, the conversation naturally circled back to him. Yan Yu remarked, "You know, isn't it a bit dull living at the Full Moon Tea House with the girls? Why not move in here with us?" The proprietress retorted playfully, "You're teasing me again. I'm not even from the inner district, so how could I possibly move in?" Yan Yu continued, "Big sis, you're so young and beautiful, and having lost your husband so early, don't you think?" Suddenly, with a graceful movement, Yan Yu sprang up and hurried behind Li Yuan. Wrapping her arms around his neck, she beamed at the proprietress and said, "How about finding another man as wonderful as my husband?" The proprietress's face immediately flushed a deep red. Out in the world, she was known as a capable, no-nonsense woman. But when it came to matters of the heart, she only allowed herself to indulge those thoughts in the quiet of the night, tucked away beneath the covers. She carried an air of worldly sophistication, yet inside she held a certain stubborn pride. No ordinary man could win her favor. And still, she longed for love. After all, she was young and beautiful, her body still full of life, and she had yet to bear a child. "But, I've already married," the proprietress murmured, head bowed and stuttering. In the flickering candlelight, her porcelain neck flushed scarlet, as though a little fawn were prancing inside her heart. Her legs shifted, pressed tightly together. Yan Yu giggled. "A woman who's been married knows how to cherish a man. Don't you agree, husband?" Li Yuan regarded the proprietress thoughtfully. Just yesterday, his wife had told him everything about her. The proprietress's name was Xuaning. She was 23 years old and hailed from Beam Dragon Mountain. 5 years ago, she had fled a sea raid along with her family and loyal maids. Yet once they arrived in Jamil County, Her family, worn out and traumatized by the long, arduous journey, soon fell ill and passed away. In such dire circumstances, one might have expected Xuanning to be left destitute. But fiercely independent and capable, she had boldly set up the Ginger Tavern. Moreover, she had built a network among the local beggars. She didn't simply pay them off but showed them a great deal of kindness. The proprietress made sure that the restaurant stayed clean for them, paid for a dying beggar's medical care, occasionally gifted them wine, mediated disputes, and even reserved a table for them at banquets. Through these gestures, coupled with her generous yet commanding presence, many of the beggars came to regard her as a matron. Not only did they help her gather information discreetly, they even stepped in to defend the restaurant during times of crisis. Outwardly, the Ginger Tavern was guarded by hired protectors. Behind the scenes, these beggars lent their support. In this way, Xuanning had firmly established herself in Jamil County. One could say she was a rare blend of wealth, resourcefulness, and modest influence. And she was the very woman who had known Li Yuan long before his rise to prominence. She needed Li Yuan, and Li Yuan needed her. This was not just a matter of mutual business benefits. On some level, it was also a physical, passionate necessity. Don't you agree? Yan Yu teased, gently nudging her husband. Li Yuan turned to the proprietress. Are you willing? If you are, Yan Yu shall be the first wife and you will be the second. Xuanning's face flushed a deep red as she fidgeted with her legs and lowered her gaze. I am willing, just, please, do not let me down. Li Yuan's tone turned earnest. For a lifetime, I promise never to let you down. Xuanning met his gaze with equal resolve. And I will always support you. JL's thoughts. I look forward to the thoughtful, nuanced discussion in the comments. Jokes aside, I don't feel that strongly about it either way. I think what matters most to me is the execution. As long as the author does well to justify it in the world they've created, I am fine with it. I'm not looking to these stories to calibrate my moral compass, it's just personal entertainment. What I cannot forgive, however, is lazy writing. So, I won't tell any of you how to feel. I do have to say, though, the premise of Li Yuan's cheat being tied to him having a happy marriage is what interested me enough to pick this novel up initially. And as for now, his power is still tied to that, so we'll see how this plays out in terms of consequences. P.S. Speaking more broadly, even if an opinion comes from a morally righteous place, being an obnoxious tool about it is more likely to do more harm than good. After dinner, Xuanning took a bath and, after drying off, dabbed a few drops of rosewater on her skin to give her body an enticing, silky sheen. She then slipped into a red silk robe, climbed under a thin quilt, and arranged her long legs in a suggestive, intertwined manner. In the moonlight, her white skin took on a soft pink glow of shyness and anticipation. Her full breasts rose and fell in rhythm with her quickened breathing, and her heart fluttered with excitement as thoughts of the coming moments sent tingles through her. Her fingers clutched the quilt nervously, much like during the nervous anticipation of her first marriage. She was about to be with a man once more a capable, young man who, if all went well, might even father her a child. The mere thought set her heart racing wildly. Outside, Yan Yu guided Li Yuan to the door, then linked her arm with his and whispered teasingly, you know, Big Sis and I aren't the same kind of woman. So put a little more energy into it tonight. From now on, don't go sneaking glances at other women again either. Li Yuan, exasperated, replied, since when have I ever done that? Yan Yu ignored his protest and laughed, don't be so self-absorbed. You've got to make her happy too. With that, she gently ushered her husband into the room before darting off. Inside, Xuanning sensed footsteps drawing near. She said nothing but quickened her breathing as the quilt was gently lifted. Soon, a robust figure slipped beneath the covers. The night seemed to blaze like quiet flames. Bore bow and arrow. The next morning, Li Yuan awoke to find the beautiful woman in his arms still sleeping soundly. Not wanting to disturb her, he lay back in the bed and began to ponder. As he absent-mindedly scanned the status window, a message popped up. You spent a harmonious night with Yan Yu and gained 7 stat points. Li Yuan paused in surprise. What did that mean? Did it imply that as long as marital relations were harmonious, every night automatically netted him points? And since Xuanning was also favored by Yan Yu, her presence wouldn't disrupt that harmony. That was why the stat points were still granted? Could it be that this system only worked in a monogamous setup, at least for now binding only Yan Yu? A flurry of thoughts rushed through his mind, but Li Yuan simply shook his head and set them aside. Well, that actually made things a lot easier. He was confident that with his relationship with Yan Yu, those stat points would surely keep accumulating day after day. Over the coming century, he planned to try every possible way to help Yan Yu extend her lifespan and eventually transition into cultivation. The path to immortality was arduous, but if he could ease the journey for someone he loved, he would spare no effort. After all, he was just an ordinary man of the mundane world. What the future might hold was uncertain, and he wasn't about to become so indifferent as to treat his loved ones as fleeting shadows. As a simpleton of the common world, Li Yuan never really warmed to those immaculate beings from the heavens. If he ever did attain immortality, he had no desire to swap his identity and join their ranks. And if it still doesn't work out, then in 100 years I'll just have to see if the system ever reassigns itself. Once that thought was settled, his mind turned to the matter of gathering intelligence. On his return, he had been ambushed by assassins from the Wei family. Although the encounter ended without harm, it served as a stark reminder. While he was cautious enough, His ability to gather information and grasp the overall situation was woefully inadequate. If only he'd known more about Silver Creek when he was at Little Ink Village, he might have made a wiser decision, perhaps even delaying his return by a few days. Then there was the black market. Back then, CAIZE had given him a choice among the public market, black market, bailiff duty, and watch patrol, and he chose the black market. But had he known beforehand the true state of the black market and the other 3 avenues, he might never have run afoul of that lurking ghost there, or been forced to feign illness to escape trouble. Establishing reliable intelligence channels to obtain accurate news was crucial. Otherwise, he'd be stumbling in the dark and risk falling into another trap next time. So, how could he set up such channels? One was by taming animals. With winter giving way to spring, Jamil County was finally seeing some birds around. Perhaps he could try to tame them. Next, there was Xuanning. Just as he was pondering this, the woman in his arms let out a soft, breathy sound. Xuanning opened her enchanting eyes and looked intently at Li Yuan's face, her gaze filled with tenderness. She was tall and graceful. In many ways, her form suited Li Yuan's physique better. Whereas Yenyu's petite feet could only dangle from his calf, Xuanning's feet could actually reach his. There were many differences between the two women. For instance, Yenyu had an oval face with gentle almond eyes, while Xuanning's face was more angular with eyes that hinted at a fox-like allure, large rather than narrow. Similarly, Yenyu's delicate frame was as graceful as a swallow, while Xuanning's was just a bit more strong, like a spirited steed. "Young Master Li, what are you thinking about?" she asked. "Still calling me young Master Li," he teased. "Hehe. Once the time is right, I'll host a wedding banquet. I still owe Yenyu hers. Then, how about I marry both of you?" Li Yuan suggested. "The 2 of us shall follow your lead, dearest," Xuanning murmured sweetly. Only then did Li Yuan steer the conversation back. "I was thinking about our intelligence work," he admitted. "Intelligence work," she echoed. "Yeah," he replied, and then went on to explain his thoughts. He even covered the true situation between the Bloodblade sect and Wei family. Yet, unlike with Yenyu, he couldn't be entirely candid with Xuanning, so he held back his deeper insights. Xuanning's eyes sparkled as she considered his words. "I'll give it a try, though I'm afraid it might not work," she said after a moment. "Why not?" Li Yuan asked, curious. With a sigh, she confessed, "Since I'm yours, I might as well speak my heart. Speaking frankly, those beggars aren't exactly upstanding citizens. Really, what misdeed haven't they committed on a daily basis? In the small mountain villages, whenever a household was missing a wife or a child went missing, you can be sure that their traces were all over it. Not all of them are outright villains, but the good ones are scarce. Over time, any pity you might have felt for them fades, leaving behind mostly a sense of resignation. As for loyalty, that's a foreign concept to them. They work for me simply to put food on the table. Sure, there's a kind of hollow camaraderie between us, but it's far from genuine. If you need them to do a few tasks on occasion, that's one thing. But if you expect them to gather sensitive intelligence, basic info might suffice, yet ask for something confidential and they might sell us out in the blink of an eye." Li Yuan mused. "Then we'll just have to wait a bit. Pick out someone from among them who might be capable of leading the beggar gang. Once we've had our wedding, your status will carry extra weight, and that should keep them in line. But as for intelligence gathering, let's not use them for that. I might have them do other things instead. And Xuanning, keep an eye out for those beggars who are exceptionally vicious and ruthless, they could prove very useful to me." Xuanning smiled softly. Good thinking. We'll do just as you say. And there's no need to hurry with the wedding banquet. If we rush it, we might provoke the surviving Wei family members, and then the Ginger Tavern could be in serious trouble." She was clearly pleased by Li Yuan's calm and steady manner. Resting her delicate fingers against his chest and playfully hooking her small foot around his ankle, she closed her eyes and drew in a deep, contented breath as if a little bird had finally found a safe branch to settle on. After another round of tender intimacy, the two eventually rose, dressed, and washed up. Stepping out into the dining hall, they found Yenyu already at breakfast. Upon seeing Xuanning, Yenyu giggled and came over to take her hand. "Big sis, did he give you any trouble yesterday?" Xuanning laughed. "Our husband is wonderful. How could he ever trouble me? Besides, before long, it'll be me calling you Big Sis." Yenyu teased. "Oh, Big Sis, you're so cunning. You're making me feel old." The two women continued their light-hearted banter, filling the room with a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Bow and arrow. Over the next few days, Xuanning busied herself furnishing the estate, and she frequently dashed into the inner district to spend the nights with Li Yuan. She and Yenyu were already on friendly terms, and in just a couple of days the two women found themselves sharing the same bed with Li Yuan, a true blessing of communal happiness. That particular night, with one woman on each side, they rested their heads on Li Yuan's arms, whispering sweet nothings in the quiet dark. In a soft voice, Xuanning murmured, "Dearest, this house still feels awfully empty. Yenyu and I have talked about it. We could hire a few more maids. I've done some checking, and it turns out that since the Bloodblade sect took over the Wei family's territory, the black market has been flooded with their former maids and even some female relatives. Quite a few of them are very beautiful, and the disciples of the Bloodblade sect are scrambling to buy them. Would you consider purchasing a few? Honestly, if they truly join our household, it'll be a blessing for them. After all, not everyone gets as lucky as you." Li Yuan, holding the two women in his arms, gazed up at the ceiling. In that moment, his mind flashed with grim images: a heavy, black cloth-covered iron cage, the bone-chilling cries echoing from a dark alley, the aggrieved, resentful face of that woman who had, in despair, driven herself headlong into the iron bars of a cage to end her life. He said firmly, "I'm not buying from the black market. You shouldn't either." The two women didn't ask why. When their husband made a decision, it was final. Yan Yu piped up, "Big sis, let me tell you. Our husband isn't going to buy from the black market." Xuanning teased, "Why are you still calling me that? Shouldn't I be the little sister now?" Yan Yu laughed, "Let's call each other whatever you like. In this household, there's no first or second wife. You and I are equals." Xuanning fell silent for a moment, then softly said, "Thank you." She continued, "Since our husband is worried that outside maids might have ulterior motives, I'll send over the 4 maids who've been with me for ages: Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Ju. They've been loyal all along, even though they don't possess the glamorous looks of those girls peddled in the black market." Li Yuan, embracing the two women, remarked, "What glamorous girls? In this world, none are more beautiful than you two." Yan Yu giggled, "Our husband is sweet-talking again." Xuanning laughed too, "It does feel wonderful to be flattered." Bore bow and arrow. The next day, the 4 maids arrived at the estate and settled into the west wing of the women's quarter. They were close to Xuanning and clearly understood why she'd sent them. They came happily, regarding Li Yuan with the deference due to a master. Soon after, Li Yuan registered them officially, and they became part of his household. That night, the vast estate finally felt a bit more lively. Li Yuan wandered through the inner hall. After a while, he heard the gentle sound of birds chirping on the branches above. Clearing his throat, he playfully called out, "Chirp." A light chirp replied from overhead. Catching the signal, Li Yuan continued, "Hold on, I'll get you some food." Chirp chirp. You. In a flurry, Li Yuan dashed to the dining hall and scooped some rice into a bowl. With his circumstances much improved these days, he had long abandoned settling for mixed millet and beans. He then hurried out to the courtyard and called, "Come eat." But the courtyard was silent. Glancing around, he saw that the bird had already flown away. Li Yuan spent nearly half the night searching for birds, mimicking their calls in an attempt to tame them, but to no avail. The reason was simple. Birds were scarce, and his attempts at communication fell flat. In a normal spring, sparrows would be abundant, but in this year of famine, desperate people were out shooting and eating them, leaving hardly any for him to work with. As midnight passed, Li Yuan finally gave up and returned to his room to sleep in the embrace of his wives. The next day, he resumed his quest. After waiting for a long while, he finally spotted 2 sparrows fluttering in and settling on a branch. He began chirping his own little call while vigorously shaking a bowl of rice. "Come here and eat." "Suspicious man?" "Dangerous," one sparrow replied warily. "I'm not dangerous." Yet the sparrows still responded, "Suspicious." Suspicious? Dangerous. In truth, the fact that these sparrows were even engaging with him was a sign of his growing affinity with animals. If he could continue conversing like this every day, there was hope he might eventually tame them. But Li Yuan knew that once these sparrows flew off, they might never return. At the same time, he was desperate to establish a way to gather intelligence. With too many secrets to risk exposing, he couldn't rely on conventional channels. He had to put his trust in these animals. Determined, Li Yuan gritted his teeth and glanced at his remaining 337 stat points before eyeing his expert beast taming. "Time to allocate some stat points," he murmured. He tapped the plus symbol 80 times. Expert beast taming, 1/80th, new. Master beast taming, 1/160. New memories immediately fled his mind. He recalled his previous desperate attempts to tame ferocious beasts, a time filled with near-fatal encounters and brutal lessons learned. After countless bruises and close calls with death, he had withdrawn for deep reflection, eventually attaining a modest but crucial affinity with wild creatures. Yet, even that was not enough. Realizing his abilities still fell short of what was needed, Li Yuan had traversed mountains and rivers in search of a breakthrough, a glimmer of hope. At long last, he had succeeded. He encountered a mysterious stranger with a blurred visage, who offered him guidance. Under that stranger's tutelage, Li Yuan's progress accelerated dramatically. By the time he returned, even the most ferocious beasts began to heed his commands. Even without extra prompting, the fierce creatures obeyed him, and the timid ones no longer flinched in fear. A simple smile and a gesture of kindness was all it took for them to gather obediently around him. At that moment, Li Yuan realized that his affinity with beasts had increased dramatically. "Not bad," he muttered. "It looks promising. I'll keep upgrading it until I max it out. I really need to gather intelligence." Resolute, Li Yuan pressed plus symbol next to Master Beast Taming, 1/160. A total of 159 stat points were instantly consumed, leaving him with 98 unallocated stat points. Master Beast Taming, 1/160, Master Beast Taming, 160/160. With that came a surge of new memories. Under the mysterious stranger's guidance and through his own hard-earned insights and years of field experience, his skills in taming beasts had grown immensely. Li Yuan felt himself improving step by step, and before he knew it, several years had passed. His methods for taming animals had become ever more sophisticated. One day, he suddenly paused and crouched beside a small rock. In a crevice beneath the rock, he noticed soil teeming with ants. Their tiny legs moved with a curious, rhythmic grace that mesmerized him. For a long moment, he was completely entranced, as if he had discovered an entirely new world. His eyes burned with excitement. Perhaps, he mused, the art of taming animals was only the beginning. As the previous memories faded, his master beast taming skill reached the pinnacle. Yet it was clear that this power was only the foundation for an even greater strength. Closing his eyes, Li Yuan savored the changes within him. In addition to a much stronger affinity for wild beasts, he had now acquired an extraordinary new ability, a certain chance to understand the language of insects. He absorbed and reflected on these memories until, after a long while, he finally opened his eyes, sighed, and smiled. Bow and arrow. At dusk, the setting sun cast a gentle, reddish glow over Silver Creek. In the inner courtyard of estate number 38 of the Blood Blade Sect's inner district, Li Yuan strolled with a smile while scattering rice along the pathway. Beneath his feet, the timid sparrows pecked at the rice without a trace of fear, creating a scene of remarkable harmony between man and bird. Li Yuan chirped playfully, "If any conflict breaks out in the county, come back and tell me." One sparrow responded, "What's a county?" Another replied, "What do you mean by breakout?" A third added, "What is conflict?" And a fourth piped up, "What do you mean by tell me?" Li Yuan sighed in exasperation. He simplified his message, "Big danger. Come back, say where." One sparrow chirped happily, "Okay." Li Yuan couldn't help but think that this system was rather unreliable. Bow and arrow. The next morning, 3 sparrows flew back and gathered atop the roof, chirping merrily. Li Yuan rushed outside and fed them some rice. Yan Yu watched with curiosity and asked, "Husband, these birds seem so fond of you." Li Yuan replied with a cheerful chirp, "Come eat." Though Yan Yu was a bit at a loss for words, she watched with keen interest. Despite the sparrows' natural wariness of her, a rather imposing 2-legged human, they felt at ease around Li Yuan, and one by one they swooped down, chirping non-stop. "Danger, over there. Danger, that way there." Some sparrows flitted toward the east, others toward the west. Li Yuan asked, "What danger?" One sparrow answered, "Danger, danger." Li Yuan sighed. He began to miss Calico. Taming animals wasn't just about the tamer's talent. It also depended on the creature itself. Calico had been an ideal partner, the tiger practically possessed intelligence. But these sparrows, they provided barely any useful information at all. Li Yuan longed to tame a wild beast that could actually spy for him. Instead, with these birds, he'd be forced to teach them elementary language all over again. Or perhaps, he'd have to seek out beasts that were already semi-intelligent. Demonic beasts. He murmured. "It seems I need the right kind of demonic beasts to help me gather intelligence. Maybe I'll have to visit the black market again. If I'm lucky, I might find some common 9th-ranked demonic beasts for sale." Li Yuan scattered the last of his rice and sat there for a while. He sighed, "Indeed, nothing in life comes easily, you never get everything you wish for." Still, even if he couldn't extract precise information from these sparrows, at least they could help him identify extremely dangerous areas. This would lower the chances of him accidentally stumbling into a death trap. That in itself was a kind of gain. Lost in thought, Li Yuan suddenly recalled that Xuanning was due to come by this morning. He quickly rose and made his way to the inner district gate to await his visitor. After a short while, the gate swung open and a strange carriage rolled in. When the curtain was lifted, a man's face appeared. The man's eyes lit up when he saw Li Yuan. "Junior brother Li, what are you waiting for?" Li Yuan frowned slightly, recognizing the man from their meeting at the Blood Fury Hall the other day. Noticing the numbers 5260 displayed around him, Li Yuan bowed and said, "Senior brother." The man laughed heartily. "Call me Cao Li." "Senior brother Cao," Li Yuan replied, "I'm waiting for my wife." "And you? Where did you come from?" "Your wife." Cao Li paused, then burst into laughter. "I just bought a few maids and some female relatives from the Wei family. They're so fresh and lovely. Would you like to take a look?" Only then did Li Yuan notice vague silhouettes of women in the darkness behind Cao Li. Worried, he asked, "Aren't those Wei family women liable to cause trouble?" "What trouble?" Cao Li scoffed. "Their martial arts have been crippled. What use could they be? Soon, they'll all be my maids, no longer belonging to the Wei family." With that, Cao Li lowered the carriage curtain and drove off. Li Yuan watched the departing carriage, then slowly turned his attention away. It wasn't long before another carriage arrived. As its curtain was drawn back, the alluring face of Xuanning appeared. Her beauty, enhanced by the gentle glow of good fortune, radiated happiness in her eyes. Seeing Li Yuan, she couldn't help but wave softly. The carriage came to a stop, and a maid from the carriage laughed and greeted him. "Young Master Li." Li Yuan hurriedly climbed aboard. No sooner had he stepped did Xuanning rush over with a gentle laugh. The warm air, thick with the scent of incense, mingled with the flowing fabrics of her dress, lending her an air of sensuality far removed from the cold austerity of winter. A brief separation only deepened the intimacy of reunion. Soon, in the cozy confines of the small carriage, affection bloomed once more. JL's thoughts. Li Yuan longed to tame a wild beast that could actually spy for him. Instead, with these birds, he'd be forced to teach them elementary language all over again. Or perhaps, he'd have to seek out beasts that were already semi-intelligent. The moment Xuanning stepped inside the residence, Yan Yu teased with a playful grin, "Oh my, big sis? Why's your face all flushed? Must be the heat, I suppose? I wonder which household's cat is prowling around and sneaking a taste. Xuanning came over and took her hand with a laugh. Yes, you caught me. I'm guilty as charged, but I'm only sneaking around with my own husband. The two women giggled and playfully wrestled. The four maids Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu along with Auntie Wang, couldn't help but smile at the sight. Xuanning turned back to the carriage, took out a small box of clothes, and said, "It's getting hot, so I brought 2 silk robes for our husband and you. Come on, try them." Yan Yu shook her head. "Let's eat lunch first. We can try them afterward." "All right." Xuanning then turned and glanced at Li Yuan with a look full of tender affection. "Husband, shall we eat first?" Li Yuan checked the time and replied, "You go ahead. I need to step out. The sect master wants me at Blood Fury Hall at noon." Yan Yu noted, "There's still a bit of time before noon. I'd rather head over early," Li Yuan said. "Then come back for lunch afterward," she offered. Li Yuan waved a hand. "No need to wait. I'm not sure how long it'll take. You all eat without me." With that, he left in a hurry, heading north. He wasn't entirely sure why the sect master had summoned him. However, he suspected it was related to what Zhao Chengxin had mentioned before about the recent shakeup and the sect's policies changing. Most likely, this wasn't just a meeting with him alone, it seemed others would be called in as well. The fact that Cao Li had just returned from somewhere also hinted at that. Bow and arrow. Li Yuan arrived at Blood Fury Hall. As before, there was a large seat at the center, placed high above, with 4 chairs on each side. Those were meant for the deputy sect master, 3 enforcers, and 4 elders. The last time Li Yuan was here, 2 chairs had been left empty because 1 enforcer and 1 elder had died in the battle against the Wei family. Outer disciples had no right to enter this hall, even inner disciples could only stand behind the main seat. Once Li Yuan stepped across the threshold, he felt multiple gazes land on him. These were the inner disciples who had arrived early. He scanned them and immediately noticed that most of them hovered around 60-80 in combat power, typical of 8th rank martial artists. In that group, Zhao Chengxin was already among the strongest. "Junior brother." Zhao Chengxin waved him over. Li Yuan smiled and greeted her, then walked to her side. Nearby stood Cao Li, who quipped with a joking tone, "Well, Li Yuan, you've managed to pry yourself away from your wife at last." "No need to tease," Li Yuan answered with a faint smile. Lowering his voice, Cao Li continued, "I'm just looking out for you. Everyone knows how devoted you are. Words going around that you'd rather stay with your wife than take on any maids. If that rumor reaches the sect master, it might stunt your future prospects." Zhao Chengxin cleared her throat. "Cao Li, he's one of us. No need to give him a hard time." She turned to Li Yuan. "Women can distract you from cultivation. If you really can't bear to part with her, at least set her up with some silver so she can manage on her own. If it's just about needs, there's no shortage of pretty maids in this world." Li Yuan had to stifle a smile. Zhao Chengxin seemed to have forgotten she was also a woman. Still, he could tell they both meant well, so he said, "Don't worry, you two. If my cultivation truly suffers, I'll make the right choice." "Good man. That's all that matters at the end of the day." Cao Li nodded, then leaned in again. "I picked up a few women from the Wei family, and one is a real temptress, so good she'll leave you craving more. Want me to lend her to you for a while? You might forget all about your wife." "Thanks, but no thanks," Li Yuan said with a wry smile. The others in the hall were chatting among themselves in small groups, when suddenly the atmosphere shifted. The air grew quiet as 2 figures entered. Leading the way was a tall, powerfully built man with a commanding presence. His gaze was sharp, exuding confidence that bordered on sheer arrogance. Behind him followed a strikingly handsome young man, long-limbed and lean, a blade at his hip studded with 7 gemstones. He wore a faint, self-assured smile. "That's Fang Jianlong," Zhao Chengxin whispered. "He's the strongest talent among the inner disciples. Behind him is his younger brother, Fang Qinbao, top of the outer disciples. He'll probably be getting promoted to the inner circle today." Li Yuan glanced at them. Fang Jianlong's combat power was 90-98, clearly higher than most 8th rank disciples. Fang Qinbao, meanwhile, was at 50-55, already considerably stronger than Zhao Zimo had been. The 2 brothers took their own place off to one side, not mingling with anyone else. Moments later, the enforcers and elders also began to file in. It was time for the meeting to begin. Seated among the enforcers, besides Li Yu and Wu Lian, was a stranger, a slight, wiry man with a fierce glint in his eyes. Meanwhile, at the very end of the row of elders sat a refined-looking gentleman carrying a folding fan. Clearly, the Bloodblade sect had found its new enforcer and new elder. Before long, the deputy sect master and sect master arrived. Taisha took his seat in the main hall, casually picking his nose as he looked over the disciples below. "I have 2 matters to discuss." He raised one finger. "First, we've added 2 new experts to our ranks. The first is our new enforcer, Gong Shiyang. He's been an archenemy of the Wei family for years, an elusive 7th rank martial artist they could never eliminate." Li Yuan glanced over and noticed a floating 205-210 beside Gong Shiyang, roughly on par with the level of an enforcer. It was the same level Senior Li had possessed before his injury. Taisha went on. "The other is our new elder, Dugu Yu. He's an old hand in our sect, also at 7th rank. So, Deputy Sect Master Yu, satisfied now?" Yu Kaijin gave no hint of emotion. "I follow the sect master's arrangement." Li Yuan looked at Dugu Yu, whose numbers read 118-120. It was much lower than the other heavy hitters, but still firmly in the 7th rank range. A quick glance at his own combat power of 119-190 gave Li Yuan pause, and something clicked in his mind. Taisha continued, "Now, the second matter. I'm sure you're all aware that we've seized the Wei family's meat field. Their surviving members remain at large, and the Sun family hovers nearby like vultures. All of you are valued members of the sect, so it's time to help shoulder our burdens." He crossed one leg over the other and rocked it lazily. "I'll be straightforward. Our sect used to divide disciples into inner, outer, and associates. From now on, we're adding a headquarters plus Marshall Hall branch system on top of that. For those who choose to remain at our main base in the inner district, some of you will be appointed as instructors, responsible for guiding newer disciples and cultivating future talents for our Bloodblade sect. There will be 5 instructor positions. The rest will serve as inspectors who oversee the outer disciples, associates, and menial workers. Inspectors will be in charge of levying taxes and maintaining order in the 3 townships Violet Haven, Silver Creek, and Parasol Town, as well as looking after the public market. Monthly rations of 9th rank demonic beast meat will remain at 30 kilograms, with possible increases if you distinguish yourselves. There will be 9 inspector positions, 3 per township. Alternatively, those of you who choose to leave the main base and establish Marshall Hall branches must head to the 3 townships originally owned by the Wei family: Peach Blossom, Fortuna, and Union Town to build and run Marshall Halls there. Every 6 months, you'll receive an extra 500 kilograms of 9th rank demonic beast meat, and the local taxes can fund your hall and line your pockets. However, each Marshall Hall has quotas. Every 2 years, you must supply our headquarters with at least 1 disciple who has achieved peak 9th rank. Every 5 years, you must supply at least 1 disciple who has achieved peak 8th rank. If you don't meet these quotas, there will be consequences. There will be 12 branches in total, 4 per township. A small commotion arose in the Blood Fury Hall. Reaching 9th rank generally hinged on having a suitable cultivation method and talent. As long as there was a good match and the disciple could produce shadow blood, they could ascend to 9th rank fairly quickly. Yet advancing from early 9th rank to peak usually required a year or 2 of dedicated training, so demanding 1 peak 9th rank disciple every 2 years wasn't considered too harsh. Breaking into 8th rank depended on having enough beast meat, along with appropriate follow-up techniques. With those in hand, along with decent aptitude, a disciple could rise to 8th rank in about 4 months. But just like 9th rank, peak 8th rank was what really mattered. Normally, reaching peak 8th rank took 3 years of cultivation, so delivering a peak 8th rank disciple every 5 years wasn't seen as unreasonable for a well-funded Marshall Hall. After letting the information sink in, Taisha slapped the armrest of his chair. "Whether you choose to expand our territory or stay put here is entirely up to you. Rest assured, there's no need to worry about the remnants of the Wei family. Most of their old elites are gone. Besides, Deputy Sect Master Yu, Elder Dugu, Enforcer Wu, and Enforcer Gongsha will all head over to Peach Blossom, Fortuna, and Union Town to maintain order. Any Wei stragglers won't be an issue. That said, you won't be sent to these townships until we've dealt with the remaining Wei family holdouts. Once that's settled, we'll finalize the transfers. That means, for now, Elder Lu will continue managing the inner district, Elder Tian will oversee the meat field, Enforcer Li remains in charge of the black market, and the Dark Visage Elder will shift from his prior law enforcement role to managing the new instructor program. As for the townships in our main territory: Violet Haven, Silver Creek, and Parasol Town, the public market, local enforcement, and weapon shops will be delegated to the inspectors we appoint. We'll assign which inspector covers which region and who gets which Marshall Hall branch by drawing lots. Afterward, if there are disputes, you know the rules. Negotiation first, or if that fails, settle it in the arena. So think carefully. This is a one-time deal. You miss out now, there's no second chance." With that, Taisha gave them all a moment to reflect on the new arrangement. The future course of the Bloodblade sect now rested on each person's choice. The new arrangement felt oddly familiar to Li Yuan, like switching from a centralized authority to granting fiefdoms. If those who established new Marshall Hall branches each managed their own territory, they would naturally work to build up their power, which in turn would strengthen the Bloodblade sect as a whole. As for any hidden dangers, at least for the time being, there didn't seem to be any serious concerns. But Li Yuan wasn't planning to go anywhere. What he really needed was 8th rank demonic beast meat, not 9th rank. Although founding one of the 12 Marshall Hall branches in the 3 townships previously owned by the Wei family came with significant rights and opportunities, it would also paint a target on his back for attacks from the Sun family and any Wei family remnants. Branches that thrived would invite trouble, those that struggled might collapse outright, and then there were still the deputy sect leader, elders, and enforcers stationed there, turning it all into a veritable battleground. That was a life for the bold and ambitious, not for him. As for becoming an instructor at headquarters, it was the most laid-back position possible, and Li Yuan was quite content with a low-profile role. Yet he still needed money, resources, and a way to keep tabs on the outside world. For now, he simply wanted to look after the Ginger Tavern and Full Moon Tea House so his wife's businesses could grow. After all, those ventures were effectively his family's assets, and expanding them could prove extremely valuable later on. Meanwhile, plenty of inner disciples were eager to set up their own branches. An extra 500 kilograms of 9th rank demonic beast meat every 6 months plus local tax revenue was more than enough to attract attention. Under normal circumstances, the sect wouldn't offer such generous terms, only these unusual times justified it. In no time at all, 14 inner disciples volunteered to open branches, including Fang Jianlong. By the time the count hit 12, 2 more who tried to sign up were turned away because they were a fraction too late. When Taisha asked about inspectors, Li Yuan immediately raised his hand. Bore bow and arrow. Before long, it was time to draw lots. The instructors didn't need to draw, since that role was fixed. Fang Qinbao, for instance, chose to be an instructor because his family was well off and he wanted to focus on cultivation. The branches were quickly decided, any disputes would have to be settled in the arena or by negotiation, but that was no concern of Li Yuan's. Finally, it was time to decide the inspectors. 9 positions were split among 3 townships: Violet Haven, Silver Creek, and Parasol Town. Li Yuan was keen on Silver Creek, but it all came down to chance. Along with 5 other candidates, with Zhao Chengxin among them, he stepped up to the drawing box. He sized up the other 4, 3 men and 1 woman, all 8th rank, though none appeared stronger than Zhao Chengxin. Zhao Chengxin glanced at Li Yuan, whose cultivation was still officially 9th rank, and smirked. Which township do you want? Silver Creek, he said. Good choice. At that, no one else said a thing. Taisha signaled for them to draw. 6 hands reached into the box and grabbed slips of paper. Li Yuan opened his slip of paper and saw Parasol Town. A short distance away, Zhao Chengxin revealed that she had drawn Violet Haven. The remaining 4 opened their slips, each seeing which township they'd drawn. Fixing her gaze on a thin, small-built disciple, Zhao Chengxin said, "Junior brother Ren, I think Violet Haven would suit you. Why don't we swap? Give me Silver Creek." "Why should I?" he retorted. Zhao Chengxin bared her teeth in a broad grin, her face suddenly looking tough and fierce. "Care for an arena match?" He let out a cold snort, pointing at Li Yuan. "I see what this is about. You want to give him Silver Creek. Sure, I can't beat you in a duel. But the moment you hand that slip to him, I can challenge him. Think he can beat me?" She cut him off. "Then let's do this publicly. Right here, right now, I challenge you?" Humph. The disciple clenched his jaw, clearly reluctant to face her in a fight. In the end, he shoved the slip of paper into her hand. Everyone knew Zhao Chengxin's reputation for both skill and ruthlessness. With Silver Creek now in her grasp, Zhao Chengxin sidled over to Li Yuan. "Junior brother, it looks like I'll be the one inspecting Silver Creek for you. Once you reach 8th rank, I'll hand it over, promise." Just then, a calm voice rang out from nearby. "Chengxin, just give it to him." Everyone turned to look and saw Senior Li, seated comfortably in the enforcer chair, sweeping a fierce gaze across the hall. "This old man isn't dead yet," he growled, his voice echoing heavily. Then he glanced at Li Yuan. "Take it. I'd like to see who dares give you trouble." With that, Zhao Chengxin promptly handed the slip of paper to Li Yuan. The inner disciple who had lost out watched helplessly. Damn it, that entire branch is just too protective, nothing but special treatment for Li Yuan from top to bottom. If only he had a master and senior sister like that. Left with no choice, he stood silently off to one side, his gaze icy as it lingered on Li Yuan for a moment before he reluctantly looked away. Li Yuan pretended not to notice, showing no sign that he registered the man's grudge. Nonetheless, he mentally noted the fellow's combat power was 5260. Meanwhile, he turned a grateful smile toward Zhao Chengxin and Senior Li. Both smiled back with genuine warmth in their eyes. Bore bow and arrow. When the meeting finally adjourned, Li Yuan, Zhao Chengxin, and Senior Li stepped aside together. Li Yuan bowed, sincerity in his voice. "Thank you, master, and thank you, senior sister." Senior Li chuckled. In the martial world, belonging to the same sect means looking out for each other. "My student, I only helped you today so you wouldn't be weighed down by worries and let it affect your cultivation." "I understand," Li Yuan said, truly grateful. Zhao Chengxin added, "That's how these cliques in a sect help each other. Still, you want Silver Creek for the sake of that proprietress at the Ginger Tavern, don't you?" "Yes." Li Yuan nodded. Zhao Chengxin frowned. "You mean to marry her?" He nodded again. "Is there a problem?" She sighed and shook her head. "Not exactly. I've never heard any unseemly gossip about her. On the contrary, people say she's loyal and generous, and although she's a widow, she seems like a gentle, virtuous woman. But, isn't one wife enough? Taking a second wife, won't it hinder your cultivation? Don't disappoint Senior Li's hopes for you." Li Yuan said gravely, "I won't let anyone down." Senior Li, who had been listening quietly, suddenly spoke. "Good, I'll be watching. If you can reach 8th rank by this time next year, I'll have nothing more to say. I'll even personally officiate your wedding. But if you can't," Li Yuan declared, "I give you my word. I won't fail." Bore bow and arrow. After bidding farewell to Senior Li and Zhao Chengxin, Li Yuan arrived home just before sunset. "You're back." Yan Yu and Xuanning came out together, flanking him on either side and leading him into the dining room. On the table sat several dishes, the steam long gone cold. But not a single bite had been taken. "You two haven't eaten yet." "We weren't hungry. We were waiting for you." Yan Yu and Xuanning giggled, while the maid Xiaomei carried the plates away to reheat them. Li Yuan, surrounded so warmly, couldn't help but smile. "Do you want to know where I've been?" The two women just looked at each other with teasing grins, not answering. If he wanted to tell them, he would. Li Yuan explained, once things settle down with the remnants of the Wei family, another disciple and I will be inspectors of Silver Creek. That means we'll be in charge of the public market, weapon shops, and the local magistrate's office. The two women stared at him in surprise. Xuanning grinned. Then I'll have to make sure I serve my new Lord Inspector well. Li Yuan continued, also, Senior Li told me that if I reach 8th rank by next year, he'll personally officiate our wedding. Yan Yu, who knew Li Yuan's true level, still pretended to sigh like a fretful cat. But what if you fail? That would be awful. Noticing genuine worry flash in Xuanning's eyes, Yan Yu burst into mischievous laughter. Afterwards, Li Yuan said in a low voice, Xuanning, let's take your carriage out of the inner district at dusk. JL's thoughts. Li Yuan hadn't missed the hatred in the eyes of the inner disciple Ren. He couldn't afford to gamble on that not turning into action. True, with his master and senior sister stepping up for him and with sect rules in place, Ren was unlikely to strike directly. But if he chose to take out his anger on someone close to Li Yuan, well, there were plenty of ways to do it. Everyone in the inner district would know about Li Yuan's connection to the proprietress of the Ginger Tavern if they cared to investigate. If Ren secretly harmed or killed her, would the Blood Blade sect really punish him with severity? Probably not. He'd face, at worst, some token penalty, or they'd simply let the two parties settle it themselves. Such an outcome was unthinkable to Li Yuan. He couldn't bear the risk. One slip, and everything he cared about would be taken from him. Yet the idea of him openly killing Ren sounded laughable to most. He was officially a 9th rank disciple, after all. How could he possibly turn the tables on an 8th rank rival? Nonetheless, Li Yuan knew exactly what had to be done. Bore bow and arrow. Late that night, a waning moon cast its weak, yellow glow across the land. Li Yuan quietly packed his usual trio mask, cloak, and hidden sleeve dagger into a small box, then left the inner district in Xuanning's carriage. She didn't question him. As they rode, they simply chatted about future plans, discussing the intelligence network Li Yuan wanted to build and the trading channels he hoped to open. She was well aware that these goals would require resources, manpower, and the leverage Li Yuan was about to gain as inspector. Money, she could earn through her businesses. And if he wanted to gather information on happenings beyond the county, she could do so under the guise of expanding her taverns. By opening more branches, she could also legally hire extra guards and staff who might help Li Yuan with certain covert tasks. About halfway, with no one else in sight, Li Yuan spoke softly. Xuanning, let me off here. She hesitated, then threw her arms around him, voice low and affectionate. Please be careful. If you have nowhere to stay tonight, come find me at White Cloud Alley. I'll leave orders for the maids. Li Yuan shook his head. No need. I'll come to you when it's the right time, and then we'll re-enter the inner district together. For now, just follow your own plans. She hugged him once more, eyes brimming with concern and tenderness. Wasting no more words, he donned his cloak and mask right there in the carriage, tucking the small blade into his sleeve. Like a panther leaping into the undergrowth, he slipped off the carriage at a bend in the road, vanishing into the moonlit brush. Li Yuan's tracking skills were already at a level of near perfection, and he could see the numbers floating around people and animals alike. If anyone approached, he'd detect them long before they got close. In the darkness, he moved like a phantom, nearly impossible to spot. He guessed that with so many Wei family women currently being trafficked in the black market, a lot of inner disciples would visit on a whim, including Ren, especially now that he was in a foul mood. Still, Ren might also head to Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion or somewhere else entirely. Such was the downside of lacking an intelligence network, wanting to kill someone but not knowing where to find them. Even if Li Yuan did hire people to track Ren, that could leave a trace. If someone realized he'd asked about Ren's movements just before Ren's suspicious death, the finger would inevitably point his way unless he silenced everyone involved, which was far too risky. I have to make use of that beast taming skill soon, he thought with some frustration. Until then, he'd have to rely on good, old-fashioned stakeouts. He knew there were only a few boats going to the black market at night, all leaving from the same small dock. Crouching in the nearby reed marshes, he waited. The hours wore on, daybreak came, but no sign of his target. The first night's watch yielded nothing. After spending a night staking out in vain, Li Yuan headed to White Cloud Alley at dawn, where he had breakfast at Xuanning's residence. He then indulged in a warm bath, served by her maids. A quick glance showed that his stat points were still ticking along nicely, so he caught a brief nap. Later, he accompanied Xuanning on an outing through the inner district. While strolling around, he discreetly checked on Ren's residence. Spotting Ren's carriage waiting out front, apparently about to head off, Li Yuan recalled how Ren had left the inner district right after the sect meeting the day before, likely making a round trip the same day. Taking note of the carriage's design and the coachman's appearance, as well as the 6-7 floating above the man's head, Li Yuan knew what to watch for. That day, he decided to lie in wait on the road back to the inner district, anticipating Ren's late-night return. Concealed in a patch of darkness, he monitored everything carefully. As the hours dragged on past midnight, a carriage approached. But the driver's appearance and combat power of 8-9 didn't match. After that, not a single soul passed. A cold wind howled in the darkness, carrying the night deeper toward dawn. By the time the third watch gave way to the fourth, Li Yuan caught the distant rumble of wagon wheels again. He peered into the gloom. The driver's 6'7" figure was male, and the carriage itself seemed to match Ren's. Quietly, Li Yuan palmed a stone. The moment the carriage drew closer, he hurled the stone with a sudden whip of his arm. Bam! Struck by the flying rock, the horse neighed in pain, rearing onto its hind legs. The carriage lurched precariously, sending Ren hurtling out. With no hesitation, Li Yuan instantly flooded his body with shadow blood. The dual blood fusion triggered, flushing his face a bright red as his hair whipped around him, and he pounced with bestial ferocity. Time seemed to slow. Still midair, Ren frowned and drew the long blade at his hip. A crimson glow enveloped him like a protective coat of blood, making him look almost impossible to cut. But Li Yuan was already upon him like a ghost in the night, right hand flicking out the hidden blade from his sleeve. With a crackle, electrifying energy flared along the edge, slicing mercilessly through the dark. A split second later, their paths crossed. Ren felt a jolt in his grip, the force nearly knocking his sword aside. In his vision, Li Yuan's blade was still gathering momentum, streaking toward him like a falling comet. It crashed against the crimson aura shielding his body. Ren summoned every drop of his blood energy, and the red glow on his skin intensified. Boom! A heartbeat later, the aura shattered. Ren let out a cry of pain, eyes wide with shock. Li Yuan's follow-through remained unstoppable. His blade slashed across Ren's neck and ended him right there. In a single fluid motion, Li Yuan whirled and dispatched the stunned coachman as well. After a quick scan of the surroundings and seeing no witnesses, he swiftly patted down the bodies. Ren was clearly well off. Li Yuan discovered 3 banknotes, each worth 100 taels of silver. He slipped the banknotes into his robe. His original plan was to carve traces into the carriage and use Ren's own blade to create fake evidence, but on second thought, leaving no clue seemed even better. Next, he scooped up the blood-stained dirt around the scene into a pouch on his cloak. With that done, he dragged the 2 corpses into a small wooded area and hauled them to the bank of Silver Creek, where tall reeds swayed in the wind. The spot was so remote that anyone merely passing by would never see the bodies. Li Yuan tossed the remains deeper into the reeds, watching them vanish amid the greenery, then threw Ren's blade away and disposed of the bloody dirt he'd collected. Hunching low, he slipped off in another direction. By the time he arrived back at White Cloud Alley, he quietly washed away any traces of the night's work and fell into a deep sleep. Morning light fell in golden rays from the sky as Li Yuan returned to the inner district, reclining inside Xuanning's carriage, sipping wine and listening to the wheels creak beneath him. The trip back was uneventful, as if nothing had happened overnight. Upon arriving at his own courtyard, Yan Yu spotted him and shot him a glare, looking every bit the aggrieved wife. "You heartless scoundrel! Are you tired of me already?" Before he could continue, Yan Yu's eyes brimmed with tears. "You told me you had official business, but someone came by this morning and said you never had any business at all. You were out fooling around last night, probably with that hussy of a woman, Xuanning. Humph, you still smell like wine. Wah, I can't go on living like this." With that, she twisted away, her delicate features streaked with tears. Li Yuan blinked, caught off guard. "What happened? You told me you had work," she sobbed. "But the official who came by said otherwise. You were just messing around with another woman. You reek of alcohol. I can't believe you." Realizing the act, Li Yuan understood at once that Ren's abandoned carriage had been discovered. The sect must have sent someone to ask about anyone who left the inner district last night. That inquiry clearly wasn't aimed at Li Yuan alone, but no doubt he was on the list. Fortunately, he and Yan Yu had planned this little show, and he'd made sure to smell of wine when returning. Still pretending to rage, Yan Yu screamed, "Get out! Get out!" She hurled a teacup at him with a crash. Xuanning hurried forward, putting on a simpering face as she tried to placate her. "Oh, big sis, don't be so angry. It's only once in a while, right? He loves you so much. Can't you have a little sympathy for how hard he works? How could you bear to blame him? You fox? Shameless fox." Yan Yu, drawn further into her own performance, began cursing and kicking. She charged over to fetch a broom, then whacked it toward the Xuanning, only to have Li Yuan snatch it from the air. "Enough," he barked. "Not enough? No. I said, enough. You're even yelling at me now? Wah." Their fake bickering filled the house as though the sky were falling. Outside, someone pressed an ear against the wall, an older woman in a dark robe trimmed with white. Though her demeanor seemed mild, a certain severity lurked in her eyes, and her slightly sunken cheeks gave her a rather ruthless look. She was none other than Elder Lu, the one in charge of inner district affairs. An inner disciple had gone missing, his carriage left abandoned on the road. Naturally, Elder Lu had to investigate which disciples had been out of the inner district last night. Among them were Li Yuan, Zhao Chengxin, and 2 others. Li Yuan and Zhao Chengxin had just clashed with Ren over inspector assignments, though Senior Li had already stepped in. The other 2 suspects also had conflicts with Ren, a quarrel during a black market purchase, plus an old grudge. Elder Lu had visited all 4 homes for questioning, then posted people outside to eavesdrop. She wasn't actually suspecting the inner disciples themselves, it was more of a routine check. In all likelihood, this was the work of the Wei family remnants. After all, how could a mere 9th-ranked disciple manage to kill an 8th rank? Besides, Li Yuan's newly elevated status, and his tendency to sneak off, seemed perfectly plausible reasons for being away. Hearing the ruckus inside, Elder Lu lost interest in further probing Li Yuan. Family squabbles were of little concern to her. Let the fool who took on 2 wives enjoy his troubles, she thought. She turned and walked off. Inside, Yan Yu kept up her fuss until the house was in an uproar. Li Yuan played along patiently, soothing her for a good while before she finally settled down. By nightfall, they were lying in bed, the classic pattern of quarreling by day and reconciling by night. Once the doors were closed, they were as affectionate as ever. Bow and arrow. The blood blade sack worked swiftly. The next day, Ren's body and that of his coachman were retrieved from the river bank, both laid out on rough straw mats. Look at that, throat slashed clean through. The force that shattered his wrist must have been enormous. This killer is at least on Fang Jianlong's level. Could have been a blade. You don't think? What are you saying? You think it was one of our own? The Sun family also has plenty of blade wielders. They could have used the Wei family's name to slip into Silver Creek and murder him in secret. Tai Sha, dressed in a plain white robe, stood in the tall grass, silently listening to the disciples' chatter. His eyes were fixed on the waving reeds, as if imagining the scene of the crime. After a long pause, he ran a hand over his bristling beard and said in a chilly voice, either the Wei remnants or the Sun family. That's it. Nighttime murders were a perfect opportunity, so he ordered, spread the word to the other inner disciples. The inner district is under curfew. If they want to return, come back early. Otherwise, stay out. I don't want any more suspicion among our own ranks. If I hear any rumors of infighting, there will be consequences. Yes, sect master. Understood. The disciples bowed, then dispersed. Tai Sha went back to Blood Fury Hall, resting in a chair with one leg crossed over the other. Suddenly, an old man with silver white hair and a youthful face appeared behind him. It was Old Ding. Do you really believe it was the Wei remnants or the Sun family? Old Ding asked. Tai Sha smirked. What else? We can't start suspecting each other and tear ourselves apart from within, can we? Old Ding chuckled. I'm not questioning you, just making conversation. Ever since we wiped out the Wei family, peace has felt dull. I've grown restless, you see, and thought I'd chat with you a bit. Tai Sha declared. It can only have been the Wei family or Sun family. Old Ding asked. What if it wasn't? Tai Sha chuckled. Then that'd be even better. It'd mean our blood blade sect is full of hidden talent. Someone who can kill an 8th rank disciple with a single slash? What a find? I'd probably even help cover his tracks, huh? With that, Tai Sha let out a hearty laugh. Old Ding offered a small smile in return. He understood that while Tai Sha acted rough, he was perceptive underneath. That was precisely why Old Ding had chosen this place to while away his later years. Yes, there were still dangers here, but compared to other regions like the Jade Capital, it was relatively peaceful. In the capital city, disasters and demonic threats were rampant, so terrifying they could break even a seasoned martial artist's spirit. People often said these calamities were tied to the dying days of the dynasty, plagues and monsters roaming the land. Bow and arrow. A few days later, no one was talking about the missing Ren anymore. The inner district instituted a nighttime curfew, and the townships outside were placed under tighter watch. Suspicion briefly fell on Zhao Chengxin, but since the sect master had already decreed it was likely the work of Wei remnants or the Sun family, the rumors faded before they could gain traction. Time passed in relative calm, though the Wei family remnants resurfaced with a series of sharp, targeted assassinations, which suggested someone was feeding them inside information. Because of this, the Blood Blade sect's new restructuring plan had to be put on hold. Li Yuan used the downtime to stay in the inner district, eat his monthly ration of demonic beast meat, and train. Just as Zhao Chengxin had hinted, he felt he lacked a certain surge of energy and extra push needed to unlock the full power of his shadow blood. Without it, he couldn't channel that force throughout his entire body, much less cultivate shadow bones. Once or twice, he visited the black market in his cloak, mask, and hidden blade, hoping to find 8th rank demonic beast meat, but there was none on offer. Bow and arrow. July arrived with sweltering summer heat. A sudden rainstorm cleared away the oppressive humidity, painting the puddles with a crimson twilight from the setting sun. Then, without warning, a clamor rippled through the inner district. Messengers called everyone to gather at Blood Fury Hall. Li Yuan hurried over as instructed. Before he even stepped inside, he heard the heart-wrenching sobs of a woman echoing through the hall. You tricked me, Gongshiyang? You lied to me, Gongshiyang. Crossing the threshold, Li Yuan spotted Zhao Chengxin waiting and joined her, casting a glance at the wild-haired woman causing the commotion. Peering more closely, he recognized her as the third miss of the Wei family, the one whom Hong Gang and Lan Gang had mentioned as a potential gift for the Wei family's archenemy. Leaning toward his senior sister, he asked in a low voice, "What's going on?" Zhao Chengxin lowered her voice. Apparently Gongshiyang tricked her into giving up the Wei family remnants list of contacts. Now the sect master has called us here to draw the net tight. Li Yuan couldn't help but ask, how exactly did he deceive her? She let out a quiet sigh. Same old story. He convinced her they were on the same side and, well, her voice dropped even further. He must have leaked genuine intel to the Wei remnants several times, which let them kill a few of our people. After they started to trust him, he got the entire list of Wei loyalists out of her. But shush, don't say too much or guess blindly. Our main job now is to destroy the remnants in one stroke. Li Yuan nodded in understanding. Gongshiyang had likely pretended to be a hidden Wei agent and backed it up by helping the remnants assassinate Bloodblade disciples. Over time, that earned the Wei family's confidence until he finally tricked them into handing over their names. In the middle of her hysterical shouting, the Wei family's third miss suddenly stopped. Gong Xiang, the wiry and ruthless man himself, sprang forward, knocked her unconscious with a single blow, and spat out, "What a noisy woman." Then, with a cold laugh, he returned to his seat. For a split second, Li Yuan caught the faintest hint of regret and weariness in his eyes, so quick that no one else seemed to notice. JL's thoughts. For a split second, Li Yuan caught the faintest hint of regret and weariness in his eyes, so quick that no one else seemed to notice. That day, the elders, enforcers, and inner disciples of the Blood Blade sect all sprang into action. Moving with lightning speed, they swiftly eradicated the remaining loyalists of the Wei family who were hiding in various townships. Meanwhile, on the main road that lay between the Sun family's Southview town and the Blood Blade sect's Violet Haven, Taisha had set up a large armchair right in the middle of the street. He leaned back, picking his nose in an unabashedly casual manner. 4 followers stood behind him, each one unique in height, build, and appearance. By dusk, the Sun family arrived in force, led by an elder who frowned the instant he laid eyes on Taisha. Taisha called out, "Old son, where are you all headed?" The elder smiled. "Sect Master Tai, sitting here by yourself must be dull. So I came over to keep you company." Taisha laughed. "Why don't we just stay put, then? You can't break through, and our Blood Blade sect has no particular grudge against the Sun family. We're not itching for a fight. If you've got some other grand plan, go show it off somewhere else. As for this spot here, let's keep it quiet. Sound fair?" The elder thought a moment, then nodded. "Fair enough. Holding you here is worthwhile in its own right." Taisha eyed the Sun family group and suddenly asked, "Old son, how come I see some familiar Wei faces among you?" Feigning ignorance, the elder replied, "You must be joking. The Sun family is the Sun family, no Wei people here." Taisha roared with laughter, then said, "All right, old son. We have time to kill. How about a game of chess?" The elder waved him off. "I'll pass." Taisha only grinned, propped one leg over the other, and went right on picking his nose, as though he had all the time in the world. Bore bow and arrow. Swish, swish, swish. Even though Li Yuan was only a 9th-ranked disciple, all the inner disciples had been deployed today. He was no exception. Wielding a large blade, he struck down enemy after enemy with swift, decisive blows. By the time the moon sank and the ground gleamed white with frost, he brought his blade down again, killing a brawny man trying to flee. Standing nearby, Zhao Chengxin praised him, "Your blade is really something. I feel like I'm witnessing the rise of another senior Li." Li Yuan glanced at a list in his hand. "We've just finished clearing our assigned area. I'd guess everyone else is nearly done as well." Zhao Chengxin nodded. "In a few days, the sect's new policies will roll out, and things will turn upside down again. Another war is on the horizon. Today, we only wiped out the Wei family stragglers in Silver Creek, Parasol Town, and Violet Haven. But I'm sure some fled to the Sun family." Li Yuan asked, "What about the government? Aren't they supposed to keep the peace?" Zhao Chengxin gave a dry laugh. "Keep the peace? The Red Lotus rebels are still laying siege to the Jade capital. The court has bigger worries." Li Yuan said, "You really think the rebels can take the capital?" Zhao Chengxin shrugged. "The Great Zhou's been around for centuries. Maybe their luck is running out. Who's to say? Either way, it's not our concern. Let them fight for the throne. It hardly touches us here in the back country." Li Yuan sighed. True enough. They walked on, a few outer disciples, associates, and even some menial workers trailing behind. While Li Yuan and Zhao Chengxin had finished their sweep, others were still searching buildings, hauling corpses away, or looking for any valuables or information. Nothing of real worth turned up, just a few coins, some hidden weapons, and poisons. Handing them over to the sect was easier than stuffing them into their own pockets. From somewhere in the distance came lingering shouts and the clash of steel. Li Yuan and Zhao Chengxin had no plans to help. Tonight's work had been carefully allotted to different groups, and meddling might only cause suspicion of trying to steal credit. With time on their hands, Zhao Chengxin started chatting. "I'm guessing you haven't been with many women, otherwise, you wouldn't be so bent on settling down. Once a cultivator reaches 6th rank, we can extend our lifespan significantly. If you get too attached to a wife, you'll lose focus on training. Miss your prime, and there's no going higher. Take your senior sister's advice. Settle your wife somewhere safe, then head to the black market and pick up a few beauties." The Wei family had plenty of women. Chances are many ended up for sale. And the black market folks are clever. They never sell off everything at once, so you know there'll be top-notch picks later. You're already known there as young Master Li. If you want to buy, you'll get what you're after. Li Yuan shook his head. "I'm still uneasy about what happened in the central market." Zhao Chengxin arched an eyebrow. They moved a bit farther from the crowd, and she leaned in. "You're talking about that incident, right?" Li Yuan nodded. He knew Zhao Chengxin tended to hear all the interesting rumors before he did. This felt like a good chance to ask, "What exactly is it?" Lowering her voice, Zhao Chengxin said, "As long as we keep it isolated and don't feed it, there's nothing to fear." Li Yuan pressed on. "But there are so many women there, so much resentment." She cast a quick glance around to ensure nobody was eavesdropping. "I overheard the sect master mention it once. He called it a ghost domain. As long as the ghost gateway stays closed, it's harmless. Even if you wander near it, you'll be fine so long as you don't barge inside. I'm guessing the guardhouse in that central market sat right on top of the ghost domain." That's why the associates posted inside died, but everyone outside was unaffected. Our sect master was being cautious by sealing off the entire central market, creating a buffer zone. Li Yuan nodded thoughtfully and asked, how does a ghost domain form in the first place? How can a ghost gateway be opened? And how do you even know a place has become a ghost domain? Zhao Chengxin laughed softly. A ghost domain isn't just born from brutal deaths or grudges. If it were that simple, half the world would be won by now, and the other half would have been wiped out. In reality, ghost domains are quite rare. From what the sect master says, they're anchored to one spot and don't just roam about. Wait, don't tell me that's actually what you're afraid of, and that's why you won't buy any women from the Wei family. Li Yuan's face reddened at Zhao Chengxin's teasing. In truth, ever since he'd narrowly escaped death deep in Little Ink Mountain, he'd been overly wary, perhaps even traumatized. Still, he wasn't entirely convinced Zhao Chengxin had the full story on these supernatural matters. It was better to be safe than sorry. Zhao Chengxin let it drop and continued, as for how a ghost gateway opens, I've no clue. Probably not something ordinary folks can control. And figuring out if some place has become a ghost domain usually costs human lives. People had been disappearing from the guardhouse for a while, and only when the sect master came out of seclusion was it confirmed. Anyone unlucky enough to run into a ghost domain, well, that's just fate. Li Yuan listened quietly, feeling a bit more at ease. The greatest fear lay in not knowing, so if the sect master was aware of these things, at least someone had answers. Meat fields, ghost domains. Li Yuan closed his eyes for a moment, thinking that perhaps someday, he would muster the courage to ask the sect master in person. While they chatted, the fighting in the vicinity gradually died down, though searching continued. Dawn was near, yet doors remained shut tight. Before long, several riders galloped down the street, shouting, the last of the Wei family loyalists are dead. It's safe to open up and do business. Hoofbeats echoed amid the calls, and little by little, household doors creaked open. Bloodstains were mopped away, while the corpses of the Wei holdouts were tossed onto an ox cart headed for some wasteland to be burned. Fallen disciples of the Blood Blade sect were placed in coffins and given proper burials in good soil. With daybreak came the stir of daily life in the small county, returning it to a semblance of normalcy. Bourboan Arrow. 10 days later. Calm was restored to the 3 townships under the Blood Blade sect's control. The 3 townships previously belonging to the Wei family, however, were still a bit chaotic. At the same time, the Blood Blade sect's restructuring was finally being implemented. Inner disciples were sent out to the former Wei family townships to establish martial halls and expand the sect's influence. Li Yuan was assigned the role of an inspector. Though that sounded like a serious position, most of the day-to-day tasks would be handled by the subordinates assigned to him. Those were the 3 9th-rank outer disciples Yu Mao, Tianfeng, and Yu Ling, plus a number of associates and menial workers. In the Blood Blade sect, such pairings weren't strictly mandated. Rather, everyone was encouraged to form their own teams, almost like mini-factions. Li Yuan's 3 assistants were fairly average among the 9th rankers. Naturally, stronger disciples would prefer to follow an 8th-rank leader or, better yet, the Fang brothers, whose talents were the talk of the sect. Li Yuan's own talents, despite having been personally accepted by Senior Li, didn't shine quite as brightly in most people's eyes compared to the Fang brothers. JL's thoughts. Edit, my apologies. Didn't plan on writing a thought for this chapter, but it has come to my attention that I made a mistake. If you noticed Zhao Chengxin's name suddenly changed to Zhao Sunran in the middle of the chapter, that's a brain fart on my part. Zhao Sunran is the name of the main heroine in Immortal of the Ages, and I guess while I was translating, my brain habitually typed out Sunran after the Zhao instead of Chengxin. I suppose I still have a soft spot in my heart for Immortal of the Ages, even for the objective slop that it is. Anyway, mistake fixed. Sorry for any confusion I may have caused. Within the Blood Blade sect, Li Yuan was just another inspector, the weakest at 9th rank, in fact. But here in Silver Creek, he was truly the lord. Upon arriving in town, Li Yuan left the management of taxes, weapon shops, and public security in the hands of his subordinates. He was dressed in black robes trimmed with white, a telltale sign of an inner disciple of the Blood Blade sect. Those unfamiliar with the uniform took him for a mere sect disciple, but anyone who knew better immediately straightened up and bowed deeply. Sweeping his gaze around, Li Yuan spoke gently to the group behind him. All right, get to work. Don't forget to eat once you're done. Yes, young Master Li, the outer disciples and menial workers replied in unison before scattering in every direction. As for Li Yuan, he made a beeline for the Ginger Tavern. The moment he stepped inside, it was as if time had stopped. All conversation ceased. Casting a glance at the customers, some halfway through their meals, he waved and said with a smile, "It's nearly lunchtime. I'll be back shortly to grab a bite myself." Plenty of patrons recognized him, even those who didn't had heard rumors about Li Yuan from the recent tournament at Moon Creek Heights. As for anyone truly in the dark, the atmosphere alone made them too timid to speak. It wasn't until a waiter ushered Li Yuan upstairs that they sat down again and started whispering among themselves. "What brings young Master Li here to eat today? You don't know? No idea. Fill me in." The Blood Blade sect just appointed inspectors. From now on, Silver Creek is under young Master Li and another big shot. But what about the local government? Friend, you must be new around here if you still think the authorities have any real say. On the top floor, the waiter led Li Yuan to a private room with a sweeping view. No tall buildings blocked the windows, and he could look down on the throngs of people coming and going below. Young Master Li, our proprietress will be here shortly, the waiter said respectfully, standing by. Li Yuan nodded and gazed out at the bustling street for a moment before saying, bring me a pot of wine. Yes, sir. We have sweet rice wine, pure rice wine, and a maize medicinal brew. Which would you like? The waiter asked. What's the price? Li Yuan inquired. Looking uneasy, the waiter replied, please, just order whatever you'd like. Li Yuan gave a reassuring smile. I only want to know the cost. At last, the waiter explained, grain is expensive these days, so the wine isn't cheap either. A pot of sweet rice wine costs 3 small coins, the pure rice wine is the same, and the maize medicinal brew is 4, because of the herbs. Li Yuan considered. It was a steep price, but not unreasonable under the circumstances. About half a year earlier, he'd bought a 2.5 kilograms jug of rice wine for 15 small coins as a gift. By comparison, this seemed consistent. Just then, the door swung open, revealing a tall and graceful woman. She called to the waiter, you can head downstairs now. In a bit, bring up one of each of our specialty dishes. Yes, ma'am. The waiter started to leave but paused when Li Yuan spoke up. Wait. Hearing Li Yuan address him personally, the waiter straightened, his eyes lighting up. Yes, sir. No need to bring everything. That'd be a waste, Li Yuan said. Just 2 dishes and a soup, 1 meat and 1 vegetable dish. Make the soup vegetarian. A pot of pure rice wine will do. Xuanning nodded lightly. Then we'll do as young Master Li says. The waiter excused himself and closed the door behind him. Everyone on staff knew about the relationship between Li Yuan and Xuanning. The Ginger Tavern now had a powerful new umbrella overhead. Who in their right mind wouldn't be delighted? The room fell quiet, the bustle of the tavern left behind. Soft-eyed, Xuanning slipped into a seat next to him. Coming here on your very first day in office. Are you sure it's all right? Li Yuan answered calmly, I'm not really bogged down with day-to-day tasks. All I need to do is keep an eye on things and step in if anything major happens. The rest of the time, I can focus on my cultivation without any trouble. Xuanning murmured her agreement, then went on, you asked me to train up a band of beggars, but the more I think about it, the less reliable it sounds unless we plant our own people among them, have them become beggars themselves. Only then could we control them safely. Li Yuan asked, do you have anyone who could fill that role? She sighed. I do have some loyal servants, but most are already married. If I asked them, they'd go, but deep down, they'd resent me. Li Yuan nodded. All right. I'll think of something else. Before long, the food arrived: braised pork with bamboo shoots, stir-fried greens with tofu, a simple vegetable and pork soup, and a pot of pure rice wine. Helping himself, Li Yuan glanced at the wine and said, you get this from somewhere else, right? She replied, yes. Only Cicada's Cuisine has an official permit to brew in all of Silver Creek. Even though the Ginger Tavern is sizable, we're still considered a foot tavern. We aren't allowed to brew. All we can do is buy the ordinary stuff that's on the market. Cicada's Cuisine, Li Yuan remembered spending 2 taels of silver there once, just for breakfast. He had no idea which elder in the sect owned it. He muttered, I see. Sensing his thoughts, Xuanning grew anxious. Dearest, please don't try to pick a fight with Cicada's Cuisine just yet. We have plenty of time. Wait a few years until you're stronger. Li Yuan gave a small smile. Don't worry, I know my limits. Relieved, she laughed softly. She was merely afraid he'd lose his head and do something rash, some I'm the greatest under heaven kind of move. Li Yuan glanced through the window at the comings and goings below. While it wasn't the best view in all of Silver Creek, it was lively enough. Xuanning refilled his cup and stayed quietly by his side, not peppering him with questions. Only after a while did she say apprehensively, I heard the position of inspector here is split between 2 people. Silver Creek is basically divided in half. Your senior brother, is it? He chuckled. It's a senior sister, actually. A senior sister. Xuanning blinked in surprise, eyes wide. Li Yuan grinned. Originally, another disciple had been assigned to Silver Creek, but Zhao Chengzhen had arranged to swap with him. As a result, the other inspector for Silver Creek ended up being her. It just went to show her status among the inner disciples was near the top, second only, perhaps, to Fang Jianlong. Bore bow and arrow. Shortly after he'd eaten his fill, Li Yuan asked the Ginger Tavern's kitchen to prepare 2 more dishes and a pot of good wine. Stashing them in a handy food container, he headed to the black market by skiff, arriving at the gate to the north market in short order. Ascending the small unnamed pavilion that served as an entrance checkpoint, he bowed and called respectfully, then broke into a grin. Master, I brought some dishes from my wife's tavern. Care to try them? Senior Li eyed him. You rascal. First day on the job, and already you're running around. Li Yuan shrugged lightly. Silver Creek's quiet. Not like you, master. You need to be here all the time. With a smirk, Senior Li rose and beckoned him over. Well then, let me taste your offerings. Li Yuan set the food container on a small table, taking out the 2 dishes and the wine. Senior Li ate a few mouthfuls, nodding in enjoyment, but when he sipped the wine, he frowned slightly before swallowing. Seeing Li Yuan about to speak, he waved a hand. Kid, the dishes are good, but the wine. Raising a finger to hush him, Senior Li closed his eyes as if thinking deeply, then said, I see what's going on. You're digging for information. Not a bad attempt. All right, I'll just say it straight. The owner of Cicada's cuisine is the younger brother of the Dark Visage Elder. The Dark Visage Elder? Li Yuan recalled that particular elder and nodded. Got it. Senior Li continued, you also came here to see if we've gotten any interesting new products arriving in the black market, right? With a small laugh, Li Yuan admitted, I really can't hide anything from you, master. Still chomping on his food with gusto, Senior Li grabbed a thin notebook from under his cushion and tossed it over. Here, read for yourself. This is the inventory we've gotten in the past while. Li Yuan flipped through the pages, then asked casually, by the way, master, any more disappearances in the black market lately? Senior Li took another bite and shook his head. Nope. Don't get any strange ideas. Li Yuan sighed wryly. Hard not to worry, knowing something that eerie and dangerous is lurking around. Senior Li lowered his voice with a quiet laugh. It's sealed in, can't get out. So what's there to worry about? JL's thoughts. At the gate of the black market, in that nameless little pavilion, Li Yuan pored over the entrance registry. This registry was made in 3 parts. Each gate of the black market checked and recorded incoming goods. Those entries were then collected before nightfall and compiled into a single volume, which was delivered to Senior Li for review. Only after Senior Li's red brushstroke approved it would those goods go on sale. Most of the time, though, he simply skimmed the pages and stamped his seal without much scrutiny. So, the items Li Yuan was looking at now were those just cleared for sale that very morning. If he had come earlier, he could have known ahead of time exactly what would appear in the market today. He flipped through the notebook quickly, but his finger moved idly across the entries, reflecting his mixed hopes. He needed several things. One was a 9th-rank demonic beast. Ideally one with a gentle temperament, good at scouting, and adept at concealment. If possible, he also wanted a tank-type creature, something capable of home defense and providing support. He was fed up with lacking a reliable pair of eyes. When he'd been waiting to ambush Ran, he'd been reduced to hiding in an undergrowth, waiting for the right moment. He wanted an edge in tracking and surveillance. The second was 8th-rank demonic beast meat to further stimulate his shadow blood. This, he hoped, would help him break through to 7th rank. But channels for 8th-rank demonic beast meat were scarce. Most of it went straight to the sect master, deputy sect master, and elders, leaving none for everyone else. He'd even jokingly considered slaughtering Senior Li's own Ashen Spirit Mares, but he wasn't anywhere near strong enough to pull that off undetected. For now, it remained only a wild idea. The third was advanced skills. Li Yuan had come to realize that archery, tracking, beast taming, and spearmanship were foundational skills. They served more as stepping stones than as signature moves. His Spring Autumn blade had 3 forms: Spring Thunder, Spring Awakening, and Leaping Abyss. Ultimately, if cultivated to the peak, these 3 forms could fuse into a single, ultimate skill, something ordinary basic skills could never match. He wanted to see if the black market offered any high-ranking martial arts that might help him broaden his horizons when his cultivation hit a bottleneck. The fourth was cultivation techniques. Since his body could accommodate 2 types of shadow blood simultaneously, he wondered if it could hold a third. He had no idea if that was even possible, and advanced cultivation techniques rarely appeared for sale anyway. But if he spotted a likely lead, he'd certainly investigate. He wasn't interested in any incomplete manuals like the Return Willow technique, which ended after 9th rank. If he took on something new, it had to include a more advanced pathway. Though Senior Li said he could always forge his own path, Li Yuan knew he wasn't ready to create a brand new technique from scratch just yet. After a thorough look, Li Yuan sighed and put the registry aside. He hadn't found a single item on his wish list. Senior Li, who'd been watching him, remarked, "Didn't find anything to your liking, eh? Don't worry. Once we finish counting up the Wei family's spoils, plenty of stuff will enter circulation. Just swing by every now and then, and if you find something that aids your cultivation, I'll make sure to smooth the way for you." Senior Li placed great importance on passing down his legacy. With his injuries too severe to fully heal, his greatest wish was to see his personal disciple reach a point where he could chart a new path for the spirit release technique and Spring Autumn blade. Only then would Senior Li feel he could finally let go of the burdens he'd carried for so many years. "Many thanks, Master," Li Yuan said. Bore bow and arrow. In the days that followed, Li Yuan's life suddenly acquired a comfortable routine, and with that came a sense that time was flying by. His cautious, polite demeanor kept him from provoking needless conflicts, and with Zhao Chengxin's formidable reputation and Senior Li's fierce protection, he could quietly train and grow beneath their giant umbrella. Compared to his peaceful corner of the world, the former Wei family townships were embroiled in chaos. Naturally, the Sun family would never just stand by while the Bloodblade sect built its power. They understood the idiom that if the lips were gone, the teeth would freeze. If one powerful clan fell, the next might not be far behind. Fighting tooth and nail, they joined forces with any surviving Wei loyalists, offering clandestine support and resorting to sabotage wherever they could. The 12 martial halls soon ran into one problem after another. Several clashes broke out along the way. Li Yuan didn't know the details, only that the Bloodblade sect lost more than a few people, and some halls were forced to shut down. Despite the sect's best efforts to train new disciples, their losses from all this open and covered strife couldn't be offset by the influx of fresh recruits. Ultimately, the Bloodblade sect saw no alternative but to bring in enforcers from outside. They relaxed their requirements and began recruiting 7th and 8th rank martial artists from beyond the county. As it turned out, quite a few wandering martial artists were more than willing to sign up. Firstly, it gave them a secure place to settle down. Secondly, their status would rise, allowing them to indulge in luxuries without restraint. And thirdly, having a stable supply of 9th rank demonic beast meat, even if not 8th rank, was still a considerable perk. Though their arrival did strengthen the Blood Blade sect, it also sowed the seeds of future discord. Li Yuan paid little mind to these developments. Seizing the opportunity while the sect was in desperate need of manpower, he had Yu Mao quietly recommend Qianda for recruitment. Qianda, already known for his unusual physique and steady mind, passed without issue. He was placed as an associate, then transferred to Silver Creek under Li Yuan's supervision to learn the sect's martial arts. Grateful beyond measure, Qianda recognized that he now bore Li Yuan's personal mark. With this in mind, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to serving his benefactor, while Qian Si and Qian Wu continued transporting wild game as before. The difference now was that Li Yuan no longer charged for those animals. Instead, he supplied them straight to the Ginger Tavern for Xuanning to use. Boar bow and arrow. Summer gave way to fall, leaves fluttering down in drifts. Out in the rural villages, wheat fields showed only a sparse dusting of gold. It was a poor harvest. Yet again, famine was looming. A sense of despair crept through the population, the misery beyond words. Grain and wine prices stayed high, and merchants eagerly hoarded the newly harvested grain, waiting for the chance to resell it at enormous profit. Meanwhile, the Ginger Tavern opened a charity kitchen, serving porridge free of charge to beggars, refugees, anyone on the brink of starvation. As autumn passed and winter arrived, the Blood Blade sect's new blood brought a mild upheaval. Where there had once been orderly discipline, small-scale acts of bullying and exploitation began to crop up among its ranks. For many, brute strength became a tool for pushing people around. Li Yuan kept his distance, focusing on his small domain in Silver Creek and carrying on his simple routine splitting time between the inner district, Silver Creek, and the black market. He stopped by the black market each evening, bringing seniorly hot tea or fine wine while checking the daily registry. That way, he'd know in advance which goods would appear the next morning and could plan his purchases. If he spotted something he wanted, he never gave himself away, and seniorly never pried. When the time came, Li Yuan would don his mask and cloak disguise with his short blade hidden in his sleeve. Then, he'd arrive at the black market at dawn to buy what he needed. To keep from standing out, sometimes he'd pass on beast meat, or deliberately show his face to purchase unrelated odds and ends. He even prepared 7 different disguise sets, complete with a padded belly, high-heeled boots, fake beard, or long hair, just to ensure no one caught on. Many in the black market wore masks anyway, so his odd get-ups drew little notice. In the past, he couldn't have afforded such lavish acquisitions, but with Xuanning backing him, he had the means. 8th rank demonic beast meat remained exceedingly rare, but thanks to the registry, he always knew what was coming in and could swoop in before anyone else. Over time, he managed to accumulate anywhere from 35 kilograms of meat on a slow month, and up to 50 kilograms when he was lucky. Boar bow and arrow. Time slipped by. When the harshest stretch of midwinter arrived in the 12th lunar month, heavy snow fell like slithering serpents, swirling flakes like silver scales scattering across the sky and land. The wind howled through the streets of Jamil County, driving icy drifts around every corner. Inside the courtyard of their inner district residence, Yanyu and Xuanning, both wrapped in white furs, admired the snow and plum blossoms. Over a brazier, a pot of simmering broth bubbled and steamed, filling the air with warmth and comfort. Sitting alone under the eaves of his private study, Li Yuan gazed at the icicles hanging from the roof. He watched them swaying and snapping in the wind, shattering on the ground below. He felt an unshakable certainty stirring inside that he would break through to 7th rank. And when it happened, Li Yuan planned to immediately reach complete mastery, joining the ranks of the strongest in Jamil County. Woof woof woof. A dog's barking rang out in the snow-covered courtyard. A half-grown black mastiff, nearly as tall as a person at the shoulder, stood chained with a thick metal collar around its neck. The other end of the chain was fastened to a large iron block. Li Yuan glanced at the mastiff. "It's snowing, and you're this excited." The dog fixed its gaze on him, eyes bright with submission, mouth parted in what looked almost like a grin, blood-red tongue panting in shallow, raspy bursts. This was one of Li Yuan's finds at the black market, though hardly the kind of beast he'd originally wanted. He had hoped for a gentle-natured creature, adept at reconnaissance, and stealthy, or something akin to a walking fortress that could both guard the home and provide backup in a fight. He'd searched for half a year, never coming across a demonic beast that met more than 2 of those criteria at once. Then one day, while passing the black market unmasked, he bumped into this demonic beast which showed an unexpected fondness for him. It wasn't stealthy, nor was it particularly docile, but it did excel at sniffing out threats and guarding territory. Besides, dogs were known for loyalty, that trait alone helped compensate for its lack of a gentle temperament. And so he gritted his teeth and paid 400 taels of silver for it. Of that, 100 taels came from Xuanning, the other 300 taels he'd squirreled away looting Ren's corpse. The common name of this demonic beast, a Blackrock Mastiff, hinted at its nature. It disliked roaming and preferred to defend a single place. It had a keen sense for hostility and a far sharper nose than common dogs. Li Yuan had once taken it up into the depths of Little Ink Mountain to hunt a black bear. He deliberately woke the bear in its den, gave it half an hour's head start to flee, then set the mastiff on its trail. Before long, the dog tracked the bear down and dispatched it. When he first acquired it, the Blackrock Mastiff was in a weakened state at 1020, a far cry from its peak condition of 2060. But after nursing it back to health for months at his home, it had largely recovered. Li Yuan named it Cinder. He didn't keep Cinder chained because it was aggressive, quite the opposite actually. The Mastiff was already fully tamed and recognized both Yanyu and Xuanning as its mistresses, behaving obediently around them. Rather, he locked it up because they lived in the inner district. If it roamed outside unsupervised, it might very well harm someone, or be harmed itself. This notorious Mastiff ended up drawing attention. People were astonished to see a fierce 9th-rank demonic beast act tame as a house dog. Li Yuan simply explained that he used to be a hunter, so he knew a few tricks for handling animals. And apparently, that worked on demonic beasts too. So, a rumor started going around that he was skilled at taming beasts. Li Yuan didn't mind, it was harmless information that fit neatly within his sphere of abilities. Beyond the Mastiff, Li Yuan had also purchased 2 new martial skills and 2 new weapons, both intended for once he broke into 7th rank. Weapons made for 8th rank martial artists wouldn't do justice to his full strength. The total for both weapons was 96 taels of silver. He had purchased 1 short blade that fit inside his sleeve, and a bone-crafted bow. As for the 2 martial skills, the first was scent-seeking, an 8th rank skill, generally considered useless. It had lingered in the black market for ages with no buyers, and whoever was selling it probably didn't know its origins. The skill itself was standalone, requiring the user to be at least 8th rank with a tracking type skill at master level. Even then, mastery of scent-seeking did nothing to enhance raw combat power, it merely sharpened the user's sense of smell to an extraordinary degree. In simpler terms, you'd have the nose of a dog. Hardly anyone would go out of their way to learn that. But Li Yuan was intrigued. After haggling for ages, he drove the asking price down from 300 to 100 taels of silver and finally bought the manual. The second skill he acquired was called Chasing Wind, Piercing Willows, 12 linked arrows shortened to 12 linked arrows for brevity. This was also a standalone 8th rank skill. The requirements stated that one had to be at least 8th rank in cultivation and already possess a 9th rank generic archery skill at master level. Sadly, most people in Jamil County trained in blades or swords, archers were few and far between. Even among the archers, it was nearly impossible to find someone who had perfected their archery to the master level. Moreover, 12 linked arrows offered no 7th rank follow-up skill. As a result, it sat unsold for ages. Eventually, Li Yuan, after some deliberation, haggled the price down from 400 to 150 taels of silver and bought it. So, aside from acquiring 8th rank demonic beast meat, Li Yuan's haul so far consisted of the Blackrock Mastiff, 2 skills, and 2 new weapons. As for cultivation techniques, he did come across a few, but all of them lacked a path beyond the 9th or 8th rank, not to mention being unreasonably expensive. In the course of his training, Li Yuan sensed that his body had a limit on the number of different types of shadow blood it could hold, definitely no more than 5. He was fairly certain it wasn't 3 because he could still feel unused capacity within himself. That meant his maximum was likely 4 or 5. Right now, he already had 2 types of shadow blood, one capable of reaching 7th rank, and the other stuck at 9th rank. He needed to be cautious with whatever he chose next. His plan for a third cultivation technique was that it should at least allow him to advance to 6th rank. Then he would attempt to replace the Return Willow technique's shadow blood with that new legacy. If it worked, he'd know for sure that he could swap shadow blood at will. That would free him to pick up further techniques without so much worry. But if it failed, he'd have to save that final slot for a top-quality technique that offered higher-level breakthroughs. Such was the dilemma of the average martial cultivator. Without a follow-up manual, there was no chance to climb higher, no matter how talented or hardworking you were. If you reached 7th rank but had no 6th rank technique, then even if a better legacy suddenly appeared, you couldn't just start over, you'd already locked in your shadow bones. If you were at 8th rank, you'd have to endure the long, painful process of discarding the old shadow blood to train in a new technique from scratch. In this world, talent and perseverance mattered, but family background and lucky encounters could be equally if not more decisive. Born into a clan with a complete, high-ranking legacy, you'd breeze ahead. But most people had to stumble their way forward, hoping luck would guide them into the right opportunities. It seemed unfair, but such was the world they lived in. Since Li Yuan still couldn't be sure whether he could truly swap out his shadow blood, he chose to tread carefully, unwilling to gamble on a random cultivation manual. Boar bow and arrow. Now, Li Yuan stood in the snowy courtyard. He wasn't holding his spirit release technique manual because he'd memorized it by heart, able to recite every line. A toad ascends to the heavenly gate, gathering breath as heavy as mountains. A great river flows through the 4 lands, exhaling the spirit as the moon bends into a bow. The last part described the final step to break through the 7th rank, exhaling the spirit as the moon bends into a bow. But first, one had to inhale if they intended to exhale later. Li Yuan watched as snow fluttered across the courtyard. He suddenly shed his coat and outer pants, changing into a cheap cloth shirt and trousers. Tilting his head back, he inhaled sharply, and the swirling snow seemed to be dragged toward him from all sides of the yard. Countless white ice crystals danced on the current of his immense breath, almost as if they were tunneling straight into his body. His blood was compressed by this process, surging wildly to every corner of his being. The power hidden in the 8th rank demonic beast meat he had consumed now ignited, fueling this rapid influx. The shadow blood expanded further and deeper, saturating his limbs. Ordinary blood was being forced out in the process. A faint flush of crimson seeped through his pores, staining his cheap garments until they looked like blood-soaked cloth. This was hardly the first time he'd ruined a set of clothes while trying to reach the 7th rank, though he was sure this time would be the last. Holding his breath, eyes shut, Li Yuan triggered the mental patterns he'd gleaned from the 7th rank mnemonic diagrams, and they automatically guided the shadow blood's circulation. HNGH. 2 streams of white mist shot from Li Yuan's nostrils, like hot air rising from a forge. After a few more explosive exhales, he drew in one more deep breath. This time, he paused for a good while, feeling as though a raging fire blazed inside him. His once fragile mortal bones were undergoing a transformation under the continuous burn. This was the first phase. Ha! He let out a mighty shout, black hair whirling in the wind, eyes flashing like bolts of lightning. As he exhaled, clouds of dense white steam billowed around him, reminiscent of a newly forged sword thrust into cooling water. At that precise moment, Li Yuan sensed a sudden surge of power throughout his body. Once the breath was fully expelled, the boost ebbed away, indicating that the spirit release technique bestowed a temporary increase in strength when releasing the spirit. He glanced at his status window. He had saved up 752 stat points and a new entry had appeared in his technique list for the 7th rank spirit release technique. At last, I've made it to 7th rank. Breaking through was no joke. Li Yuan sighed, then glanced at the spirit release technique's mastery at 1/500. But now that I'm here, let's skip straight to the finish line. He immediately tapped on the plus symbol and allocated 499 points. In an instant, Li Yuan absorbed a flood of memories of himself training tirelessly over 5 years devouring 8th rank demonic beast meat, practicing the cultivation technique day in and day out until his blood and energy reached their upper limits. Under the hammering of the technique and the nurturing of the shadow blood, his mortal bones had completely changed. The shadow blood now had a source, endlessly reproducing from deep within his shadow bones. It no longer depleted, remaining a permanent part of him. Meanwhile, the return willow technique's shadow blood was compressed into a tiny droplet, settling near his abdomen in a dormant state, yet still under his command. Li Yuan closed his eyes, savoring this transformation. After a long while, he opened them again with a smile and checked his status window. His 7th rank spirit release technique's mastery was now maxed out at 500 points. Though his heart ached seeing his reserve drop back down to 253 stat points, he still felt it was worth it. It's time to learn the 3rd form of the Spring Autumn Blade, Leaping Abyss. Only then can I unleash my full power. Bore bow and arrow. 10 days later, Li Yuan glanced at his status window once more. A new entry for Spring Autumn Blade, Leaping Abyss had appeared in his skill list. He'd also accumulated 70 more stat points, bringing his reserve back up to 323 points. Let's max it out, Li Yuan thought, tapping the plus symbol repeatedly. Basic Leaping Abyss, 1/10, new, intermediate, 1/20th, new, advanced, 1/40th, new, expert, 1/80th, new, master, 1/160. In a flash, he instantly used 309 stat points while the skill description became Master Leaping Abyss, 160/160. Gripping the short blade hidden in his sleeve, Li Yuan checked his overall combat power, which had risen to 182/78. He closed his eyes briefly, recalling Taisha's combat power appeared to be around 215/235. Surely Taisha's weapons were better than the ordinary 7th rank blade Li Yuan was using. Still, the comparison gave Li Yuan a renewed sense of security. It's time to see my master, he murmured, sheathing the short blade. He patted his cinder on the head. Watch the place while I'm out. The big black mastiff let out a soft whimper, gaze full of worship for its master. JL's thoughts. Yeah, we're getting to the part of the novel where these stat pages are getting bloated. All the more I can understand why the author decided to drop them. So, I'm experimenting on abbreviating these stat pages to showing only the relevant information. Feel free to provide your own suggestions on how I can better present this information. It was the depths of the 12th lunar month, and half the sky was filled with swirling snow. Li Yuan, dressed in a black robe trimmed with white, stood at the bow of the little boat. A line of poetry came to mind. Once you stand atop the highest peak, all other mountains seem small. But did the mountains truly shrink? They remained as tall as ever. It's just that once you stood high enough, they appeared small. That was exactly how Li Yuan felt at this moment. In Jamil County, he had never met anyone stronger than himself, at least not by the numbers he could see. Those once intimidating peaks no longer posed a serious threat. Unconsciously, he felt a slight ease and a flicker of joy in his heart. If he acquired a better weapon, he could grow even stronger. Then, he would establish his own faction. He wasn't doing this out of boredom or a desire for status. He needed power. His cultivation had hit a ceiling. To advance further, he saw 3 possible paths. First was comprehending the hidden life chronicle within the spirit release technique. Second was finding another cultivation technique that also contained a life chronicle. Third was creating an entirely new technique featuring a life chronicle. The third was basically a fantasy. Even the first seemed unlikely, at least in the short run. So the only realistic choice was to look for a new cultivation technique. As far as Li Yuan knew, there were 2 ways to do that. One was through the upper ranks of the Bloodblade sect, an exclusive inner circle whose secrets were known only to the sect master and deputy sect master. To pursue that lead, he would have to speak with Taisha and build enough trust to dig deeper. The other was to find the cultivation technique elsewhere. And that, in essence, was why he wanted to build his own faction. Instead of wandering off to unfamiliar territory, relying on luck, risking his life, and getting tangled up in other people's politics, why not stay here where, at least openly, he was already the strongest and form his own network? Then he could establish connections and trade for the techniques he needed. Li Yuan had plenty of time to wait for the right deal. If it failed or something went wrong, he wouldn't be trapped in a desperate situation. Moreover, a faction would let him do many things that were difficult to accomplish on his own. If he needed to map uncharted areas, he wouldn't have to go in person. If he wanted to explore eerie places, he wouldn't have to risk himself. Protecting friends and family wouldn't require him to stand guard all day. He'd have people to gather information, help him trade for resources, and even prepare a safe haven in other cities if he ever decided to leave. Of course, building a faction would invite potential trouble, and how to form it, and to what purpose, was still a question. Bow and arrow. Lost in thought, Li Yuan barely noticed the gentle thud as the boat reached shore. With a light tap on the deck, he vaulted onto the pier. Amid a chorus of greetings, he made his way toward the North Market. Senior Li was still in his rocking chair, swaying to and fro. The 145-150 hovering over him hadn't budged all this time, nowhere close to his peak condition of 200-210. This suggested permanent injuries that prevented a full recovery. It was the likely reason he was so eager to find a worthy personal disciple. Master, Li Yuan greeted. Senior Li kept his eyes closed. You're early. The books haven't arrived yet. He paused, then chuckled. What brings you here so soon, looking for a drink with this old man? A celebratory drink, Li Yuan said with a hint of laughter. The rocking chair abruptly fell silent. Several seconds later, it began creaking again. Senior Li smiled. What, did you manage to switch out your shadow blood and now want me to host the wedding banquet? Master, I've reached the 8th rank. There was no hiding the delight in that voice. At those words, the rocking chair went still once more. Senior Li bolted upright, his eyes wide. What did you say? Standing in the falling snow, the young man bowed respectfully. Master, I've stepped into the 8th rank. Senior Li looked stunned. How long has it been? You not only swapped your shadow blood, but broke through to the 8th rank as well. Yes, Li Yuan answered evenly. Given that he had been at peak 7th rank for some time, admitting he was now at early 8th rank wasn't difficult. Senior Li's joy was plain to see. In a single instant, his expression ran through a vivid range of emotions, ultimately settling into a sort of restrained glee. Show me? Li Yuan glanced at a nearby weapons rack, looking for a long blade. It wasn't practical to carry a long blade everywhere. Ordinarily, the short blade at his waist was enough. Noticing his gaze, Senior Li asked, You want to test your blade? Yes. You only need to manifest your blood veil to prove you've reached the 8th rank. No need to show your blade. But I want you to see this move for yourself, Master. Which move? Spring Awakening. Senior Li was silent for a moment, then nodded. All right, show me. Suddenly, he pointed to the blade lodged in the ground beside him. Use mine. Li Yuan stepped forward without hesitation and lifted the blade. It felt icy cold to the touch, unlike any common blade he'd held. On closer inspection, its surface showed faint patches of rust and tiny cracks. Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Then, glancing at his own numbers, he was even more surprised. By carrying his usual sleeve dagger, his combat power registered as 182-78. But with this new blade in hand, it immediately jumped to 255-370. Just changing weapons had nearly doubled his overall power. Of course, that upper bound of 370 was enhanced by both blood fusion and release. Meanwhile, the 255 was only about 20 higher than Taisha's 235, which meant they were, at least broadly, on the same level. It was just that Li Yuan's training was relatively flawless, free from hidden strains or damage, which accounted for his slight advantage. Putting 2 and 2 together, he realized it simply proved that this blade of Senior Li's was on par with the sect master's weapon. While his thoughts churned, Senior Li called out, What's got you dazed? Li Yuan replied, This blade feels so perfect in my hand. I couldn't help staring. Love at first sight, is it? The old man gave a laugh. Like when you first see the girl of your dreams and stand there looking stupid. Li Yuan quickly waved his hands. I wouldn't dare covet my master's girl. Senior Li bristled, wagging his finger. Watch your mouth, boy. Of course you better not covet my girl. They both fell momentarily silent, then burst into hearty laughter. After the laughter subsided, Senior Li said, This blade was passed down to me by your grandmaster, and I'll pass it on to you someday. But bear in mind, it's a damaged blade. If it were whole, it would be even more powerful. Anyway, let's see your Spring Awakening. Yes, master. A faint red aura rippled over Li Yuan's body as he gripped the blade and slashed downward with sudden force. Like snow scattering in a storm, the blade light exploded with a thunderous roar. Even as the swirling snow flurried about, the strike's momentum never ceased. It was as if a coiled python had lunged forward and then twisted in midair, switching to a sweeping slash. A wide arc of silver lit the small pavilion with a fierce gust of wind. Amid the shrill whistle, snow, dust, and gravel whirled in all directions. Then Li Yuan drew the blade back, bracing it against the ground. In a flash, absolute stillness replaced violent motion. Li Yuan had displayed a mastery of spring awakening at about the intermediate level. He didn't reveal anything more, but even so, Senior Li's eyes gleamed. The old man, broad-shouldered and clearly aging, abruptly clapped his hands. "Come on out," he shouted. At once, a man in plain grey clothing came running from a distance. He was tall and solidly built, his appearance unremarkable, and he looked only a few years older than Li Yuan. Yet streaks of silver were already visible in his hair, and his scruffy chin gave him a rough, disheveled look. He darted a quick, excited glance at Li Yuan but said nothing. Li Yuan noticed that the man's combat power floated at 80-90, with it being at 210-220 in peak condition. Strange, he would definitely remember an expert at this level, but he'd never seen him before, which meant this man usually hid himself well. "Fetch the horse butcher," Senior Li ordered. The grey-clad man gave a respectful nod, then hurried off. Watching him go, Li Yuan wondered who he was, obviously not someone from the inner ranks of the Blood Blade sect he'd seen before. Senior Li spoke again. He had his tongue cut out. "He's mute. And, he's my junior brother, Zhou Shuanggrui. He once practiced the spirit release technique and progressed extremely quickly. He was already at peak 8th rank by the age of 12, far more gifted than I ever was. Then we ran into some trouble together, and he was badly hurt. Since then, he hasn't managed to break into 7th rank. He can't advance any further, and so he can't complete the life chronicle portion of the spirit release technique. He stayed with me, passing as a simple servant. 12 years old, and already at peak 8th rank? But unable to reach the 7th, Li Yuan couldn't help smiling wryly. Clearly, even Senior Li didn't realize this junior brother had actually been at the 7th rank before being injured and forced to drop back down. He mulled over that for a moment, then asked, "Master, who attacked you both?" Senior Li shook his head. "No need to ask. It won't do you any good to know," Li Yuan sighed. "Either way, Uncle Master Zhou is clearly a man of deep loyalty. After all, someone at 8th rank, even if crippled, would have no trouble making a living anywhere. Yet Zhou Shuanggrui insisted on remaining here, content to serve as a humble servant." Senior Li paused, then said quietly, "He's my master's son. He has a deep attachment to the Fallen Moon School." Li Yuan fell silent, finally piecing together the relationships. Likely Senior Li had been around since before Zhou Shuanggrui was even born, then watched him grow up, learn martial arts, and eventually suffer decline. Before long, the grey-clad man returned, carrying a 7-foot horse butchering blade. Li Yuan also noticed that at some point, the man himself had strapped a slender, slightly curved long blade to his own waist. The horse butcher lay in a dusty grey scabbard, as though still in deep slumber. Senior Li glanced at the thin blade that had appeared at the grey-clad man's waist. A flicker of mixed emotions crossed his eyes, both melancholy and relief. Then he took the horse butcher and drew it 3 inches, revealing a blade glinting so brightly it seemed to radiate cold light, dazzling against the snow. "Catch," he said, tossing the blade. Li Yuan took it. Senior Li remarked, "Use this for now. It's top tier for an 8th rank weapon, and even in the 7th rank, it's about on par with mine. A blade of this caliber is almost impossible to find on the black market here." Li Yuan gripped the blade and glanced at his combat power, which remained at 255-370. "Thank you, Master. Keep it up." Senior Li gave him an encouraging nod, then added, "Pick a good day, an auspicious one. Let me know which day it is." "Yes, Master. And one more thing." Senior Li paused, then continued, "Take the blade servant with you. He's at the 8th rank, so he should be of some use right now." Li Yuan looked at the grey-clad man, who seemed overcome by excitement. Bowing respectfully, Li Yuan said, "Uncle Master Zhou, I look forward to learning from you." The man froze for a moment. Then he turned on Senior Li with an angry expression, mumbling some unintelligible sounds as if furious. "AHH, AHH, ah." Senior Li smacked the arm of his chair. "Damn it, you wanted to be a blade servant, so I'm letting you. But I had to explain to my disciple who you really are. How else would he dare take you in? Use your head." The grey-clad man glowered. Senior Li burst into loud laughter. "What are you so mad about? Get out of here. You've been hanging around this old man for so long. Time to be on your way." Hearing the insult, the man no longer looked angry but took a deep breath, bowed to Senior Li with hands clasped, and said nothing. Waving his hand dismissively, Senior Li said, "Stop dawdling and go. I've had enough of you." But then his voice softened. "Li Yuan." "Yes, Master." "Don't call him Uncle Master. He doesn't like it, and he told me not to tell you who he was. But I couldn't help myself. From now on, treat him as your blade servant. If that feels awkward to say, give him a new name. Well, think of something. How about Sergio? Might as well just call him Uncle Master. Won't work. All right, then Zhou Kang." "Zhou Kang?" Senior Li seemed uncertain. Li Yuan quickly added, "Let me come up with another one." Zhou Shuanggrui seemed hardly as even-tempered as the legendary Second Lord, so that didn't feel right, either. "Maybe Zhou Yi, or Zhou Jia," Li Yuan offered. Senior Li glanced at the blade servant, who said nothing. "Let's go with Zhou Jia," he decided. The man nodded in agreement. Li Yuan slung the horse butcher across his back, its tip hovered just above his calf. Then, with Zhou Jia in tow, he left the black market. They walked on, farther and farther away. Behind them, the rocking of Senior Li's chair went on, echoing with a vague sense of loneliness yet also relief. Snow fell in a hazy veil, blanketing the land. By the lakeside in the South Market, the roof of Li Yuan's little boat had already acquired a thin layer of white. Jojia followed a few steps behind him, respectfully bent forward, his salt and pepper hair blowing wildly in the winter wind, as though nothing in the world mattered except the young man walking ahead. Old Joe, Li Yuan suddenly called out. Jojia stopped and lifted his gaze. All these years, have you been living in the black market? Li Yuan asked. Jojia nodded. So why are you following me now? Li Yuan pressed. Jojia paused, then placed a hand on the blade at his hip. He gripped the scabbard and scrawled in the snow. Raise horses. Serve. Fight by your side. Guard your home. Li Yuan smiled. The proprietress of the Ginger Tavern is my wife, but no one's really taking care of the place. I'd like you to go there. What do you think? He had a clear plan. If he wanted to build his power, he would have to expand the Ginger Tavern. And growing profits would inevitably attract danger. Without sufficient protection, greater gains could become a curse. The tavern needed someone to guard it. Jojia had once been a 7th-rank prodigy, nearly on par with Taisha. Even though his injuries had set him back, his upper range still hit 90, which was stronger than Zhao Chengxin. That would be enough to watch over the tavern. So how about it, old Joe? Ginger Tavern is vital to me. I have some plans for it, Li Yuan added. Jojia bowed and nodded, then wrote, I'll watch the stables. Li Yuan thought it over. The stables lay behind the tavern, the first spot someone would hit if they launched an attack at night. He nodded. Then I'll leave it in your hands, old Joe. Bore bow and arrow. Hey, did you hear? Young Master Li brought someone back, says he'll be feeding the horses and managing the stable. Who's that? Some young guy, but his hair's gone practically white. And I think he's mute. What? JL's thoughts. Fetch the horse butcher. Senior Li ordered. Yeah, the name is pretty self-explanatory. It's basically a long warglaive that can take out a horse in a single stroke. Honestly a pretty badass weapon but really unwieldy. Inside a private room at the Ginger Tavern, Li Yuan sat looking rather distressed. He had brought Jojia here to meet the staff, but no matter how much he insisted, Jojia refused to sit. Instead, he stood rigidly at the door with a polite bow, not even stepping into the room. Old Joe, what's the point of this? Li Yuan tried coaxing him. I said you should come in and have a bite to eat. What's so bad about that? Here, take pen and paper if you need them. Jojia took the pen, then immediately started scribbling on the paper. I cannot do that. A blade servant should never share a table with his master. Li Yuan rolled his eyes. We don't stand on that kind of ceremony here. Come in and sit. It's a snowy day, and I've got ginger and dates simmering in some mulled rice wine. It's a special batch from a traveling merchant. Once we finish it, there's no more. If you don't like wine, at least have some tea or food. Despite Li Yuan's efforts, Jojia remained unmoved. He stood there with his head down, hand resting on the slender blade at his hip, staring at some fixed point in the shadows lost in his own world or memories, unable to snap out of it. Just then, quick, light footsteps sounded on the stairs. In the glow of the lanterns flanking the private room, a striking woman appeared. With delicate features, almond-shaped fox eyes, and her shapely form wrapped in a crimson fur-lined robe, she radiated a graceful warmth. Even just walking over, she projected a kind of soft allure that put men at ease yet feeling slightly unworthy. Dearest. Xuanning smiled, her eyes lighting up. She quickly approached Li Yuan's side, then turned to look at Jojia, who stood half hidden in the darkness. So you must be Mr. Zhou? I was just over at the tea house and already heard mention of you. Please, don't stand on formality. Think of this place as your home. Jojia said nothing. Xuanning offered a polite smile. My husband rarely drinks, so for him to order ginger and red dates in a pot of mulled rice wine is something special. Don't ruin his fun. Come in and have some to warm up. Li Yuan beckoned once more. Old Joe, in my own house, even I do what my wife says. Come on, have a seat. But Jojia still didn't budge. The room grew awkward for a few moments before he finally bent at the waist in a low bow, then retreated a bit farther into the shadows, silent as ever. Li Yuan sighed and exchanged a look with the proprietress. Xuanning said gently, Mr. Zhou, why don't I have Manager Wu show you around the tavern first and get you settled into a room? After all, you'll be living here from now on. At that, Jojia nodded. Xuanning signaled for Manager Wu, reminding him to address Jojia respectfully. She also let him know that from now on, the stables would be Jojia's responsibility and that he'd be paid at a manager's rate. Manager Wu stared, surprised, sneaking a glance at the blade at Jojia's hip. He wasn't sure if it was some intimidating ornament or a real weapon. After all, who would carry a blade if they were just coming here to work in a tavern? Then Li Yuan called out, Uncle Wu, old Zhou is an 8th-rank martial artist. He's also someone from my own martial lineage. Be sure to treat him with respect. Manager Wu nearly tripped over his own feet, his throat bobbing nervously before he rushed to bow and scrape. Once they were gone, Xuanning looped her arm through Li Yuan's, leading him back into the private room. Dearest, this 8th-rank expert is from Senior Li's circle. Li Yuan nodded. He's part of our Fallen Moon school. He's had a difficult past and just wants to follow me now. I had him come here to keep an eye on things. Then let him look after the stables, and the wine brewing area is right next to there, so it's a natural fit, she said. Just don't ask him to patrol, Li Yuan replied. If he wants a couple of helpers, fine. But if not, don't force him. By the way, how are things coming with the equipment for brewing wine? Everything ready. She nodded. All set. And the distilling apparatus we talked about. It's done, and tested. It really does produce stronger liquor. Good, Li Yuan said. Make sure only trusted people handle the brewing. No outsiders in the distillery. Though Li Yuan didn't know every detail of winemaking, he did know that distillation could yield stronger liquor. He had told Xuanning about it, and once they had secretly tested a small batch, they decided to wait until the right moment to launch it. Now that he had advanced to the 7th rank and Jojo was here to help, he felt the timing was right. She smiled. Don't worry. I've arranged everything. Li Yuan nodded. In that case, I'll get official approval tomorrow to expand the tavern's operation to include winemaking on the record. But Cicada's cuisine might make trouble. Two tigers cannot coexist on one mountain, as they say, Xuanning said with a slight knit of her brows. Li Yuan gave a confident little smile. The dark-visaged elder is too proud to deal with this himself. And if any 8th or 9th ranks think they can stir up trouble in Silver Creek, let them try. I'd like to see it. He felt fully capable of handling any threat. With his master-level tracking and scent-seeking, and a peak combat power of 370, how could he be too timid to file for a simple brewer's license? As an 8th rank inner disciple talent of the Bloodblade sect, plus his own martial lineage connections, why shouldn't he profit? Others might not realize that the only remaining senior members of the Fallen Moon School were Senior Li and Jojia. And even if they did, so what? It was time for the Ginger Tavern to step up from a mere inn to a legitimate business that served its own house brew. A proper tavern distillery would bring in far greater revenue. And with more funds, Li Yuan could do much more. Bow and arrow. Late that day, wheels on an old cart crunched through the snowy street, leaving tracks along the icy road. Past the shops, around a corner, heading deeper into the inner district. Inside the carriage, Xuanning hugged a hand warmer close, leaning gently against Li Yuan's shoulder. She spoke in a quiet voice. Life feels harder and harder these days. What makes you say that? He asked. I'm worried that troubling times are coming. If trouble does come to Silver Creek, it'll be the last place in the county to fall into disarray, Li Yuan replied. That may be, but this year's harvest was poor, even though there wasn't any natural disaster. How could that be? Xuanning sighed softly. And these new members the Bloodblade sect took in. They're nothing like Senior Wu or Senior Li. Some of them are basically bandits or thieves, who've done their share of terrible things. The Bloodblade sect's been targeting the Sun family and the remnants of the Wei family. Last year, they wiped out all the leftover troublemakers in Silver Creek, Parasol Town, and Violet Haven. But there are still plenty alive elsewhere, Li Yuan said casually, then added, have you heard any news from outside the county? I've talked to a few traveling merchants, she replied, her pretty eyes turning bleak. They say famine is everywhere. It started last year and it's only getting worse. Places that used to be fertile are suddenly producing almost nothing. They don't know why. Starving people everywhere, slave brokers roaming every corner. She let out a heavy sigh. No matter how far removed these tragedies might seem, it was hard not to feel empathy and sorrow for others suffering. Really? Li Yuan answered quietly. But inwardly, he recalled that the meat fields owned by the Bloodblade sect and the Wei family had actually produced a bumper crop this year. Plenty of 9th rank demonic beast meat was being used to feed the new recruits of the Bloodblade sect, helping them advance from early to peak 9th rank in record time. He fell silent. Xuanning cradled her warmer, resting her eyes against his shoulder. Nighttime. Once back home, a swirl of intimacy ensued. Under the covers, two soft bodies pressed close, the warmth and lingering affection contrasting with the howling winter wind outside. Moonlight filtered through the window, dimly revealing the silhouettes of furniture. Beyond the glass, gusts moaned over ice and snow, making the bed's cozy embrace all the more comforting. On Li Yuan's right arm lay Yanyu, petite and lovely, on his left, Xuanning, tall and alluring. He was strong in body, and human desire was, after all, a simple thing. In the hush of the moment, he shifted his attention from one woman to the other. When only one of them was around, that one might chat with him. But with both present, they mostly talked among themselves, ignoring him. Big sis, I wasn't wrong, was I? Our dear husband is so strong, Yanyu teased. Heh, I sure was lonely handling everything by myself before, Xuanning replied with a laugh. Hey, what are we eating tomorrow morning? Who's going to be able to get up early? Xuanning joked in return. Li Yuan tried a couple of times to break into their conversation, but they paid him no mind. He thought for a moment and then said, Yanyu, Xuanning, I've broken through to 7th rank. That quieted them both instantly. He went on, pick a good day, and let's finally hold that wedding banquet. Senior Li can officiate. The two women lit up with excitement. Yanyu clapped her hands. Yes, let's do it. Xuanning beamed. Husband, I believe 10 days from now is an auspicious date. Then, as if realizing what he'd just said, she blinked. Wait, did you just say 7th rank? Yanyu had already known and was smiling happily. Xuanning noticed her glowing face and repeated, 7th rank. Li Yuan leaned over to whisper, I might be one of the strongest people in Jamil County now. He'd never personally found anyone with a higher combat power than his own. Even though Tai Shi was weaker than him by 100 points, he suspected there could be hidden experts lurking somewhere. Initially, he hadn't told Xuanning about his true strength. But over time, as their relationship deepened, and with plans for a formal wedding in the works, he decided to come clean. Xuanning was momentarily speechless. Her delicate face filled with shock. What about the dark visage elder? She managed to ask. Recalling the elder's combat power of 165-185, Li Yuan replied confidently, if we fought one-on-one, it'd probably just take me a single strike to beat him. Ah really? She let out a shaky breath, voice quivering. Yan Yu reached across Li Yuan's chest to pat Xuanning's cheek, which had gone slack with amazement, and teased, look at you, so stunned. Not a sight I see every day. Xuanning gave an embarrassed, playful shove. Do you think he's telling the truth? Of course he is, Yan Yu answered. Our man is very powerful. But you can't let that secret slip, okay? To outsiders, he's just broken through to 8th rank. That's how we'll do business. It dawned on Xuanning, and she nodded thoughtfully. Leaning against Li Yuan's shoulder, she murmured, husband, you have no idea how safe that makes me feel. He ruffled her hair gently. Finally, Yan Yu asked, so about this wedding, how big of a banquet do you plan to hold? That's up to you, he replied. Well, Xuanning started to speak but trailed off. Yan Yu spoke first. Let's keep it simple. Li Yuan frowned slightly. I'm worried it won't be grand enough for the two of you. She laughed. We're more afraid you'll want some big, flashy affair. He chuckled. A person's worth isn't measured by the size of their wedding banquet. What about you, Xuanning? Remembering all those starving refugees, Xuanning couldn't bring herself to spend lavishly on a celebration. She had already discussed it with Yan Yu. I'm only worried about your reputation, she admitted softly. But truly, it doesn't matter to us whether we have a huge wedding or not. Bow and arrow. The next morning, Li Yuan headed straight to the county office to file for an official brewing license for the tavern. It all went remarkably smoothly. After all, he was essentially in charge of Silver Creek's public market, weapon shops, and local law enforcement, alongside Zhao Chengxin. Previously, whenever someone applied for a brewer's license in Silver Creek, Senior Wu would simply reject them all. There were plenty of local connected interests in the area, each with their own turf, and Wu Lian had no desire to get involved in that. But now, with the new license approved, Ginger Tavern promptly posted an announcement, and the news caused quite a stir. Very soon, Cicada's Cuisine heard about it. Although everything looked calm on the establishment's main floor, the back rooms were already buzzing with tension. A steward hurried upstairs and knocked on a private room door, calling repeatedly, Master, Master. Only when a voice inside told him to enter did he open the door. Within, a middle-aged man in fine clothes and a round cap was drinking with a guest. He was Zhu Tongji, the younger brother of the dark visage elder. Seeing the steward, Zhu Tongji frowned. What is it? The steward leaned in and whispered, Master, the Ginger Tavern has just become a fully licensed distillery. Zhu Tongji's expression darkened. Keep an eye on them, he said. The steward bowed and quickly left. Bow and arrow. A few days later, at midday, outside Ginger Tavern, a part-time server known as the Wine Master was shouting to passersby, come try our new brew Snow Brew, our freshest batch, limited for the season. A single cup will get you tipsy, a whole pot and you're bound to topple. Don't miss out. Soon enough, a curious customer asked about the price. 2 large copper coins for 1 cup of Snow Brew, the Wine Master replied with a beaming smile. A full pot costs 1 tael of silver. That's really expensive, the customer protested. Usually, a whole pot costs just 3 large coppers. It's a brand new brew, sir. Try half a cup first. If you like it, buy more. Fine, I'll try. Plenty of onlookers gathered to watch. The man took a small sip of the crystal-clear liquor. There's hardly any in here, he grumbled. It might not even have any flavor. Halfway through his complaint, he stopped. His cheeks flushed, and his body trembled. This was winter-distilled liquor, spiked with the crisp taste of snowmelt, carrying both the pure essence of nature and a concentrated punch. At first, it felt cool on the tongue, but as it slipped down his throat, an intense heat followed, like a fiery blade scouring his insides. For people used to weak, watered-down wine, this sensation was entirely new, heady yet exhilarating. Wow, that's good. Good stuff. Forgetting his earlier show of bravado, the man dug out a full tael of silver. I'm a regular here. Any chance you could give me a discount? The wine master smiled politely. Snowfall in winter is unpredictable. We brew these limited batches of snow brew in small quantities, so 1 tael of silver per pot isn't expensive at all. All right, I'll take 1 pot. Without more fuss, the customer ordered a pot, along with some side dishes, and sat down to enjoy them. Outside, more and more people gathered. Those who came out of curiosity left as flushed, tipsy souls swaying on unsteady feet. Men who boasted they could chug multiple jugs of weaker wine found themselves stumbling after just 1 pot of this new snow brew, grinning stupidly and calling it great stuff as friends helped them back home. Even by dusk, the tavern was packed. In fact, it stayed open later than usual to serve the unending stream of customers. Eventually, when the doors finally closed, Xuanning's long legs crossed under the table, embroidered shoes dangling flipped through the day's accounts with an ever-widening smile. Glancing at Li Yuan, she said, brimming with excitement, Husband, we prepared 50 kilograms of snow brew for today. 40 kilograms of that is sold, netting us 180 taels of silver. After deducting costs, we've made over 150 taels, all in a single day. A single day? This was just a trial batch of snow brew. If we develop higher grade offerings later, won't that be even more profitable? Li Yuan chuckled. Tomorrow, the trouble will probably start. Her face fell slightly. What do we do then? I'll handle the civil side, he said calmly. If things get violent, old Joe can step in. I plan to make sure everyone knows that he's part of my martial school. Xuanning nodded thoughtfully, catching his meaning. So your school is large enough to back you? Not really, Li Yuan admitted. It's basically just Senior Li, old Joe, and me. She blinked. But, that's too small to provide real protection, isn't it? Li Yuan gave a soft laugh. Nobody knows that. To outsiders, old Joe and Senior Li will make it look like my school is serious about supporting me. Nobody will suspect there are only 3 of us. She paused in surprise. He then changed the subject. In a few days, let's open 2 more porridge stalls. Make them serve 2 separate lines, one for the general crowd, and one just for women, children, and the elderly. I've been down on my luck before and know how tough things can be. Now that we have the means, we should help where we can. It may not fix everything, but it's something. Smiling, she agreed. I'll have people set up 2 more stalls at the neighborhood gates. We'll get them running properly. But it's already late tonight, husband. Since you can't make it back to the inner district, why don't you stay here at the tavern? Sure, he said. Moments later, the flame of a candle was snuffed out. In the darkness, on the bed, the faint sound of creaking wood underscored the warmth of the night. JL's thoughts. We be making alcohol now, boys. Incidentally, I don't think I've ever had any beer that I've found particularly tasty. I think the worst beer I've tasted was one called Left Blonde. But most beers are at most tolerable to me, even the craft brews. I'm wondering if it's because I haven't found the right beer yet. Maybe you guys can suggest one that I'll like. I'm open to recommendations. While Li Yuan slept peacefully at the tavern with Xuanning, Zhu Tongji, the owner of Cicada's Cuisine, sat elsewhere with a deep frown. In the glow of an oil lamp, the silver wine flask on the table cast a soft shadow. 3 jade cups were set out, 2 for men, 1 for a woman. The woman rested her delicate fingertips on one of the cups, gently swishing the liquor so that its pale sheen slid around the inner walls. She lifted the cup to her nose, took a tentative sniff, and murmured, "How strong?" Zhu Tongji said, "Have a taste." The woman then brought the cup to her lips. Inhaling again, she took a slow sip and closed her eyes. After a moment of silent savoring, she opened them and gave her verdict. It's not that the flavor is extraordinary, but it's potent and very smooth. That's more than enough to make it sell like crazy. She swirled what remained in her cup. They must have discovered a new brewing technique. This snow brew they're selling is probably just an early prototype. I'm sure they'll come out with something even better. Zhu Tongji sighed heavily, his tone edged with resentment. Shame it's not our Cicada's Cuisine producing it. The woman was Cicada's Cuisine's head brewer. The 2 men in the room with her were a steward and the head of security. Earlier that day, as soon as the Ginger Tavern began selling this new liquor, Zhu Tongji had someone buy a jug so he could sample it himself. He'd been in a gloomy mood ever since, so by nightfall, he summoned his 3 most trusted people to discuss what to do. The steward hesitated before speaking. Sir, should we inform the elder? After all, the Ginger Tavern is owned by young Master Li. He's basically in charge of Silver Creek these days, definitely not someone to cross lightly. The head of security gave a sneering laugh, baring his teeth as his eyes flashed dangerously. Why not wait for a dark, windy night and just burn down that distillery? No one will ever know it was us, and problem solved. Zhu Tongji poured another cup of wine, taking a long, deep breath as if trying to calm himself. It's truly good stuff. I can't imagine how they're brewing it. With a dismissive wave, the security chief continued, we could kidnap someone and make him talk. Sure, people call him young Master Li, but he's just 9th rank. I'm 9th rank too. And let's not forget, the dark visage elder is much stronger than he is. If he thinks he can waltz in and take a share of our profits, we need to teach him a lesson. But Zhu Tongji didn't endorse that plan. He simply said, tomorrow, we'll dig around and see why he waited until now to open a distillery. Young Master Li's been in Silver Creek for half a year. Why start this venture all of a sudden? Once we know, if nothing seems unusual, I'll talk to my brother. Then you two can start asking around. Bow and arrow. The next morning. Within a few hours, the remaining 10 kilograms of snow brew was snapped up, leaving many latecomers disappointed. Some grumbled, others simply settled for the tavern's other offerings. Mingling among the customers were a few shady figures who pestered the waiters with questions. Suddenly, they began kicking up a fuss, shouting things like, "Aren't you people selling liquor? Then why is there nothing for your customers? Where's your boss?" The commotion grew louder, bringing chaos to the tavern's main floor. The Ginger Tavern's security guards rushed in, but these agitators acted deranged, soon brawling with them in a wild melee. Among them was the head of security from Cicada's Cuisine, who yelled, booze on his breath, they must be hiding the good stuff. He then shoved one of the tavern guards aside and made a break toward the back. But halfway there, he slammed into what felt like a solid wall. The impact knocked him off his feet. As he landed on his backside, he looked up to see a tall, imposing man at the rear entrance. The man's hair was streaked white, his eyes were cold, and his hand rested on a slender blade. An unsettling aura seemed to radiate from him. A wave of terror seized the security chief. The tavern's own guards hurried over, bowing respectfully to the tall figure and addressing him as Sergio. The man gave a small nod, then closed his eyes again, standing like a statue before the door, blade tip against the floor. The noise in the tavern dropped to a hush. The head of security from Cicada's Cuisine didn't dare speak another word. Scrambling upright, he fled outside only to be seized on the spot by Yumao and Xienda, who were patrolling the street. That night, the battered, bruised security chief hobbled into Cicada's Cuisine, one leg dragging behind him. Zhu Tongji took one glance at the man's pitiful state and barely reacted. Being beaten at the Ginger Tavern in Silver Creek was hardly a shock, so there was no anger, only resignation. The steward spoke up with a report. Sir, I've learned a bit more. The Ginger Tavern has a new face, someone they call Sergio. He's apparently an 8th rank expert. The security chief grimaced, wincing at the memory. Definitely an 8th rank. Not the average 8th rank, either. He was terrifying. The steward went on, they say Sergio belongs to young Master Li's martial school. He hasn't joined the Blood Blade sect but came straight to the tavern. How'd you learn that? Zhu Tongji asked. The staff at the Ginger Tavern said so themselves. Zhu Tongji furrowed his brow. It seems young Master Li wants people to know this. If he's really got a school behind him, that means Senior Li must be involved, too. My brother told me Senior Li came from the Central Plains, but nobody knows much about that school, except maybe Taisha. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken Senior Li as an enforcer and handed him so much authority. Now we find there's yet another member of that same school, an 8th rank master, showing up at young Master Li's tavern. Who's to say there aren't more waiting in the wings? Any thought of revenge visibly drained from the security chief's face. Suddenly the steward added, I also heard that young Master Li himself has broken through to 8th rank. What? Zhu Tongji sprang to his feet. He had followed this young man closely ever since learning he was tied to the Ginger Tavern. He knew all about Li Yuan's cultivation. Just a year ago, the kid was still 9th rank with only some random technique. Are you sure he's 8th rank now? That's what they're saying, the steward confirmed. Apparently, Senior Li will be officiating his wedding in a couple of days, all because he's so pleased with young Master Li's progress. Think about it. Senior Li wouldn't want his chosen successor to be tied down by women if he wasn't already incredibly satisfied with his talents. Yet he's personally presiding over this wedding. That must mean young Master Li is doing better than anyone dared imagine. Zhu Tongji collapsed into his chair, muttering to himself, a true prodigy, not any weaker than those Fang brothers. How in the world did a tiny place like Little Ink Village produce someone like this? What should we do, sir? The steward pressed. Zhu Tongji glanced at his battered security chief, then at the steward, finally slapping his thigh with a long sigh. What else can we do? In Silver Creek, he calls the shots. And he's proven himself, a down-to-earth prodigy without a shred of arrogance. Plus, there's that mysterious school behind him. So he wants to brew and sell his own liquor? Does he not deserve a share of the market? He does? To be honest, I'm the one who doesn't deserve it now. Bah, let's not bother my elder brother with this anymore. Didn't you say young Master Li is about to get married? Prepare a gift, deliver it to him, and wish the newlyweds everlasting happiness and many sons. If he wants to expand the Ginger Tavern, so be it. Zhu Tongji sighed again, then added, I'll go present the gift in person. A few days later, an auspicious date arrived. 2 ornate sedan chairs carried 2 lovely brides, departing separately from Silver Creek's White Cloud Alley and from the inner district, converging at the Ginger Tavern. Words of blessing plastered every inch of the tavern, and festive lanterns hung in rows, turning dusk as bright as day. The streets were decked out more lavishly than on any holiday. Today, the Ginger Tavern was closed to regular customers, hosting only the wedding festivities. A bright red carpet stretched from the entrance across the threshold and all the way inside. When the sedan chairs stopped and the brides, their faces veiled in red, shyly stepped to the ground. Fireworks burst skyward, painting momentary blooms of color against the twilight sky. Drums thundered, firecrackers echoed, and crowds of onlookers filled the roadsides. Dressed in ceremonial finery, Li Yuan moved forward to take each bride's hand. Together, they stepped over a fire basin, over a saddle, and into the great hall to perform their bows to heaven and earth, and to the elders. Since his parents were absent, Senior Li received the tribute. Tradition said both sides needed parents or elders present, but in such turbulent times, few clung to every detail of ceremony. Once they finished paying their respects, Li Yuan lifted each bride's veil, and a handmaid passed him 2 cups for the cross-cupped wine. He drank both. Then he offered tea to Senior Li. Sipping the tea, he nodded with satisfaction. He then looked at Li Yuan and said, send them to the bridal chamber. The groom led his 2 brides upstairs. Downstairs, the banquet began in earnest. It was raucous and merry, with no shortage of revelers raising their cups. Borboanero. Meanwhile, at the entrance to Silver Creek, a few of the Ginger Tavern's maids and guards had set up a porridge stall in the frigid wind. Steam billowed from the big pot, and behind it, more pots bubbled in rotation. A burly, disheveled man with hollow eyes stood in line, clutching the hand of a small girl. When they reached the front, he held out a large bowl and bowed politely, murmuring, thank you. A maid ladled a generous scoop of thick porridge into his bowl. He sniffed it and blinked in surprise when he saw chunks of red-tinted meat floating to the surface. There's meat in the porridge, he asked, startled. The maid beamed. It's the boss's wedding day, so they added meat to the porridge. Then she leaned in and whispered, "Does your little girl have a bowl? She can get her own portion, too." The man froze. He'd only expected to receive one serving. Hastily, he pulled out another bowl. The maid filled it to the brim as well. "Come back again tomorrow," she said softly, "we'll still have plenty." "Thank you," the man replied, a trace of a smile appearing on his weathered face. His eyes reddened as he added, "May your boss and his wife be forever blessed." He gave another small bow, then guided the child by the hand. "Nian Nian, we've got meat porridge now." Sniffling, the little girl's eyes glowed with excitement. She held her bowl carefully, blowing on each spoonful to cool it before eating. The man, however, didn't touch his share. He just watched her eat. Suddenly overcome by emotion, he turned away to wipe his tears. He thought, if I leave Nian Nian here, sold her to this place, she wouldn't starve anymore. Maybe then I could go finish what I must before I die. It was his first day in town. He'd have to watch and see how things turned out. A weight of caution flickered in his gaze. "Daddy, aren't you going to eat?" the girl asked, lifting her face, innocent as ever. He patted her head with a gentle smile. "Once you're full, I'll eat." He closed his eyes for a moment, then said softly, "Nian Nian, starting today, there are some things I want you to memorize, and you have to remember them well." Bourboan arrow. That same night, within the Blood Fury Hall, Tai She, dressed in his white robes, sat in a courtyard under the moon, brow creased in thought. A dark figure suddenly appeared behind him. "Old Ding," Tai She greeted. The moonlight revealed a blue-robed old man with silver hair and youthful features. "No sign of them this year either?" Tai She asked, looking up. No, Old Ding shook his head. Tai She exhaled a weary sigh. "The world's grown too chaotic for them to come. It's been 3 years since my last glimpse of the Life Chronicle. I suppose they haven't shown up for the same 3 years. Indeed, it's messy out there. Otherwise, I'd hardly be hiding away in a place like this," Old Ding replied. Tai She fell silent, then changed the subject. "I heard one of the inner disciples got married today, with Li Yu officiating. He's just a kid, but they say he's broken through to the 8th rank. Quite impressive for someone so young." Old Ding paused to recall who Tai She meant. Didn't he only start practicing Li Yu's technique a year ago? Yes, that's him. Now he's already at 8th rank. "For this county, I'd call that genius level," Tai She remarked, intrigued. He crossed one leg over the other, stroking his chin as if pondering something deeply. "Old Ding, what if that same young man was the one who assassinated Ren a while back?" Old Ding chuckled, wagging a finger. "You and your leaps of imagination." Tai She shrugged. "I do like to speculate. If he really was behind it, he must have reached 8th rank half a year ago. But according to Li Yu, he only started practicing the technique a year ago. Let me ask you this, could someone master a new Shadow Blood technique and break into the 8th rank in just half a year, plus be strong enough to kill another 8th rank in a single strike? Such monstrous talent does exist in the Central Plains, but you're reaching a bit, don't you think?" Old Ding shook his head. "Besides, if we're talking about new rising stars in the Blood Blade sect, we should be looking at the Fang brothers. Fang Jianlong is nearly at 7th rank, while Fang Qinbao has already entered 8th rank. Those two are the ones you should be focusing on." Tai She sighed dramatically. "I'm just musing. Truth is, I wish we had even more talent in the Blood Blade sect. The pushback from the Sun family and Wei remnants is stronger than I expected." "That's normal," Old Ding said. "No major family goes down without a fight. But we've captured their meat fields, so we'll have more resources. We only need to hold out a few more years. Eventually, they'll be the ones who run out of steam, and once they show weakness, they'll collapse like a broken dam. Still, how do you plan to deal with all those rogue hires we've brought on? They're unpredictable, with no real loyalty to the sect, and that can only mean trouble." Tai She spread his hands. "We have no choice. The Sun family is also hiring mercenaries and ruffians. If they do it and we don't, we'll get crushed. These feral enforcers come for money and resources. They have no loyalty, yes, but we need them nonetheless." JL's thoughts. He thought, if I leave Nian Nian here, sold her to this place, she wouldn't starve anymore. Maybe then I could go finish what I must before I die. Another month passed in the blink of an eye. Building on its earlier success, the Ginger Tavern brewed a second batch of liquor. This time, production was slightly increased, yet it still sold out quickly. On the third attempt, the tavern tried blending in some fruit wines and, once again, enjoyed resounding success. This boosted everyone's confidence. The decision was made to expand the distillery, aiming for an even larger output on the 4th round of brewing. Winter ended, and early March arrived. The ice and snow needed for snowbrew were gone. But as the ice thawed, fresh mountain spring water flowed, carrying the subtle aromas of grass, blossoms, and the sweet scents of the hills. Under Li Yuan's suggestion, a new trio of spring-themed wines was introduced. The first was Springwater Brew, the lightest in alcoholic content, sold at 6 large coins per pot. The second was Springtime Brew, slightly stronger with a faint fruitiness, 1 tael of silver per pot. The third was Spring Dream Brew, the strongest of the 3, priced at 2 taels of silver per pot and sold in limited quantities. Collectively, they were marketed as the 3 spring wines. Li Yuan had borrowed inspiration from types of liquor he recalled from his previous life, bringing this concept to his own establishment. Wealthier patrons gravitated towards Spring Dream Brew, while the average customer might enjoy Springwater Brew. Bourboan arrow. Time flew by, and another half-month passed. This time, Thanks to the expanded distillery, the Ginger Tavern produced a hefty 400 kilograms of liquor. Sealed in big clay jars with mud stoppers, the wine filled the tavern's cellar to capacity. The very next day, their resident wine master was out front hawking the new products. The spring sun is out. Time for 3 spring wines? Spring water, springtime, or spring dream, take your pick. Come for a taste, come and see. This lively call quickly drew a crowd. The Ginger Tavern's reputation had grown, and people who missed out on earlier batches were eager for a chance to try the new offerings. Before long, a line of curious customers formed outside the tavern. Silver Creek harbored plenty of folk with spare coin to spend on wine and food now and then. Up on the tavern's top floor, Xuanning stood by a window, smiling broadly. She clutched an accounts ledger and an abacus. Turning to Yuan, she said happily, "Dearest, if this batch of 400 kilograms sells out, we stand to clear over 1,600 taels in net profit. And the new wines are boosting overall business. Lately, our stir-fried bamboo shoots with pork, special cured meats, and peanut dishes are all selling like mad, especially the wild boar trotter stew. Once our reputation grows, other inns and taverns will come knocking to buy our liquor. Then we can expand the distillery again." Li Yuan responded, "We'll need to hire more guards. I'll set up a station behind the tavern to handle the screening." "All right. Let's plan on 3 days from now. I'll prepare a notice and post it around town," she said thoughtfully. Bow and arrow. While the Ginger Tavern bustled, a small commotion arose not far away. 2 men, both clearly out of place among the regular townsfolk, were strolling down the street. They were the new feral enforcers of the Bloodblade sect, recently recruited outside mercenaries. By now, everyone understood the difference between these new hires and the older generation of enforcers like Senior Li. The new recruits were simply in it for resources and coin, enlisted to battle the Sun family's forces. Yet neither side could afford to cut them loose, since the Sun family was likewise doing the same. The 2 men in question were Cheng Kui and Ruan Afei. Cheng Kui was an 8-foot-tall giant with cruel eyes and a savage demeanor. He had a faint reek of body odor that clung to him like molasses. Thick hair covered the backs of his hands, and beneath his collar was the telltale glint of hidden armor. A curved blade for slashing hung at his waist. Formerly the leader of a gang of mounted bandits, he'd left his old crew behind after angering someone too powerful to cross. He fled under cover of darkness, changed his name, and eventually drifted here upon hearing that both the Bloodblade sect and the Sun family were recruiting. At peak 8th rank with a lethal blade, he was quickly accepted as a new enshrined fighter. Today, he'd just received some demonic beast meat and silver from the sect and was headed toward the tumultuous Union town. Meanwhile, Ruan Afei was a lean man with shifty eyes. Before coming to Jamil County, he was known by the nickname 10-Step Flower Plucker, famed for his lightning-fast footwork. Unfortunately, his talents were mostly put to use in theft. And worse, he was also rumored to be a predator of women, though no one had ever seen his face clearly enough to expose him. Like Cheng Kui, he'd come to Jamil County in the same wave of new recruits. Both were using assumed names. Now Cheng Kui and Ruan Afei walked side by side. Since they had joined at the same time, they each had some idea of the other's capabilities. Suddenly, Ruan Afei lowered his voice. "Hey, are you really planning on fighting for the Bloodblade sect's cause?" Cheng Kui let out a guttural chuckle. "Are you? Who'd be that foolish?" Ruan Afei glanced around warily. "But we're being sent to Union Town right now, aren't we?" "Seems like it," Cheng Kui grunted. Ruan Afei sidled closer. "What if we, take a little something and then slip out of Jamil County for good? The Bloodblade sect can't possibly hunt us down to the ends of the earth, right? And how do you plan on pulling that off?" "We hit Silver Creek," Ruan Afei said, his eyes glinting. "Run a quick job, vanish in the night." Cheng Kui snorted. "Rob this place? No chance. The second we stir up any trouble, the Bloodblade sect will be on our backs. We'll be dead men. Besides, you have no idea where the money's kept, what kind of security they have, or which route to take in and out. Listen up. I'm telling you, robbery isn't that simple." "Who said anything about robbery? I've got a better plan, enough to make us a real fortune." "Oh, let's hear it. If it's good, we can work together." Ruan Afei leaned in and whispered a few lines into Cheng Kui's ear. Gradually, a spark lit up Cheng Kui's predatory gaze, a hint of a smile forming on his lips. Bow and arrow. Dusk settled and crimson clouds rolled across the sky. Silver Creek remained the wealthiest and most peaceful township in Jamil County. Even amid the widespread famine elsewhere, it still bustled with life. The Ginger Tavern, thanks to its 3 spring wines, was among the liveliest spots. Hour by hour, the evening wore on. Eventually, most patrons had left, and by 11 in the evening, the final straggler wobbled away. A waiter locked the front doors. Behind the tavern, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard emerged from the distillery, stretching and yawning. He was one of the brewers named Lin Silang. He was a family servant brought over from Beam Dragon Mountain and part of the tavern's close-knit staff. Seeing a figure perched on the edge of the stable platform, Lin Silang called out, "Mr. Zhou, you're still awake." Zhou didn't appear to notice him. He sat quietly, gazing into the distance as though lost in memory, or in some deep train of thought. Lin Silang didn't expect a response. He simply locked the distillery door from outside, returned the key to the tavern, then came back out again. With a cheerful wave, he said, "I'm heading home." This time, Zhou seemed to register the words. He turned his head slightly and gave the briefest of nods. Lin Silang offered him a friendly smile and made his way off into the night. Though tired, Lin Silang felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Now that Xuanning had found such a capable husband, everyone in her service seemed genuinely happy for her. And clearly, their new young master was no ordinary man. He had placed the tavern on firm footing here in Silver Creek, making it safer and more prosperous than ever. That stability meant a brighter future for all of them, and these loyal servants felt nothing but hope and motivation. Entrusted with important tasks at the distillery, Lin Silang was determined not to let them down. His wife had reminded him to give it his all, never to betray the faith shown in him by the young master and madam. Clenching his fists, Lin Silang quickened his pace. He needed a good night's rest so he could wake early and get a jump on the next batch of wine. But as he passed a narrow alley, a large, hairy hand darted out from the shadows. Lightning fast, it clamped over his mouth and jerked him violently into the darkness. A sharp medicinal scent rushed into his nose, and he lost consciousness on the spot. Bourboan arrow. The next morning, Li Yuan arrived at the Ginger Tavern with Xuanning by carriage, as was now their routine. He found Cicada's cuisine far more sensible than he'd expected, which spared him considerable hassle. These days, Li Yuan's life had fallen into a regular pattern. It consisted between practicing his blade, poring over the replica of the 6th rank Life Chronicle from the Spirit Release technique, scouting the black market for valuable demonic beasts or useful skills, and planning how best to expand and use a new faction under his command. Today, he had planned to stop by the black market again. He didn't hold out hope for a 6th rank cultivation manual, but demonic beasts or martial skills were still worth considering. No sooner had he and Xuanning stepped into the tavern than the shopkeeper rushed over from behind the counter, speaking in hushed urgency. "Young Master Li, Madam, Lin Silang went missing last night. His wife is here," sobbing her heart out. Startled, they followed the shopkeeper to the rear courtyard, where they found a woman wearing a wide, padded coat, her teary eyes and reddened face a picture of misery. Spotting Li Yuan and Xuanning, she hurried toward them and pleaded, "Young Master Li, Madam, my husband never came home last night. I am so afraid something's happened to him. If he's gone, what will I do?" Xuanning stepped in at once, murmuring soothing words to the distraught woman. Meanwhile, Li Yuan glanced over at Zhoujia, standing off to one side. Zhoujia shook his head, indicating that nothing out of the ordinary had happened around the tavern overnight. Li Yuan cast his gaze around. In the dawn light, the distillery's stone walls were already humming with activity behind closed doors. Strong scents of grains and yeast drifted through the narrow gaps around the doorway, powerful enough to mask almost any other odor. Pushing open the distillery door, Li Yuan found the brewers busy at their tasks, all wearing thick aprons and coats. One of them, noticing Li Yuan, started to hurry over, but he nodded toward a heavy cloth jacket hanging on the wall, the only one left. "Is that Lin Silang's?" "Yes, young Master Li. It's his," a nearby worker confirmed. Li Yuan nodded, stopping them before they could gather around. "Carry on with your work." He slipped inside and closed his eyes, activating his scent-seeking skill. Instantly, the air gained a vibrant tapestry of distinct scents. The pungent smell of grain, a lingering sharpness of spirits, the musty tang of wooden casks, the faint whiff of charcoal smoke, the earthy aroma of wet ground, and even a trace of sweetness. So many scents overlapped like strands of a complex musical score, each with its own distinct note. Within that weave, Li Yuan quickly pinpointed the faint trace of Lin Silang's scent from his jacket. Outside the door, the trail vanished only a short distance away, too far gone to follow unless he got close to Lin Silang himself again. Emerging from the distillery, he turned to Xuanning. "I'm heading to the inner district to fetch Cinder." Then, addressing Manager Wu, he continued, "Go tell the Bloodblade Sect's patrols outside that someone from the Ginger Tavern has disappeared. This disappearance is a direct insult to the security of Silver Creek. Have them gather in front of the tavern and wait for me." Manager Wu hurried off to relay the message. Indeed, if even someone from Li Yuan's tavern could vanish, it meant that Silver Creek's safety itself was compromised. Li Yuan watched Manager Wu depart, then turned to Lin Silang's wife. "Ma'am, please don't worry too much. Wait inside, have some tea." The woman could only stammer her thanks through her tears. Xuanning gently tried to comfort her. Meanwhile, Li Yuan looked around, then said, "Old Zhou, come with me." Zhoujia had already risen, blade in hand, ready to follow. The two of them returned to the waiting carriage. Li Yuan's plan was straightforward. He'd use pressure, not brute force. He had no desire to handle it all on his own. Knowing that he was far stronger than the people around him, he felt perfectly safe. Whoever targeted Lin Silang almost certainly did so to steal secrets from the tavern's distillery. If that was the case, Li Yuan needed to make an example of them, otherwise, people would think he and the Ginger Tavern were easy prey, and his growing business could be threatened. After a quick trip to the inner district and back, Li Yuan soon returned with a contingent of people from the Bloodblade sect, both outer disciples and associates plus GNDA. Accompanying them were Zhoujia and the hulking Blackrock Mastiff, Cinder. They marched down the wide central street of Silver Creek. Li Yuan strode in the middle, carrying the horse butcher and a horned beast bow slung across his back. Zhoujia followed close by, and the Bloodblade sect disciples fanned out around them. At the front, Cinder sniffed the ground, tail wagging warily. Earlier, it had been given Lin Silang's scent, but the chaotic smells of a bustling town made it tough for the creature to track. It wandered anxiously, stopping every so often with a puzzled whine, as though apologizing for losing the trail. Li Yuan only grunted, urging the mastiff to keep going. Cinder trotted down a side alley, nose low, searching diligently. Behind them, the disciples and even Jogia couldn't help but stare. It was a demonic beast, yet it behaved with the loyalty of a well-trained guard dog. Who had ever seen such a docile demonic beast? Invariably, it must have been raised from a pup to be this obedient. They continued for a while, but Li Yuan started to worry that wandering through the streets like this was pointless. He could hardly blame Cinder, though. His own scent-seeking skill couldn't pick up the trail, either. He glanced at his status window. Master Scent-Seeking's mastery was at 1/160, and he had 417 stat points available. Since he was having trouble tracking Lin Silang, why not max it out? He tapped the plus symbol next to Scent-Seeking. Master Scent-Seeking, 1/160, Master Scent-Seeking, 160/160. In a flash, 159 stat points were consumed, leaving him at 258 points. An influx of new experiences flooded his mind. He felt himself recalling countless hunts, the disciplined honing of senses, the eureka moments that led to mastering this skill. He saw how he'd learned to cloak himself from detection and track targets with the precision of a 9th-rank demonic beast. But now, at this highest level, he could do more. He could selectively filter out irrelevant odors. With that, even the faintest scent of his target would shine through like a lantern in the dark. Li Yuan stopped in his tracks, prompting the group to halt as well. Closing his eyes, he mentally willed himself to filter out every smell except that of Lin Silang. Cinder ambled into another intersection, looked left and right, but seemed uncertain. Li Yuan took a quick sniff. A faint trace lingered near a stone on the left side of the road. He knelt down to pat Cinder's head, gently nudging it left. "Try that way," he said. "Don't rush, keep sniffing." The mastiff let itself be guided, and Li Yuan announced to the group, "Left side." So they turned left, Cinder trotting forward in confusion. "Huh?" The demon mastiff's expression seemed to say. It wasn't used to a human leading it during a search. Eventually, they came to another fork. Cinder stood at the edge of Silver Creek's main canal, staring uncertainly up and downstream. Once again, it had lost the scent. But here, Li Yuan found it clear as day. Lin Silang's odor was entwined with two other distinct smells, one carrying a hint of floral perfume, the other a pungent reek of body odor. The three trails merged and wound downstream. Li Yuan crouched beside Cinder again, rubbing its head and discreetly guiding it to the right. "Just take another sniff, no need to hurry." The mastiff cocked its head as though to say, right, I think." While Li Yuan explained, "He's saying it's to the right." He tugged the leash gently, and the entire group followed him along the water's edge, everyone secretly marveling that Li Yuan seemed to understand every grunt from the demon dog. Before long, they left Silver Creek altogether, stepping beyond the township's bounds into open country. Out here, smells were far less muddled. Cinder bounded forward, wagging its tail, leading them to a derelict fishing shack by the river. The mastiff stopped, gazing intently at the shack while its tail thumped excitedly. Clearly, the scent was strongest inside. Li Yuan also sensed it. Lin Silang was here, along with those same two unknown odors. At that moment, he turned his head sharply, meeting the eyes of someone hiding behind a nearby tree. Standing some distance away was a lean, sharp-eyed man who faintly smelled like women's perfume. Over his head hung the number 6064. At a glance, both sides recognized each other's identities. Li Yuan immediately saw that this was one of the new enforcers recruited by the Blood Blade sect, while Ruan Afei realized Li Yuan had somehow tracked him down. Without a word of warning, Ruan Afei spun around and bolted, his toes skimming across the grass as if he were weightless. "Old Zhou," Li Yuan said calmly. Zhoujia's eyes flicked open. With a slight crouch, he launched himself forward like a hunting leopard, fingers gripping his blade. In a single burst, he covered a dozen zhang, hot on Ruan Afei's heels. Meanwhile, Li Yuan led the others toward the dilapidated shack. From within came a muffled commotion, which then abruptly fell silent. Moments later, a towering man standing at 8 feet tall stepped out, dragging the badly beaten Lin Silang in one hand. Cheng Kui surveyed the newcomers, glanced around at the circle of armed individuals, and let out a raspy chuckle. "So that bastard Ruan Afei ran off without warning me. Well, can't say I'm surprised." He heft Lin Silang's limp body. "I haven't killed him. I'll leave him right here. Just let me walk away from Jamil County. How about that?" Li Yuan turned slightly, exchanging a look with Qianda. Having only recently reached 9th rank, Qianda was watchful but clearly hesitant. Another disciple, Yu Ling, sidled up and whispered, "Young Master Li, that's Cheng Kui, one of the newest enforcers. He was supposed to be heading to Union Town." Nodding, Li Yuan glanced at the 6270 floating above Cheng Kui's head. "Put him down," he said. "I'll count to 10. If you can escape, go ahead. If not, don't blame me." Cheng Kui wasted no time. He hurled Lin Silang forward in one quick motion. "Qianda," Li Yuan called. Qianda raced forward to catch Lin Silang while Li Yuan raised his horned beast bow, knocking and releasing an arrow in one smooth motion. Cheng Kui spun about, swinging his curved blade in a desperate arc that knocked the arrow aside with a metallic clang. Though it was no surprise, it stalled his retreat. Seeing their chance, the Blood Blade sect disciples rushed in, surrounding him. Several were at 8th rank themselves, such as Yu Ling, Yu Mao, and Tian Feng, who'd recently advanced after receiving the sex resources. Cheng Kui could only rely on his protective blood veil, but each time he tried to break free, Li Yuan would launch another arrow, forcing him to slow down and preventing a clean escape. Meanwhile, Qianda had already pulled Lin Silang to safety. He called out, "Young Master Li, he's alive." Cheng Kui tried to speak, but couldn't find an opening. Gritting his teeth, he let out a roar and flared his 8th rank energy, boots pounding into the earth as he charged wildly ahead like a maddened bear. Ignoring a slash across his shoulder, he fixed his gaze on Li Yuan, intending to smash straight through to him. So that's the key, huh? Cheng Kui thought. I'll take Li Yuan hostage, drag him out of Jamil County, and kill him along the way. Once I'm gone, who cares about the blood blade sect? But as Cheng Kui closed in, Li Yuan simply lowered the horned bow and drew the horse butcher. A flash of steel reflected in his eyes. Rolling grass double strike. Cheng Kui bellowed, dropping low to the ground. He pressed one palm against the dirt and kicked off, darting like an arrow. His curved blade whistled ominously as it sliced toward Li Yuan's lower body. Despite having fought off multiple disciples already, Cheng Kui's desperation seemed to push him to a new level, as if on the verge of a breakthrough in real combat. A glint of savage glee lit his face, until a cold light crashed down from above. Li Yuan's blade descended with blinding speed, like a lightning bolt cleaving the sky. The unstoppable force ripped through Cheng Kui's guard and carved him apart from shoulder to waist, splitting him into 2 gruesome halves. The Bloodblade sect disciples rushing after him froze in shock. Li Yuan calmly lowered the dripping blade, eyeing the remains on the ground. How foolish. Didn't you realize you'd already spent most of your strength? Only a worn-out bowstring, and you thought you could kill me? He wiped a flicker of blood from the blade, then turned to the circle of onlookers. So, why exactly did we kill him? They exchanged uncertain glances until one disciple ventured. He challenged the Bloodblade sect's authority, disrupted order in Silver Creek, and Li Yuan fixed Qianda with a meaningful look. Qianda cleared his throat and announced loudly, he abducted someone, tortured them, and attacked us on sight to silence witnesses? If not for young Master Li's swift blade, he might have succeeded in his plot. Li Yuan gave a final nod. He was supposed to head to Union Town, but he came here instead. And once cornered, he tried to kill us outright, no sign of fleeing. Remember that. Understood, the disciples answered in unison. From within the tall grass nearby, Lin Silang, still dazed and wounded, called weakly, "Why, young Master Li?" Li Yuan turned to him. "Take it easy and recover." Tears threatened to spill as Lin Silang rasped, voice trembling, They demanded the secret to our brewing. I told them nothing." JL's thoughts. Before long, Zhou returned, dragging a man whose legs had been severed at the knees and who was howling in agony. That man was Ruan Afe. Zhou tossed him onto the grass, took one glance at the bisected corpse nearby, then stepped aside without a word. Though Ruan Afe knew he was finished, he clung to a shred of hope. Gritting his teeth through the pain, he began to plead. "Young Master Li, this was all Cheng Kui's idea. He got greedy and wanted your wine recipe. Once we got it, we planned to leave the county. It's all Cheng Kui's fault. Damn him. Please spare me. Please? I have a secret. Let me treat my injuries first, there's still hope for me." Tears and snot streamed down his face as he whimpered. Li Yuan stared at him for a moment, then abruptly said, "Search him." Ruan Afei's body tensed. He wailed, "Young Master Li, have mercy, I'll tell you the secret." Li Yuan replied evenly, "You intended to leave Jamil County, so I'm sure you have everything on you." At that, Qianda stepped forward, reaching to pull open Ruan Afei's clothing. But the slippery rogue suddenly opened his mouth, as if to spit something out. Zhou was ready for this. Spotting the movement of Ruan Afei's throat, he swiftly drew his blade and lashed it across Ruan Afei's face, forcing whatever he was about to spew back down his throat. Qianda quickly leaped back. A moment later, a wisp of smoke puffed from Ruan Afei's mouth, likely a knockout or poison gas. Cheng Kui might have been a brute, but someone as cunning as Ruan Afei was full of hidden tricks. With the smoke forced back inside him, Ruan Afei reeled and hit the ground, his eyes rolling and unfocused as though clouded by fog. Qianda leaned in again and rummaged through his clothes. He pulled out a tattered piece of leather, which turned out to be a map, along with a few gold nuggets and a small medicine vial. He popped open the vial and sniffed from a safe distance. "Knockout powder," he said. Then he carefully recorked it and brought everything to Li Yuan. "Young Master Li." Li Yuan took the map, then gave the nuggets and the vial a quick look. "Dispose of the powder. You can split the gold among yourselves." Qianda's eyes lit up. 1 tael of gold was worth 10 taels of silver, and there were a decent number of nuggets. Even when divvied up, it was still a nice windfall. Who wouldn't be happy about that? "Many thanks, young Master Li," he said, then hurried off to hand out the gold. Li Yuan spread out the piece of leather. It showed rivers and mountains, along with a date and 7 red dots. The date was 6 months from now, mid-month. Each red dot was in a different location. After a quick look, he tucked the map away for later study. Meanwhile, Ruan Afe began twitching violently. His chest heaved for a few moments before all movement ceased. "Bury him." Bore bow and arrow. 3 days later, word had spread about the kidnapping at the Ginger Tavern. In a place like this, you couldn't keep something like that under wraps, and trying to hide it only made things worse. Soon enough, people were talking about it everywhere, from the street stalls to the Bloodblade sect disciples and the new enforcers. 2 8th rank enforcers, killed by young Master Li without even a scratch on him. Impressive, truly impressive, some exclaimed in admiration. I've never cared for those hired thugs. Good riddance, others chimed in approvingly. But some disciples muttered sarcastically, all they did was kidnap a servant from his restaurant, and that servant's still alive. Yet he dared to kill 2 men officially recruited by the Bloodblade sect. Does he think the sect doesn't matter? Is Silver Creek part of the Bloodblade sect, or is it his personal territory? Meanwhile, the new enforcers were in an uproar. In a spacious loft, a hulking man sat with one leg crossed over the other, listening to the chatter with a mocking grin. His eyes gleamed with bloodlust, and his arms had been tempered into a strange, flattened shape like half a pair of scissors, with 10 sharp, claw-like fingers brimming with menace and power. People called him Blood Scissors, a 7th rank expert the Bloodblade sect had brought in. Many of the new enforcers hovered around him, drawn by his fierce reputation. They spoke up one after another. That Lee brat from the Ginger Tavern is way too arrogant, killing us enforcers like we're nobody? Clearly doesn't care about us at all. They just nabbed one of his waiters, didn't even kill him. So what if someone dies now and then? Yet that brat mercilessly killed Cheng Kui and Ruan Afei today, what's to stop him from killing us tomorrow? Maybe we should spread the word. The Bloodblade sect needs to teach that kid a lesson, or we'll just switch over to the Sun family. Might even get a hefty reward for it, too. Haha. Exactly. We need to show these backwater big shots what we can do. They're the ones begging for our help. If we decide to back one side over the other, the losers are gonna be shaking in their boots. That brat must be out of his mind for stirring up trouble with us. Maybe the Bloodblade sect should cripple this kid. If they won't, that gives us a perfect excuse to side with the Sun family and cash in on their generosity. Blood Scissors grew increasingly annoyed as he listened, then suddenly roared, all of you, shut up. His bloodthirsty gaze swept over the group. What, are you deaf? Or just pretending not to hear so you can drag me into some mess? Everyone's saying Cheng Kui and Ruan Afei took the Bloodblade sect's payment but never showed up to fight in Union Town. Instead, they abducted someone, tortured them, and tried to pry out the Ginger Tavern's secret brewing recipe. Once they got found out, they tried to kill Li Yuan and those Bloodblade sect disciples, probably to silence them. If it hadn't been for Li Yuan and that Jojia by his side, who knows if those disciples would still be alive. And you want to stir up trouble over this? You want me to stir up trouble? Are you trying to get me killed? Blood Scissors sprang to his feet and kicked the loudest complainer squarely in the chest. You're trying to do me in, is that it? Join the Sun family? You think the Suns are idiots? If Li Yuan were truly in the wrong and the Bloodblade sect was just covering for him, maybe we'd have a shot. But as it stands, forget it. Silence enveloped the loft. Not long after, another enforcer said, we don't really know how it went down, do we? Cheng Kui and Ruan Afei are dead, so who's left to back up Li Yuan's story? Blood Scissors scoffed. What's real and what's fake? You've been around the Jianghu, right? Truth doesn't matter. Only rumors do, and what people believe. Cheng Kui and Ruan Afei went after Li Yuan first, that's why things ended like this. A third enforcer ventured, what if we snatch a Bloodblade sect disciple, force them to change their story, make them admit whatever we want? The more chaos in Jamil County, the more we stand to gain. If the Sun family and Wei remnants manage to destroy the Bloodblade sect, this county will fall right into our laps. Blood Scissors shot him a hard look. Go ahead, then. Kidnap someone. The man chuckled awkwardly. Let's, plan it together. Blood Scissors folded his arms. So, are you doing it or not? Anyone else feel like joining him? Silence again. Nobody was reckless enough to kidnap a Bloodblade sect disciple and risk the sect's retaliation, let alone the stigma of taking money, then stabbing the employer in the back. Word of that would ruin any future in the Jianghu. Even thieves had their code, only those who had given up on living would do truly cutthroat deals like that. Blood Scissors finally said, drop it. Silver Creek is the Bloodblade sect's turf, and that Li Yuan isn't some easy mark. Next time, pay more attention before you move. As for Jamil County, he gave a sly, toothy grin and lowered his voice, a growl echoing from deep in his chest. Who knows who'll end up in control in the end? Over at Blood Fury Hall, Taisha rubbed his temples, feeling restless. 2 things were weighing on his mind. First, the stalemate with the Sun family and Wei remnants dragged on. Second, he'd lost contact with the Bloodblade sect's upper ranks, along with access to the Life Chronicle. That scroll contained the key to advancing to the 6th rank. Reaching the 6th rank meant shedding one's mortal limits and extending one's lifespan beyond the norm, fittingly called the fate-altering realm. Who wouldn't want that? Yet without the scroll, imbued with the original writer's essence, it was nearly impossible to break through. Taisha had spent 10 years trying and got nowhere. He was desperate for another chance to study it, hoping for inspiration that would lead to a breakthrough. Just then, hurried footsteps approached. A short man bustled in. He was one of Taisha's 4 personal attendants. He was the short one of the short tall slim fat quartet. The short man leaned close and whispered something quickly. Taisha's tense expression eased. So, the Blackrock Mastiff picked up the scent. He tracked the 2 8th rank enforcers down, killed them without a scratch, and covered his tracks neatly. He clicked his tongue as if impressed. Fine. Summon Li Yuan to see me. As the leader of the sect, Taisha rarely called in subordinates on a whim. Doing so could spark all sorts of rumors. Previously, despite liking Li Yuan's potential, Taisha had refrained from summoning him for that very reason. But this time, he'd made up his mind. If Li Yuan really was a prodigy, why not show him some favor? Bow and arrow. At the Ginger Tavern, Li Yuan was seated behind a screen in the back courtyard while a line of applicants stretched out before him, each hoping to be hired as a guard for the restaurant. From behind the screen, he sized them up. Most seemed to have combat capabilities ranging between 1-2, while a handful stood out at 2-3. Among ordinary folks, that was already decent. He quietly beckoned Manager Wu over and pointed out a few of those 2-3 candidates to be hired. Meanwhile, on the upper level of the courtyard, two striking women stood by the railing, Yanyu and Xuanning. They weren't watching the hiring process, they were more interested in the lively street in the distance. Now that their man was proving so capable, life was going quite smoothly for them. Xuanning managed the household and kept the books. Yanyu, on the other hand, had no head for running a restaurant or making money, but she was a natural at socializing. Unable to cultivate shadow blood herself, she decided to help her husband in other ways, namely by befriending the local ladies and influential matrons, hoping to forge useful connections. Lately, Yanyu had been scheduling social outings with the brocade and grace shop owner, the madam of the Rouge Parlor, the madam of the Cloudwalker escort agency, and the young lady of the Lion-style martial hall from the neighboring Parosal town. Their plan for the day was to meet up at the Full Moon Tea House for some refreshments, then wander around the bustling markets before taking a leisurely boat ride on Silver Creek's inland lake. That young lady of the Lion-style martial hall happened to be Zhou Xiaoxia, the same woman Li Yuan had rescued before. The hall's master had since reconciled with his son, and Zhou Xiaoxia had become the daughter-in-law in name, if not quite in spirit. Once Zhou Xiaoxia learned that Li Yuan was affiliated with the Ginger Tavern, she started showing up there regularly. Before long, she befriended Yanyu and now addressed her affectionately, practically clinging to her every word. Partly she was keen to attach herself to someone influential, and partly she was genuinely grateful for Li Yuan's help. So, she became Yanyu's eager shadow, never contradicting her. Bow and arrow. Meanwhile, in the back courtyard of the Ginger Tavern, Li Yuan was speaking with a servant who'd come hurrying in from the lively front hall. The servant leaned in and whispered, "Young Master Li, someone from the inner district is here. He says the sect master wants to see you." Li Yuan turned slightly. Did he mention why? No, nothing specific. How many people came? How did they arrive? Just one. He came in a carriage, by the look of it. Got it. Have someone fetch the last 2 jars of Spring Dream brew from the cellar and load them onto his carriage. I'll be right there. Relieved, Li Yuan guessed that the uproar over Chen Kui and Ruan Afei must have blown over. If there was any real trouble, the sect master wouldn't be inviting him in such a calm way. He rose and made his way to the restaurant's front, only to spot a short man, barely 4.5 feet tall, waiting outside. Floating above the man's head was 140-145, a clear sign he was a formidable 7th-rank fighter, more powerful even than Elder Dugo had been. Yet Li Yuan had never seen him before. The man greeted Li Yuan with a broad smile, pulled out the sect master's token from his robes, flashed it, then nodded. "Young Master Li, I'm a servant of Taisha. He values you greatly, and wants to meet personally." Sensing the man was feigning humility, Li Yuan responded courteously, "May I have your name, sir?" The short man appreciated the politeness. "I'm just a servant of the Tai family. No need for fancy titles. Call me Asan." "How could I just speak to a senior so casually?" Li Yuan said. "That said, please wait here a moment." Asan was taken aback by having his strength seen through but just said, "Young Master Li, is there something else you need?" Li Yuan replied, "There's not much of worth in the restaurant, but I do have 2 jars left of our own Spring Dream brew. I hope the sect master will enjoy them." Spring Dream brew. Asan grinned. "That's good stuff. Goes for 2 silver taels a pot. A whole brewing jar doesn't come cheap." Li Yuan smiled. "Please don't tease me too much, sir. I'm just trying to make a living." A short while later, Li Yuan climbed into the carriage with the 2 big clay jars of wine. Off they went, rolling through the gates into the inner district. It was midday, and the sun cast a warm glow over the bustling streets. Bow and arrow. That afternoon, a little girl hopped and skipped down the road outside the Ginger Tavern, while a disheveled, burly man followed behind, digging around in his pockets for coppers whenever she wanted to buy a treat. Soon enough, she was clutching both a sugar paint candy shaped like a rabbit and a skewer of sesame-coated candied fruit. "Daddy, where are we going?" she asked. He answered, "I'm here to see an old friend." They chatted as they made their way to the restaurant entrance. The man affectionately patted the girl's head. "Wait out here, okay? Dad's just going inside for a minute." He slipped in through a side entrance. A server, noticing his ragged clothes, started toward him, ready to chase him out. But the man spoke up. "I want to see your boss." "Who are you supposed to be? You think you can just..." Before the server could finish, the man reached into his robe and pulled out a fist-sized metal object. A light tap set it fluttering into the air, circling his hand twice before settling back onto his palm. The server leaned in, hardly believing his eyes. On closer inspection, it turned out to be an iron butterfly, its razor-like wings shaped almost like blades. "Please wait a moment, sir. I'll go speak to the manager." The server ran to inform Manager Wu, who took one look at the stranger and hurried upstairs. Soon he returned, saying, "The proprietress is quite intrigued by your little trick. She'd like to see you in the back courtyard." The man nodded. "My daughter's waiting outside, though. Could you?" Manager Wu waved him off. "We'll watch over her. Xiaolu, bring that girl inside and keep an eye on her." Thanking them, the man followed Manager Wu into the courtyard. There, Zhojia stood silently. His hair was streaked with white, and with a blade in hand, he gazed at the sky without emotion. He looked almost numb, as though neither joy nor sorrow could touch him. The man gave Zhojia a passing glance, then turned away to wait quietly. JL's thoughts. The man waited in the rear courtyard, hearing footsteps behind him. Turning slightly, he saw, illuminated by the restaurant's warm light, a striking beauty in a crimson dress. She had an almond-shaped face and large eyes, and her tall figure swayed with every step. She gave off an air of both grace and gentle allure. The man lowered his gaze and bowed, saying nothing. Xuanning studied him. "Who are you? Why do you want to see me?" The man drew a deep breath, as though suppressing some deep sorrow. "My name is Tang Qiu. I've come to see if you might take in a young girl. She's obedient and resourceful. She can do any kind of work, so long as she gets enough to eat." Xuanning paused, realizing he was referring to the little girl she'd seen in the front hall moments before. Her expression grew cold. "She's your daughter?" "Yes," he said. "You're willing to sell your own daughter?" "I don't need money," he replied quietly. Xuanning let her anger subside just a touch. "Are you facing difficulties? We're hiring extra guards right now. My manager says you have some unusual skills. Perhaps you could give that a try. If you make it as a guard, you could earn enough to support your daughter." Tang Qiu gave a faint smile. "Thank you for your kindness, but I won't live much longer. Recently, my daughter and I survived on the porridge your restaurant provided. You're good people. If possible, I'd like to leave my daughter in your care. Make her a maid or a servant, whatever you need. As long as she can stay alive, that's enough." With that, he opened his palm, revealing a small iron device. It buzzed ominously, its thin metal wings catching the sunlight like blades. Suddenly it shot into the air, circling his hand in a swift, gleaming dance. Alarmed, Zhojia snapped upright and rushed over to shield Xuanning, but Tang Qiu didn't seem to mind. He was simply displaying his iron butterfly. One butterfly finished its circuit, and then a second, then a third rose from his pockets. The 3 iron insects whirred around him in black arcs, slicing the air with a sound like tearing silk. With a subtle motion of Tang Qiu's hand, the trio hurtled toward a nearby boulder. As they banked sharply around it, the stone's surface showed several fresh, razor-edged slashes. Another gesture, and they fluttered back to his open hand, folding their wings until they once again resembled nothing but lumps of iron. Bowing again to Xuanning, he said, "I've already taught this little trick to my daughter, Nian. If you take her in, you'll have a well-behaved maid, and a capable bodyguard." Xuanning regarded him thoughtfully, then noticed how grave Zhojia looked. She hesitated and said to Manager Wu, "Manager Wu, give him some money for the road." Tang Qiu stiffened. "You won't take my daughter." "Apologies," Xuanning replied. "Your abilities are far from ordinary. Under normal circumstances, a man like you shouldn't have fallen so low. That means there's quite a story behind you. I don't want to drag my household into some dangerous twist of fate we'd otherwise never have encountered." Tang Qiu let out a wry chuckle. "If I'm leaving Nian here, it's because I'm sure none of my troubles will reach this place. I'm about to die. And once I'm gone, who would even know she's my daughter?" Xuanning hesitated. She could sense her husband's interest in gathering people with all sorts of unique skills. And clearly, this iron butterfly skill was out of the ordinary. They were both silent for a moment when faint sobs sounded from nearby. Tang Qiu and Xuanning turned to see a graceful woman, Yan Yu, leading a young girl by the hand. Tears streamed down the little one's face, her eyes swollen and red as ripe peaches. "Yan Yu, Nian. Xuanning and Tang Qiu called out simultaneously. Yan Yu blushed. I saw this little girl waiting in the front hall, so I took her around to find her father. And, well, here we are." She didn't need to explain. The child's tears said it all. Tang Qiu's eyes grew red. He lowered his head and clenched his fists, whispering, Nian. The girl burst into fresh sobs, flinging her arms around her father. "Daddy, I don't want you to die. I don't want you to die." Everyone exchanged looks. Yan Yu suggested, "Why don't we wait until Li Yuan comes back and see what he thinks?" Xuanning nodded. "Let's do that." Bore bow and arrow. Meanwhile, the carriage bearing Li Yuan came to a halt. He hopped down with the short man, Asan, and they walked around a small garden strewn with fallen petals. Crossing a path paved with smooth river stones, they arrived at the rear of Blood Fury Hall. In the courtyard, a broad-shouldered man in white robes, sporting a rough beard, sat at a stone table. He ran his fingers over the tabletop, tracing odd lines as though lost in thought. At the sound of footsteps, he looked up. "You're here." Li Yuan stepped forward respectfully. "I greet the sect master." Taisha studied Li Yuan for a moment, then broke into a hearty laugh. "You've been quietly hoarding some fine wine, haven't you? Next time, bring me 2 jars. Asan chimed in from the side. "Master, he's already brought 2 jars of Spring Dream brew today." Taisha blinked, then let out another deep laugh. Pointing at Li Yuan, he said, "Come, have a seat." Li Yuan returned a small bow, then settled on the stone stool opposite Taisha. The two faced each other across the table. That was when Li Yuan noticed the scribbles on the stone tabletop abstract lines he recognized from the spirit release technique manual his teacher had given him. These were attempts to replicate a life chronicle, only in rough form. Taisha glanced at him. You've seen something like this before. Li Yuan answered honestly, yes, in the manual my master gave me. Taisha let out a self-deprecating laugh. What's in your master's manual is just a hollow imitation, useless. My master said the same, Li Yuan admitted. He told me that without its essence, no matter how carefully you study it, you'll never break through to 6th rank. The 6th rank, Taisha murmured. Legends always speak of immortals, but there's no such thing. If anyone were truly immortal, it would be 6th rank, which divides mortal from transcendent. Crossing that threshold or not, it's like living in two different worlds. Li Yuan gave a faint smile. Sect Master, with your abilities, I'm sure you'll get there. Isn't our Bloodblade sect part of a higher level faction? They must have the subsequent manuals. Unfortunately, I'm using my master's technique, so I won't have access to that kind of opportunity. Higher level faction, a subtle hint of sorrow flickered in Taisha's eyes. Instead of elaborating, he said, don't be discouraged. Actually, your master's lineage and the Bloodblade sect share a common heritage. Truly. Li Yuan was taken aback. Please enlighten me, Sect Master. Taisha nodded. It seems that Li Yu hasn't told you. I understand. He likely didn't want you chasing after bigger mysteries. He preferred for you to inherit that one school of his. But that must have been his thinking in the past. With your aptitude, he'll probably tell you everything eventually. Just then, Taisha turned and hollered, didn't young Master Li bring good wine? Fetch a few dishes from the kitchen and bring that wine while you're at it. Yes, sir. The short attendant, Asan, answered and left the courtyard. Taisha continued, the upper-level force behind the Bloodblade sect is called the Sacred Fire Palace. But the Sacred Fire Palace doesn't only oversee us, it has ties to several different factions. As for your own school, the higher-level force behind it is the Mystic Gold Monastery. It, too, spans numerous lower factions. The Sacred Fire Palace and Mystic Gold Monastery both belong to an even greater power. Who that might be, no one outside their level of authority would know. I see, Li Yuan said thoughtfully. So the founder of the Fallen Moon School was likely a disciple from the Mystic Gold Monastery who branched off and created a new order. After a moment, he asked, how does the Imperial Court compare to such a large power? Taisha gave him a long look. They say the Imperial Court was once just like these major factions. Then it seized control of the realm, took over the rivers and mountains, and now rules over the masses. Li Yuan and Taisha were still discussing this when a few dishes and the wine arrived. Li Yuan poured a cup for Taisha, who took a taste, closed his eyes, and gave an appreciative smack of his lips. Good stuff? Strong and fiery. Li Yuan poured a cup for himself as well. After a few rounds, the conversation grew more candid. Taisha cut straight to the point. I hear you've been raising a demonic beast. Li Yuan answered modestly, I only know the basics. Taisha let out a short laugh. If you can tame a Blackrock Mastiff, that's far beyond just the basics. That's a real skill. He closed his eyes as if recalling something. Demonic beasts are extremely important to every major power. The Wei family, for instance, had 2 7th-rank flame blaze leopards, 1 male and 1 female. They hoped the pair would produce offspring that could be raised from birth to obey the family. The Sun family does the same, and so do we in the Bloodblade sect. But taming demonic beasts is extraordinarily difficult. Without exceptional talent and luck, it's basically impossible. So all we can do is keep these creatures caged. We can't really train them. I don't understand, Li Yuan said. If taming them is impossible, why bother keeping them at all? Taisha gave a wry smile. Because we can't do it ourselves, but we know certain higher-level factions can. So we keep hoping, maybe we'll find a way. After a moment of thought, he suddenly raised his voice. Li Yuan. Yes, Sect Master, Li Yuan answered. I'd like you not just to serve as an inspector but to become our beast master as well, someone who oversees all demonic beasts for the Bloodblade sect. I want you to try to tame them and ultimately bring them under control. Will you do it? Fire burned in Taisha's eyes. Once you command those demonic beasts, our Bloodblade sect will be unassailable. Li Yuan's smile was a little uneasy. I'm not sure if I'm qualified. Seemingly prepared for that response, Taisha pulled out a small booklet. Its cover read Wilderness Demon Taming. This contains taming skills for 8th and 7th rank demonic beasts. Our sect stumbled on it by chance long ago and has kept it under lock and key ever since, hoping it could be useful one day. But we never found the right candidate. It's been gathering dust, until now. Li Yuan, I want you to give it a try. Of course, this might cut into your own cultivation time, so the sect will see you're properly compensated. Li Yuan stared blankly for a moment, but soon understood the gist of the situation. Normally, mastering any skill or cultivation technique would take a great deal of time. Yet there was only so much a person could do on a given day. If he were to devote himself to learning this demonic beast taming skills, he'd have less time for his own training. In other words, he'd be making a personal sacrifice for the greater good of the Bloodblade sect. Li Yuan simply bowed and said, to serve the sect is my duty. I'll do everything I can to master these skills as quickly as possible. Taisha nodded in satisfaction, then burst into laughter. Eat up, then I'll take you to see the demonic beasts we keep. Once you master Wilderness Demon Taming, they're all yours. They finished their meal. Taisha personally escorted Li Yuan to a small building at the northern edge of the inner district. This was where the sex demonic beasts were kept. Inside, Li Yuan saw a central opening in the floor. Gazing down, he could make out a deep passage dimly lit by copper lamps etched with crimson patterns. Taisha triggered some sort of mechanism, and the lamps began to glow with a dull yellow light. So these demonic beasts are kept underground, Li Yuan murmured in understanding. Taisha beckoned him. Come. They descended the steps into what was effectively a subterranean palace, lined with row after row of sturdy metal cages. Massive shapes lay in the darkness, some big, some smaller, all bristling with a menacing aura. Taisha explained, most demonic beasts don't like bright light. They'll just lie quietly in the dark. But if we need light, a torch will do just fine. Taisha pulled out 2 small torches he'd prepared earlier. He blew on them until they caught flame, then handed one to Li Yuan. By its flickering light, Li Yuan finally saw what lay inside the cages. In the murky darkness, pairs of eerie green eyes glowed like ghostly lanterns, all fixed on them. As those shapes shifted, it became clear they were enormous demon dogs. Each appeared different in size, shape, and even the combat power Li Yuan could sense. Some had floating values of 2060, while others were 4140, and still others 6260. Clearly, there were demon dogs of various ranks here, 9th, 8th, and 7th rank all among them. Taisha pointed them out one by one. These ordinary-looking ones are called Blackrock Mastiffs, 7 of them in total. The one you've been training is that type. These smaller, swift ones here are Oddstrider Hounds, 5 in total, bloodthirsty and fond of raw flesh. And these huge ones, practically the size of a small hill, are the Ebony Marquises. We have 3 of them, all extremely vicious. Li Yuan silently observed the demon dogs. By his reckoning, some of these beasts had a far higher power ceiling than most humans at the same rank. Take those Ebony Marquises, for example, one of them registered a peak power of 260, enough to overpower Taisha's own 235. If Li Yuan could truly tame these demon dogs, he'd have a terrifying force at his command, loyal beasts without human agendas. I'll do my best to tame them, Li Yuan said, gripping the wilderness demon taming manual that Taisha had given him. His background as a hunter was, in a strange way, coming full circle. Only this time, the dogs he'd be training weren't your run-of-the-mill hunting dogs, they were demon dogs. Boar, bow and arrow. When Li Yuan returned to the Ginger Tavern, he found quite a gathering waiting for him in the rear courtyard. One person immediately caught his attention, a burly, disheveled man. Above this stranger's head floated an unusual 0100, with a fainter 210-230 at peak condition. That figure was perplexing. From what Li Yuan could tell, this man's condition resembled that of Jojia, like someone who had once been 7th rank but had fallen drastically in rank. Yet beneath all that, he still retained the potential to rival top experts like Taisha or Yukaijin. The key difference was the man's lower bound was 0, suggesting there were times when his strength could drop to practically nothing, leaving him utterly vulnerable. The stranger was holding the hand of a little girl, both standing awkwardly in the courtyard. Li Yuan glanced around, puzzled. What's going on? Xuanning hurried over and whispered a quick explanation in his ear. He nodded, then turned his attention to the man and the child. Tang Qiu, what do you plan to do now? The little girl tensed, clutching her father's hand as though she feared he might leave her behind. Tang Qiu, hidden behind his grimy, unkempt hair, looked at her with softness in his eyes before meeting Li Yuan's gaze. Young Master Li, if you'll have me, I'd like to watch over the estate for you. Li Yuan studied him for a moment. Manager Wu, find him a place to stay in the guard quarters. A flash of gratitude showed in Tang Qiu's eyes. He bowed and said, Thank you, young Master Li. I won't betray your trust. However, Li Yuan went on, you clearly possess considerable skill. If you want to stay here in good faith, hand over your weapons to me first. It's not that I don't trust you, but we really don't know who you are or where you come from. He watched Tang Qiu carefully, waiting for a response. Without hesitation, Tang Qiu closed his eyes, and a faint buzzing rang out as 3 iron butterflies slipped from his sleeves. They landed in his palm, wings folding back until they were just lumps of metal. After another 2 fits of that same buzzing, he ended up with 9 iron butterflies in total. He placed the 9 metal lumps on a nearby chair. That's all of them, he said quietly. Li Yuan noticed that after losing the butterflies, Tang Qiu's combat power dropped dramatically to 09, while his combat power at peak condition fell to 25-28. Smiling, Li Yuan said, Welcome aboard, old Tang. Go get yourself cleaned up, and tonight you can come out with me for a look around. Thank you, young Master Li. Tang Qiu bowed again, then turned to his daughter. Nian, I'm not leaving. The little girl pursed her lips, eyes still red, and lifted her chin. And you're not allowed to die. A broad, almost relieved grin appeared on Tang Qiu's face. He looked genuinely happy for the first time. Just now, I was only bluffing them. I'm not dying, sweetheart. I promise. JL's thoughts.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.